Good morning and aloha to all of you that are tuning in from around the world. For the better part of 100 years, the North Shore of Oahu has been the definition of high-performance big wave riding that has inspired the world. And of course, if you're going to win an event in professional surfing, if you want your name stamped on something, there's nothing like the Pipe Masters. Ever since Jeff Hackman won it in 1971, it has been the bar that really sets the definition of what high-performance big wave surfing looks like. My name is Salema Masakela. To my right, Mokuakai Rothman, 2015 big wave champion, Dr. Cliff Capono, and a man who knows a thing or two about waves that have many different faces, the father of weird waves, Dylan Graves. Good morning, gentlemen. Our fifth member of our team, Mahina Florence, is going to be out roving, talking to our surfers and men and women. We have been excited. We've been waiting for 9 days for this swell to finally arrive. Cliff and Dylan, I know you guys woke up this morning. We see the wet hair evidence. Dylan, at 6 a.m., you did a little bit of field testing.
Yeah, we wanted to get out there and just see what it was going to be all about. You know, all the competitors are going to be bringing their A game and the conditions were going to be there. So, yeah, me and Cliff wanted to get out there and feel it. And we saw that at 6 a.m. it was really dark, wasn't it, Cliff?
Yeah, I'm from the east side, so it's like light at 5:30, so I paddle out and we're out there and it's like,
where's the sun?
30 minutes. We're like, where are we? I thought I was at Rocky Point. It was just looking back at the lights and I was like, oh, but we ended up getting a couple. Dylan got a couple. So yeah, it was epic to see and feel what everyone's going to experience today.
A lot of speculation about what this swell is going to be doing. What have you seen? I know you're sitting doing a lot of chart inspecting.
Yeah, the waves look like it's going to be really good. I mean, look at the conditions on your screen right now. Perfect oil glass. Beautiful swell. I mean, you know, the insiders are 4 feet, the outsiders are 10 feet. I mean, perfect. They got it on screen. I think it's going to be really high performance, especially this morning, because there are going to be the opportunities to drop in, get a barrel, and get that big air section when it's not too big. This evening is going to be challenging conditions, but right now the surfers is all about getting the right wave at the right time and really stamping your closing move off. Big barrel with that finisher.
Yeah, it's not going to be just an afterthought if you perform something on that end section. It's going to count heavily in your score. We're going to say goodbye to Mokuakai and Dylan. We'll see them in the heats 3 and 4, and we are about to get things rolling here with the 22, excuse me. I'm so excited for New Year's. VANS Pipe Masters. We have a really unique format that sort of borrows and is inspired as we look at round 1, heat 1, Koa Smith and Jamie O'Brien, both locals here. Each heat will have 2 Hawaiians and 2 international surfers. Rasta Rob McCormick from Flagler Beach, Florida. He's been ripping here in the late days. And Rio Waida from Uluwatu, Bali. Both of these guys known for their high-performance air maneuvers, and now they got to show what they can do at pipe.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because the sets right now in this early morning heats, they're not that perfect.
Yeah.
But the smaller ones are. So I wouldn't say, like, just because Koa and Jamie have been proven in big conditions that you can count out Robbie or Rio. And
no guarantees. As we see our new format, we have 40 surfers for the men, 20 for the women, 2 preliminary rounds, right? So it won't be elimination in these heats. Each surfer just has to get their 2 best waves in both rounds. At the end of both rounds, there'll be a leaderboard, much like when you're watching golf. The top 4 surfers for the men and the women will advance to the final. So essentially, you just need to catch 2 great waves in the span of your 2 heats.
1 backdoor, 1 pipe.
That's it.
Make the final.
The 4 waves could be $25,000 each, as the men and the women will each be getting $100,000 for first prize.
It's on. Heat started.
Yeah, the heat has started.
Oh, it's interesting to see Koa with a new style helmet that he has after his injuries.
Yeah, he's been dealing with and inspecting all different types of technology when it comes to his protection for his head. He's suffered some serious head injuries in the past here at Pipeline. And yesterday, this is a new company. I forget the name, but I think it's inspired sort of like by a rugby helmet. Tom Carroll is actually working with this company, and he let me put it on yesterday. Super light, and he said that sometimes the plastic helmets, you still end up having extra impact when you slap the water that can kind of rattle you even worse. So he's excited about testing this sort of soft, jelly kind of helmet.
Well, that's how the cars, like, they advanced into like this fiberglass, because they want, in a car crash, they want the car to kind of crunch slowly to diffuse that force, versus those older cars. Is this the Rasta Rob? No, Rio.
This is Rio Waida right off the bat, tucking into a nice little 4-footer.
Oh,
That thing runs off without him. This is one of the things that we'll talk about in this new format that we'll be getting used to with the audience, is the fact that there's no priority
yeah.
in any of these heats. So you will not see the priority flag going up. But with that, it doesn't mean that it's going to be scrappy. The judges are looking for the surfers to show sportsmanship, and if you are a surfer who's hassling to the point that you're getting in people's way, as we see Jamie O'Brien tucking in one, can he stay high? No, that thing is gonna.
Yeah, that north little kind of push that thing on him, but
Yeah, as I was saying, the judges are going to be paying attention to see if you're going to be a hassler.
yeah. I don't really know what is priority in contests, so it's kind of perfect because it's just surfing. They're out there surfing and they're going to get good ones, and it's kind of like when you're out there at Pipeline, if you're in the spot, those are the people who are going to go, and if you kind of interfere with them, you put them in danger, and you kind of lose a bit of respect, really, out there in the lineup.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see, I think, how the no priority perhaps gives a little bit more advantage and less of an X factor, a little bit more advantage to the locals, because this wave is so much about position. I mean, the different places that you can sit on first reef, on second reef, and third reef, and what it takes to get into the wave.
Yeah.
I mean, this wave is less about surfing the wave than as much as it's about getting in.
Oh, yeah, the spot. And the spots have been moved around, I think, depending on the generations. People are going different. Like, this is like a new generation spot. Deep. Koa Smith, he's one of those young boys that are out there really pushing deep and inside of those second reefers. So when you get off and take off behind, you see that reef really, it looks like a closeout, and then these guys are making it. It's like 200 yards of closeout that they're threading and getting blown out. It's crazy.
Now, we know that there's been a lot of sand on the reef, and it's been moving around here over the last couple of weeks. How does that affect the way the faces that Pipeline shows?
Yeah, what new research coming out of reef technology is seeing that there are certain features in the reef that allow the wave to really barrel and be that kind of picturesque, tubing, spitting left-hander. And it has to do with a lot of the caves and crevices in the reef. And now that the sand is all filling those in, the bottom doesn't really have the characteristic true to pipe bottom to create that true to pipe barrel. So it's not a perfect bottom right now. So it's not a perfect wave, it seems like, with all that sand that has been building up on top of the reef. So as the swell fills in, I think it's going to push that that sand off of the reef, and then we're going to see better and better waves come in as more sand pulls off after each set.
I was about 3 o'clock this morning. I was awoken, and I just heard crashing in my dream, like something was crashing, something was crashing. And I got snapped up out of my bed, and I was like, "What's that?" And then I listened a while longer, and I was like, "Oh, that's waves."
Yeah.
Outside of V-Land, Camiland, where I'm staying, you could just hear explosions.
Yeah.
And it took me an hour to fall back asleep. I was so excited. I'm not even surfing in the event. So it made me think what's it like to be a competitor on a day like this?
Oh, yeah. Oh, who's this? Oh, Koa, looking at it. You can if you look at the swell that is moving through the face, it looks perfect, and it's hard to kind of see on the screen, but when you get those aerial footage, you can see a bit of different cross swells kind of up the face, and that's what everyone out there, when they're taking off on a wave, they're paddling into it, and you see every little inch of water that moves out of place, because the perfect ones, it's just like a parking lot at like Walmart or something. It's just black, flat. You get in, and then you can really travel across to where you want to go. But if you see that side lump, it's something that everyone, I'm sure, is kind of fearing out there.
Well, as we see, just a beautiful morning as the sun is making its way above us here on the North Shore. We will tune in. We'll check in with Mahina Florence, who is with our contest director, Mr. Nathan Fletcher, for more on this swell. Good morning, Mahina.
Good morning and aloha. We are competition day 1. We've already seen action. We've got hootin' and hollerin' from the yard. Nate, you called the competition on today. Will you give us the rundown on the conditions and what you expect for the rest of this week?
The conditions are the only conditions we've had so far, so we've had to wait till the end of the holding period. Basically, it's like 4 to 10 feet, 4 foot on the small ones, 10 foot on the bigger sets. It's going to be growing throughout the day. And it's not the best pipeline by any means, but it's what we have to work with. And for $100,000 on the line, I feel like that the surfers should just be happy going out there, giving it their all. And we're going to see what the day brings as it goes on.
Okay, we got
Perfect. You heard it straight from Nate Fletch. I'm going to send it back to you boys in the booth, and I'll see you again for a post-heat interview.
We look forward to it, and thank you, Mahina, looking like she's done this job 1,000 times. First time ever sideline reporting, and clearly a long future ahead for the multi-hyphenate Mahina Florence. We'll be seeing her husband, Nathan Florence, later on in the day. I believe he is in Heat 6.
He got a nuts on this morning.
Did he?
There's got to be a replay somewhere coming out. Just late drop, jumped off his board, close out, it spit like 50 feet into the channel. It was hectic to watch.
If you follow Nathan Florence on social media, on Instagram, he's basically been on an endless winter run. I mean, he made a run through Ireland. He's just been like slab hunting.
Yeah.
Been more in a full suit for while everyone else was in trunks this summer, just doing what he does, exploring weird, slabby, not friendly waves. But with every edit that he posts, you just see how much technique is necessary to ride waves like this, and how much growing up at a place like Pipeline has informed his ability to go and surf these waves that are not user-friendly around the world and make them look as if they were.
Well, I think that's just something that people don't maybe recognize with a lot of these people from Hawaii. They're surfing different waves all the time, but the camera's focusing them on like Pipeline, and maybe Nate wanted to be like, I'm not just a pipe surfer, I'm a surfer. And then he goes, Chippy's Kala. This is another insane surfer coming out of Hawaii.
A few different ways to have fun.
Yeah, Kala Grace.
What are my thoughts? I'm hoping it turns on right when I get in the water. It's still a little funky, a little weird, but here comes a really good wave.
Situation. Here's Jamie O'Brien scoring to the left, grabbing the rails.
Oh, Jamie Bryan
The goal is
driving.
two 30-point rides.
Just running up.
30-point rides.
Perfect. We love it. Okay, get out there.
Okay.
We can't wait to
Thank
watch
you.
it.
See you.
Woo! Get it.
I saw Kala this morning in his truck, pulling up, and he just had a big smile on his face. He said, man, I'm so excited. I've been training with he and Billy Kemper up at Billy Kemper's gym on the lay days. And, I mean, you want to talk about just a young monster.
Monster. Like in the last, I would say, like 3 seasons, just something switched in him deep, real inside under the ledge, and like smiling, gets worked sometimes.
And
like,
just comes up laughing.
He's a beast too. You see him?
I
He's
mean,
a massive
I've been
kid.
in the gym with this kid is, and I think, getting under Billy's tutelage and mentorship, which is a big thing here on the North Shore, right? There's a lot of talent. There's kids that grow up that have access to some of these incredible waves outside of their front door. But if you want to go next level, it's that work that you're not putting in on the beach, right?
Yeah.
And really, like, you got to want it in a different way if you want to perform at a world level, even though this is your backyard.
I mean, there's a lot of distraction too. The world just descends in Hawaii, and it's like crazy to see. Like, we're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and literally everyone who is someone in this industry comes, and it's weird. Like, we don't know if they're trying to be nice to you because they want to wave, or if they're just nice, and it's just, you kind of don't know. And if your mind is not strong, you can easily drift into different parts of this industry. And there's people like Billy, Kahea, that are out here trying to like make sure that the kids and the youth are on this path where a strong mind, strong body can really showcase to a strong talent in surfing.
Not get pulled into the darkness.
Yeah, we all know every town's got it, and we all probably know insane friends that they belong on the world stage, whether it's the Pipe Masters or the tour or whatever, and just a couple bad choices or maybe misinformed choices. And Kala is definitely someone who's getting informed at Pipeline. He seems to be getting the knowledge down.
Yeah, it's great to see him shine. As you see there at the top of your left part of the screen, the judging criteria, commitment and degree of difficulty, putting yourself deep in a critical position on the wave, obviously combination of maneuvers, creative self-expression, wave selection is important. And then I love that one in the middle, style.
Yeah.
And style is obviously very much subjective. For some people, it's smooth and easy. But also for other people, their style is that controlled being out of control, right? And those have different appeal depending on the eye. It's a bit subjective, but at the end of the day, you know what looks good and what's being done in the critical part of the wave. And the judge is saying, hey, we want to see your flair. We want to see your personal expression in these waves.
That's interesting to think about style. Like, what style are you emulating a style? Are you trying to be like Uncle Jerry? Or are you trying to be like John? Like, what style are you emulating, or your own style? And like, that's someone like Robbie, Rasta Rob over here. He's got his own style that would be interesting if he can showcase it out at this wave, because it's not that easy to do something like that.
Yeah, Rasta Rob, of course, getting his invite via the Stab High event that took place in Indonesia. If you haven't gotten a chance to watch it, you can go on stab.com and watch. I mean, when this kid Robbie McCormick, when he finds out that he won, you could see that it was just a life-changing moment for him. And from the second that he showed up at the first Stab High, where he was basically like a late addition, people were like, "Who's this guy?" And he was just like, "I'll show you who I am."
Yeah.
And then to be able to back it up and be like, that performance wasn't a fluke.
Yeah.
And now he finds himself competing at the Pipe Masters.
Well, Jimmy Kane, photographer, he's Florida boy. He vouches for him and says this kid will charge given the opportunity. And like the Floridians, is that how you call them?
Floridians.
The Floridians. Yeah. I mean, there's some charging Floridians. I mean,
think about the Lopez brothers. Think about
Damo.
CJ and Damo. West Bull assassinators.
Paddle from the secret spot. I'm not going to say it, but they're ninjas out there. Yeah,
of course
the other guy.
Of course, the other guy, the GOAT, who's won more Pipe Masters than anyone else, the one and only Kelly Slater.
The man himself is entering into the. Oh, do we wait? Oh, next scene. Okay. Nathan Florence is peeping his head into the commentating arena.
We'll be excited to see his beard that he's been farming join us here on set, get his thoughts about what he's looking forward to. Yeah, talking about Kelly, who obviously has been scoring. If you haven't seen the waves that he got in the Caribbean in the last few days in Barbados.
What was it? Sipping Jet Streams? Was that that film? If the younger people don't know about Taylor Steele's Sipping Jet Streams.
One of the greatest performances in surfing history, and obviously you can attach that to Kelly's name, many different waves around the world, but that is one that is just for the ages if you haven't watched that part. And then just last week he went back and got some completely mental waves there, as we see.
Power couple.
Yeah, that's surfing's biggest power couple for sure.
I'm here
Nathan
with
Florence.
my husband, Nathan Florence. I mean, give us the conditions out there. What's going on?
Well, it's clean, and I think we're lucking out because the wind was looking like unpredictable on the forecast. So having it pretty much clean this morning is a bonus. And I think as the sun comes up, it's going to get better. And there's waves, so there's spitting barrels. It's not like the best or the cleanest pipe. But I think throughout the morning it should clean up. I mean, right now we're looking at a second reef set starting to break and come in, and you have a stacked heat in the water. So as a viewer, it's going to be an exciting day.
Do you feel like as the day goes on, it's going to get better? Is that where we're expecting to see?
I'm hoping so. I don't know if that's going to necessarily happen with this wind, but it's holding off in its variables, and it's pretty light right now. Usually throughout the morning, it calms from overnight activity, and then it gets better throughout the morning. So I'm hoping we'll see that right now.
So how does a corn lord like you prepare for competition day?
Not corn lord. this month. I'm a big coffee guy, so wake up, drink coffee, hit a Protect hydration or something like that. I don't eat in the morning, and so I'll just drink caffeine, hydrate, and then usually surf till like 1 or 2. And not on purpose, I just have no appetite. Boards are ready the night before, and I already surfed this morning, so it's looking like a good day.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll catch up with you again
Okay.
soon. There's the set. Back to you, boys.
I'm very impressed with Mahina, able to keep it professional, ask the tough questions to Nathan Florence, not get the marital union, let the marital union get in the way with 8 minutes to go. Of note, remember we talked about it at the very beginning, right? 2 waves to get through. And right now, Jamie O'Brien's the only one with 2 waves, I believe. Well, actually, Jamie and Koa both have 2-wave totals.
No, 1 wave, yeah, Koa.
Oh, 1 wave for Koa. Where
But there's
there's
non-elimination,
Yeah.
I think. So it's like, it almost is like you can just get through and get another heat and get a power heat.
Yeah, Rio and Robbie, even if they didn't catch a wave in this heat, they could come back in their next one and get 2 10s and get there into that final as well.
That's one. Oh, you can see right here kind of that backwash, that swell kind of moving back out to sea. That's, I think, what people maybe not see on the wave when you're paddling into it, is there's a 2-footer swell coming back up the face right now from the sand that's so close to the wave. So it's pretty, it's pretty intense out there. But I was going to say, like, it must be pretty nerve-wracking if you don't get a wave out here in your heat.
Most famous cluster of real estate, for sure, in surfing. You see the iconic Volcom House there. If you have one of those top floor rooms, it pretty much means you're A-team rider.
Yeah, but what's interesting, I don't know what the Volcom situation is at their house, but Noah Dean, he wants to hang with the boys and the Groms in the back room. Like, he's not going top floor.
He's going to the house next door.
Yeah, he just wants to hang out.
Yeah, that makes sense for Noah Dean. He seems between the 2 Volcom houses, you know, that top house is more clean, more reserved, and the house next door is definitely where the Groms mix it up.
Yeah, but rules too. I feel like it's almost maybe the fancy house has got less rules because everyone is kind of more a certain style, and then the house next door, plenty rules because you bring in a lot of different personalities on that porch and that yard. Jamie is wearing his GoPro.
Of course. Listen, Jamie understands the assignment. Content is king at all times. So yes, there's going to be a full vlog.
Yeah, join me in the Pipeline Masters.
Yeah, like and subscribe. Full vlog on his YouTube channel, and you're going to talk about like somebody who has just really led the charge for revolutionizing what it means to be a professional surfer.
Oh, Jamie going now.
Creating your own media, as you see Jamie scratching for one.
That's an insane top shot. They should do more drones. That thing looked heavy.
I love it. But think about it, like, to be a pro surfer for years, you never had to make your own content. You weren't responsible for getting footage. The filmers were with you, and at the end of the day, you know, putting out a video part was all you needed to do. Now, if you don't have the capability to create content and be engaging and have your fans tune in for your story, you're less valuable as a surfer to your sponsors. And so you see Jamie has really set the tone, and then you see, you know, what Koa's been able to do with his channel. Nathan Florence is basically a YouTube star at this point. I could go deep down the list of hundreds of surfers around the world that have really learned that it's about telling the story as much as it is performing. You see a shot of Marty Thomas, who is a legend in professional surfing, has been a contest director for many events here on the North Shore. He's been assisting Nathan Fletcher in helping to make the calls.
I would say good call. Today is definitely not the easiest, but it's going to be entertaining. I would even say if someone wants to roll dice and get some backdoor, they could get rewarded a bit.
We did see some really, really nice north ones pushing into backdoor this morning as the sun was just coming up.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of wind too. It's like I bet everyone's a little bit nervous if it's gonna turn on. Oh, the Robbie. Oh, Jamie. Oh, go Jamie.
Jamie scratching, puts his hand on the wall there, pulls up high,
oh, yeah,
and sneaks out the dar.
The dar. J.O.B. with the dar exposure. Oh, epic. That would have been a good one for his YouTube.
How much is that, like, that local knowledge to be able to pull an end bit there?
He stalled. If you look, like, he took off on the wave, and like he was running the whole time, and anyone who wouldn't know, like, oh, it's running today, but that wave slowed down, so he stalls into it. Look at that, like, stalling into it, and then he comes out. I mean, he knows what it's doing as it's happening. It's insane.
You see that overhead drone shot that Dr. Cliff Capono he said, hey, give me the drones.
I want to see some drone action.
Production said, okay, we'll give it to you, brother.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, you can see the drone in the screen. Yeah, it's crazy to see that there's sand even in the water. You can see the kind of yellowish green that's in there. So it's not ideal, but it's really photogenic.
Just under a minute to go.
Oh, yeah, the Rosterop.
Rosterop gets clamped.
At least he's getting a wave on the score. I think that's something that a lot of... It'll be known if you go out into the heat and you don't get a wave.
Oh, goose eggs.
They call that a bolo head at home.
Bolo head.
You get the bolo head. And if you get one like that, you don't make it, you go side bolo. I don't know. Maybe some people. Oh, 50 seconds left? Are we out? We're finishing
50,
up on
this.
this.
Yeah, time flies when you're having fun at Pipeline.
And well, at least everyone got on the board. That's the get it out of the system.
And again, that's the thing we love about this format, right? No elimination. So even if you had a complete shocker like Robbie, you at least can like get out of the water, assess what worked and didn't work. Hopefully realize, okay, I've shaken the nerves off. I have a little familiarity, a little texture with Pipeline. And again, for Robbie, he's building a relationship with a wave that people have been building a relationship their whole lives to be able to call themselves experts at in real time, in 30 minutes, with the whole world watching.
Yeah, and people probably wanting his spot too.
Yeah, being like, what are you doing there?
That's okay, side bolo, no big deal, brother. Come in and get the next one.
It just goes to show you that this is no easy feat, being able to say that you could do it at Pipeline. But congrats to Robbie for paddling out and giving it a go. We'll see him in round 2. As we see Rio Waida, who got a good glimpse. Nice technique. You see that adjusting in the barrel.
That's at Padang, maybe?
And then Jamie O'Brien getting nose heavy, driving, but unable to make it out of that one. As you see that sand filling up there in the end.
Koa, here he goes, pulling in. This was a sick one. Made it, doggy door. I guess we missed that. We must have. I didn't even see this thing. That was an insane one. How's that front grip pad? Oh, Jamie, and this is the last one. Stall read it perfectly, and then doggy door squeaked out. GoPro vlog. Join me in my subscription. The Pipeline.
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Smash it.
Smash it. Like and subscribe.
Oh, here we got the main smasher coming into the room now. Nathan Florence.
Yeah, welcome, brother.
Yeah.
Throwing a headset.
This is the guy you got to smash and subscribe with the corn.
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Milk and corn. What was it? Did I see that correctly?
Gallon of milk a day, can of corn a day.
What?
Keeps the doctor away.
Is that real?
No.
Okay. That's terrifying. Everything you just said is terrifying.
That's an Irish. That might be an Irish thing.
It's a European thing.
We were talking as we get here into Heat 2, featuring Calagres, Matt Miola, Nick Von Rupp, and Ryaru Ito from Japan. We were talking about your adventures this summer, where you just decided, you know what, board shorts aren't for me. I just want to hunt slabs in a full suit. Tell us about your journeys.
It was kind of insane. I've never had a summer, or just what I did kind of was chase the winter to the other side of the world, where everywhere I went happened to just be firing at the time. And I just kind of had a different program. I spent time in places versus doing strikes. I did 2 months in Bali. I did a month in Australia right when Hawaii winter ended, and then 2 months in Europe at the end, and a few quick strikes between those. And so I think it was like spending the time in the location, you just score windows.
Do you feel like people kind of give you more of that, like, respect when they know you're just not coming in, getting a good wave, bailing? You're kind of like hanging out with everyone.
I do, man. And you meet a lot more people. And when those quick strikes happen, you see a few people in the water, the session's done, you're out, you're gone. But when you hang around, you meet more people. And the more people you meet, the more knowledge you gain about the area, its culture, and the reefs.
That's awesome. We'll get more about that as, again, we see big Calagres.
Yeah.
Matt Miola from Haiku Maui, who has not surfed pipeline in 10 years. That's what he told me when we were surfing together out here yesterday. He's like, I haven't been out here in like 10 years. And, you know, I'm used to just kind of riding 5.5s, and I got to ride a bigger board. And he's like, there's a couple of waves that break kind of like pipe in Maui, but they break like once a year. And I was like, Matt, we've seen the clips, bro. Like, we know who you are. I think you'll be okay.
Yeah.
As we see Nick Von Rupp and Ryaru Ito. But back to Matt.
Dude, 100%. People forget, but Matt was one of those first guys in that younger crew who started paddling Jaws. And in those first Jaws sessions, he paddled some monster waves.
Yeah.
Specifically, there was one crazy session with Billy and Albie and the Walsh brothers and Matt, and he got this monster wave.
Left?
The left, yep. And I remember I was just starting to grow up, and he was one of the guys I was like looking up to at surfing Jaws, you know, because I was like, whoa, dude, what these guys are doing, like.
And that was when they first started paddling under the ledge,
exactly.
Sitting on the inside, which just the thought of that is terrifying.
It's so scary, man. It's so scary when you see walls of water that big, and you're like, I need to get under this lip.
I gotta stay here.
Yes.
I can't go out there.
Yes.
Well, like, you take the left, you go into like another bay. It's like everyone's on the right, you have safety, everyone kind of sees you, and then like the guys that take on the left or the girls that take the left, they're just like gone into the deep sea.
And it is such a more difficult rescue there, like, because of the rocks and the situation where you get pulled. It is so hard to get a ski in there.
Yeah.
That's why it was so weird for me talking to this guy in the water, and he's telling me about how he's like scared and he rides small boards. And I just want to be like, I'm right here, bro. I can see you. Like,
we've seen it.
We know who you are.
I know what you do.
That's their program. Him and Albs and all them. They like to just hate on themselves, but they're gnarly.
They're gnarly. Yeah.
Yeah. The self-deprecation, self-motivation of he and Albie is pretty classic. If you ask them what they do for a living, they just tell you like, oh, we don't know. We're not good at this at all.
Yep. And then they're coming out with like the craziest parts.
Yeah. Airs and barrels.
100%.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Matt could definitely win it, especially given the format. We'll check in with Mrs. Florence, who is with Jamie O'Brien after Heat 1.
Here right now, and since 1966.
So I'm here with Jamie O'Brien. Jamie, we had to fight to get a little interview with you, but you are one of the best to do it out there and a former Pipe Masters. Please give us the rundown of the conditions in your heat this morning.
Yeah, it's a really difficult pipeline to surf today. It's not your, beautiful picture perfect pipeline, but, I have no excuses. I won the heat, but I would have definitely liked to be on better waves, and all you could do is, wait on Mother Nature, and sometimes she provides everything you need. Sometimes you gotta try and make the best of what she is providing. So, I think there's opportunity for some great waves today, and I think we're gonna see some incredible rides.
So back in around 2011, you were attempting those rodeo flips and aerials, and fast forward 11 years, now it's kind of like recommended, and we're pushing for it. What are your thoughts on that, and will we see some of that out there this year?
Yeah, so it's kind of funny. I was thinking, maybe I'll try a rodeo, and I remember last time I landed a rodeo in a heat, they go, oh, it's not an air contest, so maybe if I ride a little bit smaller board or get the right wave, I'll go for a rodeo attempt. I was practicing them this summer, felt the rotation and everything. I know I could do it. And if it ain't going to be barreling, I'll go for the rodeos, and I know I got a good chance at stomping one, especially in the backyard.
I mean, there we have it, straight from one of the best mouths. We're excited. I hope I see one of those rodeos, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mahina.
Back to you.
Thank you, Mahina. Nathan, care to critique Mrs. Florence's interviewing style? And she's not. She's looking like a vet to me.
Looks like a vet, acts like a vet. I mean, you gotta call it a vet. I'm getting brownie points. I'm getting brownie points. The best I've ever seen.
But back to the point that Jamie was making, and Mahina's so expertly brought out, talking about the progression of what we saw Jamie doing a decade ago, and people and it being scoffed at in events, like even on tour during the CT event. Hey, that was cute, but where to factor it in? In this event, if you do a big air or a big critical turn at the end section, it is going to balance out and affect the score considerably, as opposed to just like a little cherry.
Yeah, it's just like we just saw Jamie talking about. It isn't a new thing that people have done airs at Pipeline. Like, Jamie was one of the first guys back in the day doing those types of things. Corrupt flips on the rights, rodeo flips on the lefts. You see John coming out of barrels doing monster alley-oops. Huge, that one of his biggest alley-oops.
Backdoor?
Off the wall.
Right.
Off the wall.
That thing was crazy.
On a big day, too.
Looked like he had a kite on.
Like heavy. It's just now it's saying, hey, we're not going to like penalize you for doing them. Go ahead, and you could get an additional bit on your scoring for doing them.
Yeah.
So it opens up to like, okay, hey, I'm not going to like kick out right away necessarily, but maybe go for something after I get the big barrel.
What does that change on your boards that you're riding now? From before it was just get a big boxy one to now boxy one to a ramp.
For me, I mean, when I'm going out to pipe, I'm looking to get a huge barrel. That's going to be my priority, and my board will be prioritized to performing best in the big barrel. And that's still going to get the big scores. So with that type of speed, though, coming out, I did air camp for a year.
I was
but
about
I'm
to
not
say,
an
hey,
air expert. I'm not an air expert.
We all witnessed air camp.
We've seen the backflip.
We've seen the progression.
I still have a lot of work to do, but yeah.
But you think of like the Eli Hanneman wave.
Yes.
Or you think of Miguel Tudela posted that wave, that clip at the last week of just getting into a huge double up 8-footer, then coming out and sending the biggest frontside air ever. Yeah. And that, I think the judging for years sort of treated people who could do that like John and Jamie. That's novelty. That's never going to
Flynn.
Or Flynn.
Flynn
yeah.
Novak
Flynn
is
Novak.
like the backflip consistent
backflips at pipe after a 10-foot barrel.
Yeah, no, Flynn Novak for sure. I feel
and then
ahead of his time.
Obviously Gabby. That could go down the list now where it's like, this is not novelty ability anymore. This is going to be what it is moving forward. So the sport has to move forward in how it's judged. As you see the judging criteria, we have to adjust. Even at us, I guess, Pipeline has been so sacred for so many years. Where it's just about the barrel, but surfing is moving forward, and Pipeline is now this high performance wave that it's not going anywhere. That end section is just going to continue to evolve.
Yeah, I think the future of surfing is combination surfing, but that's also tailored to the wave. Pipe is one of the heaviest slabs in the world. Everyone goes to pipe to see the 10-foot blow out into the channel in your face from the beach, right? That being said, combination surfing, future of the sport, ending it with a big air, exclamation point.
Yeah.
Give me the score.
Yeah, give me the corn.
I remember that iconic Surfer Magazine cover of Tom Carroll doing the snap
so gnarly
on the hook on a how big was that wave? Huge.
That was a 10-footer.
Right, a solid 10-footer, and it was the shot heard around the world to be like, wait, you could do it. You could do a turn, a snap in the hook and pipe on a 7-foot plus board.
Well, then the danger too. of like
danger,
Nate.
yeah.
Like when Nate did his turn out there.
I was right there. I was a Grom duck diving, and Nate came out and did that crazy carve, and he hit that lip coming back, like carved to hit the lip, and I swear I thought his board broke under his legs.
But it was his leg.
The noise I heard was this baseball bat snapping. It was not his board. It was his femur.
Nathan
It's
Fletcher.
So gnarly.
Nathan Fletcher, when was that, like 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
He popped up next to me, just human in pain, like so bad. It was like traumatizing, screaming. I was like, dude.
wow.
But like you said, the danger of adding things like that into a powerful wave.
Yeah.
Can you guys talk about the you just said it right there, powerful wave. What is the power factor at Pipeline? How would you explain it? Because you try to tell people, like, no, this is not like any other wave on the planet.
Yeah, it's really bizarre. Pipe it's a reef break that almost acts like a massive beach break. It has a shifting peak. It's not right on the pinpoint every time like a traditional slab. And because of that, it's this giant moving, swaying thing across a huge playing field. And what happens with that second reef is sometimes they don't break and they stand up, they jack up on the reef. All of that power goes to first reef and does this wild double up thing. And
Like
all,
this.
yep, exactly. All of the power of something that stood up 15 foot on the second reef, sometimes doesn't break, hits full force on the shallow ledge on the inside, and it's just...
What does it feel like? We've seen your videos where you take people, you know, through what it's like to just get destroyed by back-to-back-to-backs it off the wall. But what does it feel like to the body, and how do you sort of be like, okay, I gotta go through this?
It is so exhausting. It is so punishing. But it's also something where you're so locked in. There's no thought of like, oh my God, I'm in this really bad situation. It's you can't think because you're surviving. Like, I'm gonna take one wave at a time. I'm gonna deal with one small micro moment at a time, and that's kind of how I deal with it. And luckily for me, I have very short-term memory. I quickly forget about the beatdowns, and I back out. What just happened? I think I'm going to try it again.
That's a gift?
It's a gift in this. Don't ask my wife if it's a gift. She doesn't think so, but...
Well, Scripps, Institution of Oceanography, I think they did a study, and what they looked at was a wave at Pipe, a 100-foot wide section, a 15-foot wave. It's about 10,000 tons of weight.
Oh my gosh.
That lands on you. And it gives you about 300,000 pounds per cubic foot from the falling lip of pressure. So,
I wish
science.
I didn't know that fact.
That's why I'm sitting next to a doctor. You didn't get that doctor for free.
The
This
man
doctor
has data.
Dr. Cliff with the data Capono.
Science.
Nate, thank you for stopping
Yes,
by.
of course.
Come see us again.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
guys.
Have fun today.
Enjoy, you guys.
Thank you for the incredible insight, and have fun today. It's only $100,000.
Milk.
No pressure.
Obviously, it's a logical, focal point for surfing forecast is the swell, size, and direction. But a lot of people kind of forget or, need to remember to take into consideration wind direction heavily and severely affects the quality of the waves that we're going to have. So we have 20 to 30 to 50, 60-foot waves. That's great, but it doesn't matter really if we have an unfavorable wind blowing out of the southwest or the straight north, all very crappy wind conditions, if you will, and that would make for virtually unrideable surf, and you would see pretty much, instantly cranking on that wind speed indicator from those directions. There would be nobody surfing. So wind direction is a huge factor in the quality of waves and the way in which it blows. So
Welcome back to Heat 2 of the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. This is a specialty event, an invitational that is sanctioned by the WSL, the World Surfing League. So this is not an event that counts towards championship points, but is sanctioned by the WSL, which is why we're able to feature some of the World Tour surfers that we will see today amongst the men and women. 14 minutes and 31 seconds to go, and as you can see by the goose eggs across the board, We are in the midst of a incoming swell, which affects conditions. This morning when we got here at sunlight, it was relentless.
Yeah, I mean, nonstop. And there was kind of that morning, it was reverse morning sickness. It was like actually really nice as the sun first came up. And then now it's kind of looking a lot more challenging as, well, there's no sun. So maybe that's what we need, a bit of sunshine.
From the scientific standpoint, what is that effect of the sun?
Me and Dylan Graves were talking about this morning, and as the sun heats up the air, you're going to start to get, hot air rises. You're going to start to get movement and wind, and things are going to become groomed, where if you don't have anything and it's just stagnant, you're just under the mercy of the swell and the old swell, which was a northeast, so you kind of don't have that opportunity for the wind to groom the face of the wave to make those, clean, picturesque pipeline barrels where, you're kind of just waiting for the wave to hit the reef the right way. But because there's so much sand right now over the reef, the wave isn't quite feeling that bottom as it should. But yeah, it would be nice to get a bit of wind, offshore winds, to groom out the face.
Yeah, pipeline is a wave that likes a bit of wind.
Yeah, east, southeast.
And in different directions affect it differently.
Yeah, you have Kona winds coming even from the south. It can a cross-face, kind of makes people think there's doable, where if you got those light trades, that's what we love and know of that offshore pipeline.
As you see, they're about to launch the media sled there in the corner.
That's Larry Haynes in there.
The legendary Larry Haynes will be getting us some pictures. And again, unique format. To move one of these sleds, as you can see, takes a few bodies.
Yeah, I mean, the best, though. They got the best. Uncle Larry on the ski, commanding from the control tower.
A one-of-one human being.
Go, boys. Go, boys. Go, boys.
Go.
Yeah, I mean, that has transformed the game in safety, the jet skis. Yes.
Spit on that lens, Larry. Yeah, this is the most action that we've seen so far with 12 minutes to go.
There's the spit. We were looking. Uncle Larry's got the spit.
Again, in this format, no elimination and no priority. So if you're in position, go. You don't have to worry about looking up at the judges' tower and seeing the flag. And these guys get a little bit of downslope there, and they're off.
Nice.
Easy, Tiger.
Takes a village.
Yeah, just how they navigate this whitewater section right off sand. Oh, I mean, they're so good. The Water Patrol here, Hawaiian Water Patrol, North Shore, Hawaii.
Sets the standard for the world.
The world.
The Hawaiian Water Patrol goes out and educates water safety all over the world, teaching how to drive sleds. As you can see, our driver having to scuttle danger just to get out into the lineup here with all this sand.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how on the ski you're kind of just wading around in the whitewater, going back and forth, trying to hit the smallest part of the whitewater, and then when you find your shot, you take it and you boost out. But as we've seen, what was it, a couple winters ago when there was that one ski that went, there was like 20 skis at Himalayas that went over and people were getting destroyed. I think Ryan Moss, filmer, he got really injured being on the back of a sled that landed in the wrong way off the top of like a 25-footer. Huge.
What was that? There was that sled that went over the falls.
Reef and Raimana?
Yeah, in Chopu.
That was Reef, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reef. And there's a picture, I remember seeing it. It was a Red Bull ski, and Raimana was in the barrel, and Reef was like in the lip. And I was like, that's next level.
Yeah, the Raimana just dodging.
I was just watching Raimana on Thicker Than Water.
Wow.
The ending section, the ending wave. What is that? Jack Johnson.
Yeah.
Thicker Than Water. The ender segment with Noah Johnson, Raimana. I think Poto was in it. And Conan Hayes.
Wow.
Legendary session. And Raimana got the last wave. And he was so skinny. He's still handsome, but you know, he's uncle status.
He's
now
uncle status now
at the wave pool.
The wave pool's treating him really good. As you see, these guys having to just to paddle to stay in position. A lot of water moving there on the inside. It's more work to get in position, and which is also exhausting.
Yeah, I think that's also too is that south wind kind of coming up, or at west wind. Oh, who's this? Nick, Portuguese, slab hunter. Yeah, he's
not afraid.
Insane surfer, such an insane surfer. I was in Morocco one time surfing with Otman and Elias and Nick, and the waves that he was just toying with out on an outside reef were really, really impressive. He was trying to paddle, and then he's like, you know what, this is not a paddle day, put the straps on, and he was just doing the air show, Kai and Jumbo style. Like, he's definitely up there with those legendary big wave surfers and slab hunters.
Yeah, he's one of those international all-terrain vehicles, can surf anything.
Yeah, Nick Von Rupp, Portuguese assassin. Or is he German? I don't know. What is that Von Rupp?
Yeah, that Von Rupp, we'll have to do some digging. I know he claims Portugal, but there's definitely a mix of things going on.
Oh, this is going to be a good heat.
This heat I'm excited about, man.
Yeah.
Tosh Tudor, Mikey February, Mason Ho, Ivan Florence, who just lost his incredible double handlebar, thick, mustachy beard thing he had going. As we see, is that Von Rupp again?
Yeah.
Tucking in, grabbing wall.
There we go. Boost, do something.
Hey, do what you do what you got to do.
Yeah. Those are the ones. Like, I think I hope they under. Oh, who's this? Meola.
Matt, I haven't surfed pipe in 10 years. Meola getting the monkey off his back. Still plenty of time.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, it could just the switch could flip and it could be on right now.
Oh yeah. What was it? The 2012 with John and Jamie.
Yes.
Last 10 seconds, John Florence came in, back door, took out. Jamie thought he had the heat, and John took that last wave and won the heat within seconds. We were talking about it, me and Dylan, and that seemed like the rise or the arrival of John Florence on the scene.
Yeah, it went from kid status to...
Dude, this kid is next level.
You're going to start treating me like an adult. Yeah. Looking at me in the eyes now.
It's John.
It's John, not John.
Yeah. Yeah, so like you said, it could happen in 10 seconds. Out the back, looks like there's some sets coming, but...
Well, you know Kala, Grace, is just chomping, trying not to snap out there.
Oh, yeah, he wants the big one.
He wants the big one, and look, you know, for guys like him and Billy, they look at the lineup of who they have in their heats, and they're, in their mind's eye, they're licking their lips. They're like, oh, this is a free meal.
Mm-hmm.
But because this is where they surf all the time. But again, as we said before, as we've been reiterating, you know, Pipeline is the dictator.
Yeah, totally. No, Kala's a surfer that, given that opportunity, he's going to show what the world, a Pipeline master, looks like. But if that wave doesn't come, then
what can you do?
And it's almost like his passion, maybe. I don't want to speak for him, but maybe he's that kind of person that, you know, he is a humble guy, and he's like, I don't know, I just want to do what's right by my people, what's right by my family, the son of Derek Michael Ho, you know, like, he's definitely someone that has a lineage of surf royalty and Hawaiian ancestry that he's trying to connect on a deep level. And I think that's something as Hawaiian people, it's not just about getting the title, it's about representing all our ancestors before that are coming forward. And when you get that wave, you're just adding to our history as Hawaiian people in the ocean who just love the power, and we appreciate and want to celebrate it. We don't want to master it. We don't want to control it. We want to be a part of it. And I think Kala represented perfectly.
I don't think you could have put it any better. And for me, having the privilege of beginning to visit, as we see the happy leprechaun.
The other Hawaiian, Kala's cousin, Mason
Ho, getting ready to go dance out there. You know, in my 2 decades plus coming here, the thing that has always struck me the most is what you said. It's about relationship to the ocean, not domination, and a cultural responsibility to build relationship and be stewards of and really showcase and honor what the ocean provides infinitely.
Exactly. Master of the stewardship of this place. And these Hawaiians out here, both male, female. They're the next generation of long-term stewardship, and it's great. I get so pumped for them, and for the Knicks that are coming too. And this guy Ryaru Ito from Japan. Oh, the cucumber farmer. he's my dark horse. I want Ito-san.
Yeah,
Come
if he
on,
gets
brother.
the opportunity, he will definitely point it and go. And I think that's why, you know, when you talk about visiting the North Shore, and the idea of respect is you if you come here, the hope that people who live here have is that you will come here with curiosity, want to know where this place is, what it represents, what it means. Be humble and come with respect and ask questions and understand that this is not where you're from. It's different, and it comes with a lot more weight and history and learn to honor the traditions.
Yeah. And someone like Ryaru, I think, coming from Japan, where that culture and that way of life is still so integrated into their day-to-day, it's the Japanese always have such great relationships here. You know, like we know, you know, the Wakata Bowl, Wakata-san, you know, like it's the progression of the Japanese surfers moving here and spending the time and showing respect.
We see some.
They've been accepted with open arms.
See
Out
some
the back, yep.
little
Crumblers.
cappers out the back. Some movement taking place here with under 3 minutes to go.
It looks like north, like you see it moving toward off the wall. It looks like it's kind of coming in with more north in it than those westerly ones where it's just feathering big laps, one wall from rock pile off the wall, backdoor pipe.
And again, you see just how fat that the inside is, that you saw Kala paddling there, unable to get underneath the wave.
Yeah.
Just kind of the water just coming in and kind of filling up. And you need to be able to get underneath to get in.
Yeah, or you can wait out the back. If it starts second reefing, that's when you got people who take the second reefers, but you got to know the wave so well to not outrun the barrel, you know, and that's something that I think takes a whole nother level of understanding the lineup. There's people that are sitting under the bowl and the ledge, getting deep, barrel spit out. Then you have people that are out the back on the second reef that like Landon McNamara. He's an insane surfer on second reef that just knows how to fade perfectly. And he's using coconut trees and mountain bushes and swells to the side and points to calculate and triangulate where he needs to be. And he'll fade and he'll get these crazy double ups, something that I don't even know if is paddleable on the first reef. And the McNamara brothers, Landon and Mackay, definitely insane pipeline surfers, definitely would have a place in this contest given the opportunity. And I think that's something in the future we're just going to see all talent coming out and being a part of the Pipeline Masters from this day forward, I guess.
Yeah, again, this event going all the way back to that surf-off in 1971, first won by Jeff Hackman, then Jerry Lopez dominating for 2 years after that, and then the list just of iconic names: Dane Kealoha, Sean Thompson, Tom Carroll, Derek Ho, Mark Akalupo, you know, Joy Baran, Kelly Slater 6 times. It's just, for some, it's more important to be able to say that they had the opportunity to be a pipe master than even a world championship.
Right? It's on that level, same level. I think we're out of here now. The boys have rolled up, Dylan and Makuakai.
We don't want you to go just yet.
You guys still got 30 seconds.
Oh, we got 30 seconds. We get kicked out.
You're not kicking us out of the club.
Management has entered.
What do you say?
We got. You know, looking at what Kala's got, nothing. That must not have been a good wave out there. If he didn't
it looked like there was just a crazy rip through the whole
There we
lineup.
go. Oh.
Like they were kind of plagued by a pretty wild rip. There was a bunch of sets up towards like rock piles and Insanity Zone. So it kind of just plagued them with a little some really hard conditions. And
Bolo.
It looked like they were just on a Peloton treadmill. Paddling the whole time.
Fully, they were just paddling the whole time. It was unfortunate, but I mean they got a couple waves at least. You know, the boys were doing what they could with a pretty tough heat. Yeah, Nick got a decent one for the conditions, and Matt. But yeah, that's why thankfully they're going to surf again.
Yeah,
so,
this format.
Yeah, they'll have their shot at rocking and rolling. But
no elimination for them. We'll see them in round 2, but elimination for us.
We're out of here.
We're out of here.
All right.
All right,
Cool, Kai.
good job.
My man.
Hoi. See you.
Aloha. Ahoy.
Sick. Yeah.
Well, we are in the booth. It's Makua Kai Rothman and Dylan Graves on the call here for heat number 3.
Hang on, I'm going to move.
And as you can see, it's kind of been a lackluster event so far.
It seems like the conditions are just kind of settling in. The ocean's still figuring itself out. There's a lot of period in the water. There's a lot of swell starting to roll in. Like you're seeing that, some swell on the outer reefs here. And it's going to be an intense day. It's going to be full on. There's Matt and is that Ito? Riado Ito? I hope I'm probably butchering that. But yeah, the boys just, battled the conditions and rip currents that whole last heat.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I mean, there was talks behind the scenes of a restart, but no restarts. But, what may happen today with the conditions that we have on hand, I mean, you can't get better winds, than this. And the swell, like you said, Dylan, earlier, the reason the waves are going up there to the off-the-wall rock pile area is because there's a lot of north in the swell. A lot of these bigger swells coming in right now are coming from a more northerly direction. And, Pipeline loves the west. Who do we have in this next heat?
Okay, so we got Ivan Florence, Mason Ho, Mikey February, and Tosh Juder. On paper, it was one of the heats that I was most excited about. It's just really cool to see this mix of people. You got, 2 locals, Ivan and Mason, and 2 sort of blow-ins, Mikey and Tosh. So they're
blow-ins.
Well, that's what they were calling them,
Talk about
right?
a blow-in. Guess who we just got graced? Her presence. Her Majesty is here. It is Coco Ho, the sister of Mason Ho, who is in blue, I believe, in this heat. Coco Ho, welcome to the set.
Morning,
Welcome.
gang. Yeah, welcome.
Morning.
Hi,
Yeah, thanks for joining us. What do you think about the conditions today?
We knew it was going to be a fast rising swell, and I kind of thought women would maybe go just looking at the forecast, but then Mason did explain to me how powerful a rising swell is, and it's actually way more intimidating. He said it could be 12 foot and dropping, and you'd be like happier to be out there than 4 to 6 foot and building.
Well, that's like, the thing about that is the sets come real sporadically. You don't know, you're on the inside trying to scratch, if I catch a couple waves, next a few wash through sets come on.
Yeah.
When that swell is coming down, it's a different, you can see when the timing the sets and all that stuff is a big thing. So for you folks, I think waiting and being patient on that downside of the swell is going to be a bonus.
Yeah, start moving in and kind of hunting and trying to look.
Get barreled, girl.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, are you ready to get shacked or what?
Yeah, I'm hoping we can sneak a couple rights. I know it's like pretty tricky direction, but it's going to be fun. There'll be moments for sure.
How was your brother feeling this morning when he was explaining to you? Was he just psyching to get out there, or how was Mason? Well, give us the vibe with Mason this morning.
He was almost kind of quiet. I think he presumed that women would be on too, maybe, and then he is third heat. I'm like, it's men. So maybe he was like not as prepared.
I saw him a little late for the heat running out.
Yeah. So I might have like fed him that it was women first. I just look at Surfline and look at those numbers.
Sabo.
I knew nothing.
Mason looks like he's on
awesome.
a little longer board. He likes that little bit longer board out here, yeah?
Well, even last night he's like, I have a 6'9" if you want it, and right there I was like, ugh.
What are you thinking of riding out there?
Honestly, my best board for pipe, just width and thickness and everything, is only a 6'5". So I'm pretty small. I'm only 5'2". So I'm hoping that's enough. I'd be curious to know what Carissa was considering this morning.
Yeah, maybe maybe we
You're
can
only
get
5'2", but when you show up, you have a big presence.
Thanks, Coop.
Hell yeah. Well, it's definitely an exciting day. It's been not flat, but it's been small for a little while. So it's definitely nice to see some swell and to just run this thing and see, get all the competitors out there and get them kind of jamming on the greatest show on earth. Like, I don't know, Pipeline is one of those waves. It's like, you know, I can't think of too many waves that break this close and are this intense. Like,
Yeah.
can you guys, like,
I mean, Porto Escondido.
Porto,
but, I mean,
yeah,
that's
Porto
pretty
has
intense,
that.
pretty close to the beach. Except
Right,
there's no
right.
reef; it's sand. I
Yeah.
mean,
The
I did break
gravity.
my chest there, so it's still pretty gnarly. But it's one of those waves that, you know, everything compresses right onto the beach. And I mean, here's our past champions on screen here. You know, 2002 and on, Andy Irons, the late great Andy Irons.
Back to
Aloha,
back.
brother, we love you. And you see some of the greatest surfers in the world. Coco, being a female, having the Pipe Masters, you know, just for a few years, how do you folks feel in the women's surfing about having the Pipe Masters?
Yeah, it's been good. It was definitely a slow rise for my generation after Kiala and Rochelle. We were just so busy, and the tour was always the same. We were always in Australia. We always maybe had Fiji as our gnarliest wave. Kind of right when I qualified, Sunset went off the tour. Like, we never really had to surf here. And by the end of the year after Honolulu Bay, we were just like, like, I'm done for a while. So we never put in the time out here. And then there were the odd moments where I'd go get a right, and then everyone would see and be like, well, that looked fun. Then Carissa,
we've all seen the clips.
Yeah, now Carissa's putting in the most time here on the right. And then Moana, you know, a couple years ago just showed up and put in the most time. So it's been awesome to see. And then now it's on the schedule. Like, every girl is out there coming up. You qualify at Haleiwa, you're paddling out a pipe the next day.
Well, it's good to see the women stepping up in the lineup. I mean, they've been there for years, like you said, Rochelle and Kiala, setting a precedent. I mean, there's been a bunch of girls out there. We even had Lane out there.
Yeah.
You know, one of the ones paddling out all the time on her big
Oh,
board.
yes, can't forget Lane.
She was been out there for a long time, and just seeing the sport evolve with you women becoming, you know, pipeline masters yourself now, and it's beautiful to see. How do you feel about the digital format versus having the actual event now?
Having the actual event is obviously so cool. The digital one's funny. You're like trying to nitpick your moment, your time, and but
do you think there's more pressure, like, to submit like a good wave, or do you think there was more pressure during the live?
I think it was like a weird thing with having to submit your wave, because it was like, oh, that was your best wave, that's the one you're putting up. I was like, that's all you got. Yeah. So I mean, in a jersey, everyone knows it's you and the clock. The last heat was pretty slow. We're not like saying Nick Von Rupp and Kala aren't some of the greats. So yeah, it's hard. We just hope that the swell comes in and the boys start getting some good ones.
On that note, not too many people know that Kala has that whole blood as well.
Absolutely.
He's your cousin.
Yeah, Kala is my cousin.
I saw he had the Uncle D spray. That's so sick.
Dude, goofy foot. Just, yeah, he's a hammer.
Oh yes, that he is. And right now we have 23 minutes left in this heat. Mason Ho, Ivan Florence, Michael February, and Tosh Tudor. This is a very diverse heat. All very different surfing styles, ready to get their campaign started. There looks like a little bit of action. We can see Mason with pole position right now. The positioning right now, Mason Ho has in charge of the peak. Looks like they're going to pass this one up. This heat is just like, you know, kind of like the last one, a little lackluster. The swell seems to be turning a little more north, Dylan. How are you feeling about this swell angle?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like it seems like the ocean is still figuring itself out, but there's 10s out there, you know, since like you could first see there was, you know, there's rights, there's lefts, so it definitely makes it exciting for competition and these guys, like, you know, to get crazy ones. But, you know, yeah, as we saw in the last heat, like there could just be those sort of slower, weird heats, and it's still, you know, morning time and swell's still rising, so it's got time to, you know, figure itself out. And I think there's going to be heats that are definitely on and way more exciting than others, unfortunately. But yeah, I think, you know, these are some of the best in the world, so it'll be cool to watch them.
Well, this contest, you know, they're saying, you know, one of the legendary contests, you know, ever, the Pipeline Masters. Talking about legendary feats out here at Pipeline, your father, Michael Ho, won his Pipe Masters with a broken arm, if I'm not mistaken.
1984, right? 82. And
then caught one of the best waves at backdoor ever at what age?
64.
That bloodline runs deep. And right here is his son up and riding, ladies and gentlemen, Mason Ho with the first wave of the heat. Go ahead, Dylan.
Wow, all right. So Mason dropping in right here. Getting some vision. Looking super deep. Wow! All right. Damn. You know, that's got to be pretty up there because, you know, when you're not sure if someone's coming out, that means they've really pushed the limit.
Exactly.
What'd you think of that one? Oh, here goes Ivan. Go ahead, Coco.
This is Ivan's spot. Mason did say he's his favorite guy to surf out here with. I don't know if it's just they sync well on what waves they like or what, but he was like, yes, I love surfing with Ivan. So.
That's sick. Yeah, they both kind of have that skate style, you know, like just they bring the skate to the water. It's cool. I could see that, them having like good mojo.
Yeah, good mojo.
I want to see the replay of that Mason Hole wave.
Yeah.
That was what you call Hawaiian. Okay, Mason Hall doesn't play games. He's out there. He is a competitor, one of the fiercest out here at Pipeline. And here we go up in riding again, Dylan. On this one, who do we have?
Yeah, we got Tosh Tudor taking off. He's got a spitting, gnarly-looking barrel. That was sick. I mean...
That's kind of uncharacteristic of Mr. Tosh. He usually comes flying out of those.
True. Yeah, I mean, there's probably some jitters going on. Like, I mean, this is his first event. He's a young lad. He's 18 years old. So, you know, he doesn't really have too much experience to pull from competition-wise out here. So I think there's probably some butterflies and... You know, he's probably stoked to just get on a wave and get the ball rolling.
It almost looked like he was riding a single fin to me, the way he pulled up under that. When the board kind of slowed down and got sucked up the face, it looked like he had a single fin, which is, you know, it could be a blessing and a curse sometimes because that fin kind of drags a lot. But he's going for that nice, beautiful style. And here we have some replays. Here we go. Mason Hole grabbing rail, dragging his butt. Pedal to the metal right there. I mean, look at how that... Wow. You see that section how it's stretched? That longer board with the longer rail line, he didn't have to pump as much. Watch this.
Yeah, he just set his line. Boom.
Pumps once and lets the board do the rest of the work. Now you see him, now you don't.
Where does
Mason Hawaiian?
Like where does that stand in, you know, in Mason's scale? What do you think? You think he's pretty stoked on that?
Yeah,
that's a warm up for me.
I mean, anything in a jersey, that you make,
Definitely.
you're like, I'll take it.
Yeah.
I was going to ask if the longer board helped in that situation, so I wasn't sure.
Yes, for sure. I mean, as you can see, Ivan was on a little smaller board, and his section stretched. He kind of had to pump a lot. Where Mason, once he set his line, that board really took over. That Matt Violas he's riding looks very fast. I seen it the other day in the bigger swell. It was looking just as crispy, and I think he has a right board for the occasion. Mason Hole is going to have, I think, you know, a score up in that more excellent range.
Yeah, the judges are taking their time, which is valid because you definitely, you know, I think this is a contest that's hard to set the scale for. You know, the criteria and what they're asking of the competitors is really, really tough. You know, they want to see barrels, but, you know, now they're kind of adding that extra layer of progression where they want to see someone do an air if there's a section available. They want to see turns. So, yeah, it's, you know, I mean, to see where they go with this is going to be interesting. So here we go. It just came in 26.6, which means that, all right, so he's got a 9, 8.8, and an 8.8. That's how they're getting the scores. They take the top 3 scores of the judges and they add them together. And so if you were to get a perfect heat, you'd score a 60 because they're taking the top 2 scores of both sessions.
So you'd get 90, right?
No, they're
10,
only
10,
it's
10.
it's only 2.
Oh,
it's only 2. So yeah, since
Okay.
the event window had been kind of condensed a little bit because of the conditions, it looks like it's going to get really big, and the winds are going to go onshore. They're only going to run 2.5 days, so they've scaled it back. It's all the surfers, both men and women, are going to surf 2 rounds. And then it's Uncle Mike.
How did they find him?
Now that we say hi to Uncle Mike on screen, you know, he's down there doing his thing. He's summoning in those waves. We're going to say aloha to Coco Ho. She's going to get out there, go cheer on her brother. And we are going to throw it down to Mahina Florence out there in the public. Mahina, what do you have for us?
Hi, guys. Oh, we're live. Okay. I'm with Sophie Bell. We just had some crazy action go down here. What are your thoughts on pipe and backdoor in this wave?
Oh, sorry, there's Maki, the South African. Oh, another South African. Yeah.
Oh, so how are you feeling? I mean, we're watching it fire right now.
We just saw a crazy exchange from Mason, Ivan, and then Tosh, and now Mikey. I mean, it looks super challenging, but yeah, they make it look easy. But just happy that the contest is on. I think it's sick.
Now, have you ever caught in a wave out here?
I mean, I've been over the falls a couple of times, but it's hard to catch a wave in the crowd. I've had one, but it was a baby one. But I'll get one in my heat, I hope.
And how are you feeling about the size today? Do you think this is something you would be willing to paddle out at, or how are you feeling?
I mean, I definitely paddle out in this, but everyone's saying that later is going to be breaking at like second and third reef, so that'll be pretty intense. But I don't know, whatever we have to go in, we have to go in, and it will be good to challenge myself.
All right, well, we love to hear that you want a challenge. Thank you for catching up with us. I'm going to throw it back to you boys at the booth, and I'll see you again for a different interview.
Bye.
Awesome, good job down there, you guys. That was such a rad exchange. What a cool time to, get some thoughts and fresh feelings from the beach. How'd some of those waves look to you, Makua?
That Mikey February wave, I mean, the guy's style is just insane.
Yeah, that was Richter.
If that wave would have just stayed open on the end, I mean, he would have come flying out of that thing. Michael February has such great control of his board in a beautiful way.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of the greats. I mean, he's kind of got like a, modern day buttons thing going on, just style-wise, vibe-wise. It's just rad to see someone kind of bring that flavor into our sport. And he almost, I think if he would have came out of that would have gone into definitely the excellent range.
Oh, yeah, that was up there with Mason's wave. Should he have come out, especially with the no grab. I mean, I love the no grab style.
That was committed.
You can see the lineup setting up here. These swells look a little more north. You see how they're kind of longer than taller. When it's more west, it'll peak up more like the shape of a shovel. And that's when you know it's true west. And right there where it's stretching, a lot of sand still on the reef there from the past north swells. We really want these big swells to come in, rip some of that sand out, and really expose that reef so we can get that, all too famous pipeline essence shot across the reef.
Clear that runway. Makua, having grown up here and knowing pipeline really well, what would your strategy be on a day like this? Like right now with the rising swell, what would you be kind of going for out there?
Mason Ho's surfing this heat perfect. Catch the ones that are rideable, that are open. It is a contest. Regardless if you lose or not, you're going for $100,000. You have to surf every heat in the jersey the same. It's all about wave selection in any heat that you surf.
Right, yeah. And given that this criteria is different, oh, here we go. Tosh, wow, standing tall. That was mental.
That hurt.
Yeah, he's young and limber, though. Let's shake that one off and get back out there. But that was cool. Definitely a rad moment for him. And, this is a big moment for him. I mean, Pipe Masters, this is a huge deal. This is the greatest show on earth. And this is, the place to make a name for yourself. This is where everyone's made a name for themselves in surf history.
Tosh has got some big shoes to fill too. His dad is not only a world champion longboarder, he's really good at pipeline as well. And you have, like you said, carrying on legacies, multi-generations. You have Mason Ho and you have Tosh Tudor out here, two of which their parents, Michael Ho, I call him the GOAT because nobody at his age is still getting those waves. And, Kelly Slater is obviously the baddest surfer to ever surf. But I think right now Michael Ho is the greatest of all time because of what he still continues to do at such a high level at his age. And look at his son. Here we go, once again, up and riding.
All right, yeah,
take us through this.
Tosh this thing loaded up, and that was pretty ballsy for him to just stand there like that. That was intense. But that's that's really showing what the rising swell does. It's really hard to read because there's so much energy getting sucked off the reef and current kind of sweeping down the beach. So when you're dropping in, it probably looked like he maybe had a shot, and then once he was in it, he probably saw once it was too late, and he was like, you know what, I'm here.
You think he was thinking when he pulled in, man, I should have went for air instead of stall?
No chance. I mean that section was so thick. Today that's going to be a tall order, for guys to find sections. You're seeing guys like Mason who know this wave really well. He barely came out of that one. There's not too many waves being made right now, but I think that's going to change as the period drops a little bit and the feet kind of go up and it gets more consistent. Maybe it'll start to kind of calm down just slightly, or at least be more consistent on the reef and where it's breaking, and guys can maybe figure out how to do that. So
well, it's all about the direction of the swell. Pipeline really likes a certain angle, a certain degree, a certain buoy reading. You know, from that 7-8 foot at 14 to that 11 foot at 17 seconds. Pipeline really loves those numbers. You know, degree, swell angle, sand on the reef. This is like she is very high maintenance at times,
yeah,
but then very simple as well.
Right.
You know?
So right now she's just a little moody because it's early in the season. There hasn't been too many west swells to sweep that sand off the reef. And so I think after, how long does it usually take to get the sand off the reef?
It depends how big the swell is and what
Yeah.
the direction is, because the wrong direction will put the sand right back on the reef. And we haven't had very many big west swells. We need that swell to come from the left side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen that are watching. The west swells come from the left side of your screen. And Mason is summoning those west swells right now. You see that? And he was pointing out that way.
The guy's tapped in.
Exactly. I mean, he's tapped in. He's got the highest score. He's leading. With the way the waves are now, I wouldn't doubt this wave right here stays in Mason's scoreline at the end of the event. I mean, look how beautiful that drone shot is.
You couldn't see him for a few seconds of that clip. Like, you're looking right into the barrel there, so he was deep. I think that was a valid score.
I mean, is his name Ho or Houdini? Or what, I mean, you know what I mean? What
Yeah, I definitely went Houdini right here. He definitely probably barely saw his exit at that stage. And as it's spitting, like, he negotiated that so well. And then he's got his classic, like, yep, I'm Mason, I'm playing with it, hop, hop, like, and back out there having fun. The guy's the king of fun.
He is. He's definitely a riot, and Mason knew he was making that one. I mean, that was like knick-knack, paddywhack. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
there's a time and a place. There's levels to this stuff. You know,
For
I mean,
sure.
there's people that surf pipeline, and then there's people that are masters of their craft, and they put their time in out here. And I really think that shows, especially in an event with wave selection, up and riding. Dylan, who do we have here?
Yeah, we got Mikey coming back from his stand-up barrel. Wow, no way. That was insane. So well ridden. Like, that was a hard wave to negotiate. Like, there's multiple times where I wasn't sure if you had already been left behind by the wave. What was your take compared to Mason's? Where do you think that stands?
I mean, we'll break it down on the replay. We might have some live action here, but
Yeah.
as we were talking about earlier, wave selection, I think the smaller waves today, which is ironic here at Pipeline, you want the real big barrel.
Yeah.
The smaller waves that are more formed, more shaped for the reef with a better angle, are really producing the scores right now. And here we have Ivan looking at something. What do we got here?
Here we go. This looks like a solid one. I mean, wow. Get around it. Wow, that thing is drawing a lot of water. Wow. So the boys are definitely getting fired up. I mean, this heat has a lot of mojo. There seems to be like something happening now with the swell. It's kind of figuring itself out, maybe, or maybe the boys are just bringing the right vibe here. This is crazy.
I mean, size of wave, length of tube ride, I mean, critical part of the wave. That wave really loaded up, and Ivan really wanted to pull into that one from the beginning. It had a little bit of a weird angle dropping in. He got around it.
I think he did a great job of negotiating that, because it almost looked like it clamped.
Well, unlike Tosh's wave closed out. It did that same thing, loaded up, but Ivan's gave him a runway. It gave him some exit time. And we have Sal Masakela here. Salema's here, blowing his mind in the door. I mean, he just came in like, what? How come I didn't get to call any of those waves? What's going on?
Yeah, Salema's losing it. We all are. It's just, the energy's high. It's awesome to see Pipeline turn on. This is such a rad event, and so cool to see, guys get an opportunity like this. This is what you dream of. When you think of Pipe Masters, you think of, everyone in the heat trading off, good vibes, getting spat out of barrels. That's what you want. I mean,
I can tell you guaranteed nobody's giving anybody anything, but Pipeline has a way of sorting it out. This is what we want to see. We want to see the back-to-back action. We want to see them trading off 10s, 9s, 8s, whatever it may be. Micah February on your screen, big smile all the way. Like Salema said, South Africa has something to say. Take us through this one, Dylan.
Wow, yeah. So that thing loaded up right there. And that was not an easy wave to ride at all. Like, the thing just kind of kept, you know, going through a few different shapes. What do you think? Like, this will be interesting looking into it.
Yeah, he was definitely beautiful barrel ride. I don't think it was as deep or as critical as Mason's ride, so I don't think the score is going to go as high. But right here, Ivan Florence, I mean, you see that part right there? He wanted to get in and clamped. Look at this thing just load up.
That was a genius line.
That thing is just, I mean, size of wave. Mason's might have been longer and a hair deeper. I think this one's a little heavier, more critical. So I really think these scores are going to put these three surfers in the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be interesting to see how this pans out. You know, I think there is certain heats and certain times that are better than other heats. So I guess as a competitor, you just got to be hoping you're in one of those heats that catches fire. And I think that will almost be a strategy moving forward with who you pick in your heat, you know, because you want that good mojo. You want to have that good vibe so that, you know, maybe I think things like that kind of add to the conditions. And all right, here we go. We just had a score come in from Mikey. He got a 6.5, 6.0, and another 6.5. So that's totals to 19. That puts him pretty far up there. I think that puts him in the second at this stage until Ivans comes in. I think Ivans might be a little higher. Like you said, I think it was a little just heavier, not as deep as Mason's, but still deep, and I think the biggest wave of the heat so far.
Definitely
where do you think that's going to fall?
the heaviest, most critical barrel
of the event
so far that I've seen.
Agreed.
Let's see, the score should be coming in right now. 8 points.
Yeah.
You see, it wasn't as long, wasn't as deep, it was heavy. He was rewarded, but still Mason Ho with the highest single wave score of the day of 26.6 points. And rightfully so, he was the deepest, he was in the barrel the longest. This is going to change throughout the day. There's only 4 minutes and 35 seconds left in this heat. Anything can happen, and the conditions, Pipeline likes the sun on it. Pipeline likes a little bit of time to turn on, and I really think she's going to start showing her true colors now.
Yeah, she's definitely turning on right now, showing her teeth and her beauty. This is it. So we got Ivan Florence in the lead right now because he has a backup score of a 5.2, and then Mikey February has a 19 and then a backup score of an 8.3. Again, these are the sum of all the judges' scores, so they're doing it a little different, and you know,
wow,
kind of
sum. That was a big word.
Yeah, so it looks like there's a break in the action, so we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a bit.
Time check surfers, 3 minutes, 22 seconds, 3:22 counting down. And for those of you here on the beach, we're going to have an opportunity for you guys to interact with us here at Alex's booth. If you have questions, comments, maybe you're watching for the first time, you want to maybe whose birthday is it? Maybe your birthday shout-out to anniversary. You can do that too, so you have some roles in the action. We'll give out the email address. You can send it to your phone, and old school. You can put a letter in an envelope and put a stamp on it and send it to me. Go ahead, email the word find, nsoghoe@gmail. You can send that. When you have the morning, if you got a question, and we'll do our best.
Yeah. Okay, welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters. Mother Pipeline seems to be turning on. We got hot action from all the crew. We had Mason Ho drop the score of the day, backed up by Ivan Florence and Mikey February. Yeah, Tasha's had a few slugs at it as well. Like no keepers yet, but definitely has gotten a few visions and is probably feeling, you know, the blood is pumping.
I mean,
for sure.
He's got his mojo. He's gonna do what, you know, Taj does. I haven't really seen him surf too many events. You know, free surfing, the boy is on. Right now, it's kind of the luck of the draw right now at Pipeline. You got to be on those waves that come in. There aren't very many. That's the thing. You know, this is not like just a shootout right now where it's like just every wave is firing. The judges are like just blowing their minds because there's so many good waves coming in. Right now, it's all about being selective, wave selection, and really making sure you finish and complete that ride.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty difficult to ride out of anything, you know, with that, you know, we've been talking about that period and how intense it is and how hard pipeline is to judge on a rising swell. But we got the current standings here. Ivan Florence is in the lead with a 29.20. Again, that's the sum of all the scores from the judges, and they're being judged on their top 2 rides. So Ivan, having the second highest score, is up there with his backup. Mikey February, same thing, 27.3. Mason is 26.6. So Mason probably needs a small score to get into the lead. And Makua, why don't you talk to us about the format of this event and how they're being judged and how, you know, it's sort of an accumulation of 2 surfs.
It's an accumulation of 2 surfs, but it really is pipeline. It's all about the big barrel. There's 40 surfers, half the field Hawaiians. 2 preliminary rounds, surfers non-elimination, 4 surfers per heat. The 2 best scores count. At the end, with all the sums, everything added up, the top 4 highest scores will advance to a final, which is a regular competition style format. No priority, regular top 2 waves, just like you see all over the world. But right now, it's all about wave selection. They're judging on commitment and degree of difficulty. We have up and riding, just a little ride in, but yeah.
You might be coming into,
no,
heat's over. Whoops, I thought it was an equipment change, but yeah, here we go. New heat. That was definitely the heat of the day. Here we go, Mason, little victory lap. He's got to be feeling great. You know, I think strategy-wise, you got to be thinking, you know, go out and get 1 good wave each time you surf. Mason definitely did that. He's going to be feeling really good. He's in a great spot for the rest of the event and to, you know, stay in that top 4 spot. So it'll be cool to see, like, really by the end of the event, if you make the final, you need 4 waves to potentially win $100,000.
Well, right now we have in the water Heat 4 at the moment. In red, Shaden Picaro. In blue, Makana Pang. In white, Joao Chianca from Rio de Janeiro, Saquarema, Brazil. And in black, we have Al Cleland Jr. from Pascuales, Colima, Mexico.
Yeah.
Buenos dias, everybody out there from Mexico.
Yeah.
Welcome to Hawaii, the North Shore Pipeline, the Mecca, the Super Bowl, the center of the surfing world. We are here, VANS Pipeline Masters. I almost said Triple Crown because I'm so used to it. I'd love to have
What's
another
coming up?
one of
That's
those.
not far away.
No, we want another Triple Crown, Sunset, Holly Eagle Pipeline. Fans, you heard it from the fans. They want it. Bring it back.
Hell yeah. I mean, it's definitely, you know, it's missed. Like, you know, like having these live events when you're here, you're definitely, you feel the energy, the power of it. And like Coco said, it is cool to kind of watch that. But it is, there is something to be said for the digital side too, you know, like the format of trying to push the guys over an extended period of time. Are you going to do the Triple Crown this year?
I mean, listening to a CD is cool, but going to the concert's a lot better, right? So it's, you know, it's this digital format. I'll definitely not be participating in that at all. But I will be here making the call for you folks at the VANS Pipe Masters 2022, and we will be crowning a champion nonetheless at the end of this event, and that champion will be taking home how much, Dylan?
$100,000.
That's right.
Yeah, so big money up for grabs. These guys are definitely going to be sending it and trying to get that. I mean, that's a whole, you know, that's someone's wage, you know, that for an entire year. You don't have to have a sponsor. You can just live off of that and, you know, be a pro surfer. So some of the guys don't have a, you know, like a full, you know, full sponsorship in the event. So to them, what do you think that would mean?
That would mean the world. I mean, a lot of these guys, you know, it's not easy to make a really, really good living surfing, being a surfer. It takes a niche. It's some niche, you know, you have to have something that you do that's different. And once upon a time, big wave surfing used to pay, but I mean, we go out to Jaws and only make 20 grand for a contest. Just imagine how that feels.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I mean, that you guys are putting your life on the line, just like these guys, you know. So I think, you know, there's something to be said, you know, about, you know, just the love of the sport and why these guys are doing it. You know, like everyone now, like, you're in it for the love. You're not in it for the money. You know, there's that connection that everyone has with waves like Pipeline and big waves around the world that help you as an individual just, you know, kind of connect.
Well, there is your heat leader from the last heat, Ivan Florence, from that very famous Florence clan. His brother, probably the best surfer on a surfboard right now, Sir John Florence. I call him John K. Aloha Friday. They should have just put an Aloha shirt on him on that last event because there wasn't anybody. He was like, Aloha oi guys, Holly was mine. I mean, it would have been cool. Just put your Aloha shirt on, be like, yep, see you guys later.
I mean, it's pretty impressive what he's able to do, like, on a surfboard here. Like, everywhere around the world, John's the greatest, but there is something about him in Hawaii, and it's really cool to see his brothers, Ivan and Nathan, stepping up. I would say Nathan's had one of the best years you could have in surfing as a free surfer. He's gotten tons of good waves around the world, like gotten some rides that are, you know, greatest of all time.
I think Nathan Florence is the most improved surfer in the world. He is at the top of the list right now. The barrels, the turns, the air camps. The boy has got it all. He has put his time in. He's chomping at his brother's heels. I'll tell you right now, and I know John feels the pressure when they surf because I watch him when they surf. He does not like it.
Here
Up and riding, we have White.
This looks like, is that Jiao? Yep. Wow, on a crazy one. That was well negotiated. Wow, his board just went flying right there.
Yeah, that's the danger about having your board coming back in the leash. Sometimes, you know, people aren't as fortunate. That board does get them. I mean, he's checking it out.
Yeah, looks like, I mean, that's a great way to start a heat. That's got to feel great for him to get on the board, get, you know, acquainted with the lineup. And I feel like sometimes after you get a wave, paddling back out, you get to sort of understand the lineup. So I don't know, that as a strategy is almost kind of cool in itself.
You get the butterflies out, you get your feet in the wax, you become a lot more solid-footed on your surfboard, I would say, and really getting the rhythm going. It almost looked like he wanted that end section. It was, he almost for a second looked like he wanted to hit the lip or float or something. And I really think right now the difference in going above 9 into the 9.5, 10 range is gonna be the difference of coming out of one of these barrels and doing something spectacular because of the format that we're running.
That's right. Well, we got Ivan Florence with Mahina Florence. We got a little family vibe on the beach, a little picnic. What do we got down there, you guys?
That's right. I'm here with my brother, Ivan Florence. Are you kidding me right now? Talk us through that heat.
Wow, it's just an amazing heat. The conditions are perfect, and it's like everything we can ask for a perfect day of competition. So just super stoked to be out there and surfing with a few team riders, a few close friends, and yeah, just so psyched.
Can you give us a little breakdown on that wave that you just had? I mean, I saw the stoke level on your face.
Yeah, I'm still buzzing off of it. Couldn't see for a minute in there, and then came out and just got super surprised, got lipped, and made the wave, and just couldn't believe it. It was insane.
And then how did you pick your heat? Because I know you and Nathan wanted to be in a heat together at first, and then, I mean, this is one of the most stylish heats going on. What was your thought process?
Yeah, I saw a few cool guys in the heat, and I was like, oh, I want to be in that heat, and luckily my name got drawn, and I was like, just stuck it right there next to them. Yeah.
Well, you guys did not disappoint, and we can't wait to see you again. Thank you so much, Ivan Florence. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Mahina, and what a performance it was by our surfer in red, Ivan Florence. Like he said, I mean, getting that wave, getting the spit so hard he couldn't see, getting lipped on the way out, laying back and making that ride, it must have felt like a dream come true.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's a huge confidence boost. Like, first round, getting a score that you know is going to be hard to beat. That's kind of everything at this stage. You know, I'm curious to talk to more of the competitors about their approach to this event. Like, it's a new format. You know, it's kind of you know, geared more towards progression and as, you know, wait, hold on. I'm going to stop my thought, and looks like we got Mason Ho and Mahina on the beach. We got to talk to these guys.
We got to talk to Mason Ho. Let's go. We're here. I mean, we saw that gorgeous barrel, and then you came out and did a little tut-tut. Tell us how it was out there.
Oh, it was super fun. The waves were, it was a little slow, but it was super pretty. And that's usually how the best days are, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the little bunny hops, I just figured they're judging airs. So I was like, oh, I just got a barrel now. I'm going to try, even if it's like an inch air, maybe I could do 3-inch airs and get like 3/10 of a point more.
Okay,
something.
We love that. Okay, and so how does someone like Mason Ho prepare for a day like this? I mean, we know you were a little bit late, so what was going on?
I was just trying to I don't know, to be honest. That time, I had no real excuses that time. I was just trying to do all my little things I do before I go surf.
What are those things?
I ate a scoop of peanut butter, and drank some orange juice. Yeah, no, and just grabbed my boards, came down. It's pretty boring, actually, but yeah, no, I barely pulled it off, though.
It's all good.
Yeah,
so do you think pipe or back door has a better air section?
Pipe or back door? Better air section. Maybe back door, just because it's back door. But pipe, I like to do airs at pipe too, because it's almost like the original wave, you know. So it's like maybe you could do an air on at pipe too. But back door, I think, has the better air section because it's back door.
Got it. Yeah. Well, we got to catch up with Mason Houdini, which is what we're calling you.
I'll take that. I like that.
We'll see you again for your next heat. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Mahina, thank you very much. Mason, we'd love to hear the rituals of the one and only Mason Ho, and it's Mason Houdini, not Houdini, right?
That's right. I mean, he definitely showed us some magic on that, and I liked that his head was in the game for airs, and that was the theory behind the hops. Like, that guy's thinking next level here. I think it's such a tall order on you know, on the competitors to now do airs. What do you think of that, the format for, or just the criteria there, like adding airs and turns, like at a wave like Pipeline?
Well, let's take you back to a heat recap of that last heat, and we will be talking about the criteria here. The criteria, it's Pipeline. Get steep, get deep, and get blown out if you can. Mason Ho, tapping the box of all the criteria. Getting deep, getting steep, pulling in, coming out, and nonetheless meeting all of our criteria here with his 3 1-inch bunny hops to finish off this beautiful Houdini of a ride. Here it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. I mean, that's a 3-inch air.
I mean, he was going for, you know, just a couple extra points. And then we had Mikey February drop into this gem, negotiated so well. That was such an action-packed heat. I think that was right after Mason's. But just, you know, I mean, look at from this angle, Makua, like, what do you think of this one?
I mean, just look at his style. Look at his positioning on the board. Perfectly negotiating all that turbulence in that barrel. Getting a little stuck at the end. Not the cleanest exit, but nonetheless, Ivan Florence coming around the bottom on this, I mean, just slab.
Wow.
I mean, look at him coming through the barrel in that drone shot. So beautiful, coming out laid back. And right here, ladies and gentlemen, he wanted to get into the barrel from there. Could he have done that?
I don't know. I think it would have clamped on him, and he would have lost speed and not been able to do that. So for him to like take the line he did, that's experience right there. That's showing he knows Pipeline well, and he's here to play. He's bringing his A game.
I mean, here we go with the judging criteria, commitment and degree of difficulty, like we were staying steep and deep.
Yep.
Combination of major maneuvers, the barrel, 3 chop hops, style with those.
That was Mason's interpretation for today.
Creative self-expression. I mean, he checked all these boxes: wave selection, progressive, and innovative maneuvers. If that hops weren't progressive and innovative, I don't know what was. But I'll tell you right now, Mason Ho has the highest single score wave, taking all of these boxes in our judging criteria. But right now, in the lead in this heat, we have Joao Chianca with 16 points total. Al Cleveland Jr. in second, Shaden Picaro and Makana Pang still waiting to open their account in this heat 4 of round 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tall order, you know, after that last heat. Like, those guys were that was the heat of the day so far. So you're kind of hoping you're falling somewhere along, you know, the same lines of the scores that were going down in that heat. And the pressure's on. Like, I think the bar has been set for the rest of the day. It's going to be cool to see these guys kind of, you know, figure out this new criteria and negotiate their two surfs.
Well, talking about the bar being set, we have someone paddling. Who do we have up and riding? This will be a throwaway score for sure. As you can see from that drone shot, you're talking about the bar. The sandbar is still there. Usually, you see all that brown color under the water right there? That's all sand. And usually a big swell will come and sweep all of that away, and especially on the left side. That's backdoor. That sand you do not want there. That makes the wave get fat in certain sections that it's not supposed to be. You really want to clean that away, and you're going to want to see nice deep channels, and you can see the contour of the reef there on the bottom right of your screen where the sand is usually supposed to be, but it's over there at backdoor. We really need this swell in the next few days to clean up that reef to really give us that perfect runway so that we can get that classic pipeline.
What's the fastest you've seen some of the sand get swept away? Like, have you seen it go in a day?
Oh, yeah. I've seen it go with houses almost.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. When that big west swell comes, none of that will be there. You see that VANS tent? All of that you can see on your screen right now will be absolutely gone. It will be down at Ehukai Sandbar, and that's why they call it Ehukai Sandbar, because all of that sand will be out in the ocean creating a beautiful sandbar. That will all be exposed reef right there.
The shifting sands.
You can see the shoreline is getting smaller, which is a good thing for pipeline. You want all that sand to move. The reef gets exposed. You want to have a leash. Once upon a time, we had a thing. Don't use a leash because you're going to break your board. But then your board would go up and smash against the rocks on the inside.
So it's getting broken anyway.
Anybody that surfs, period, make sure you use a leash just for the pure safety fact that anything happens, you're probably going to be connected to your board.
Easier to find.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, this is one of the most dangerous waves on the planet. You know, super heavy surf, really shallow bottom, so you definitely want to ease your way into figuring a wave like this out. All these guys here are the best at doing that. This is the Pipe Masters. That's why they're here. They're at that level. They know what they're doing. Any one of these guys can get a 10 or a 30, which is our criteria, and it's really exciting to see this talented bunch of humans like come to a wave like this.
Well, talking about talented bunch of humans, Joao Chianca just recently qualified for the World Tour next year. He's really on tour. He has just been on fire this year. He is one of our only World Tour surfers in the last few heats that is competing in this event right now. And I was talking to him the last few days. He's so fired up. He wants to surf pipeline. He said his dream is to surf a heat out here with his brother, Gabriel Medina. He wants all the big boys in his heat from Brazil. But nonetheless, he's been putting a lot of time and energy. His performance out here last year in the pipeline contest was insane. And I really think he's looking for a right now. The way I see him sniffing around that lineup, he wants a sick backdoor one. He wants to go up in the excellent range and join those guys at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I was wondering when someone was going to start looking at the rights, because I've definitely seen some this morning, and it's not perfect, but I've seen some 10s go down. And if you're sniffing around there and one comes your way, I think, you know, one thing we've seen in the past is backdoor definitely yields some scores. You know, with what's going on today, I think he's got a cool, you know, plan here. I'm kind of backing it.
Well, historically, the rights kind of get scored a little higher from where the judges sit.
Right.
And they have that camera down there now, so they can actually see how deep in the barrel people get, because from this angle that you're watching now, when someone goes right, backdoor, which is to the left of your screen, ironically, they seem to be deeper than they are sometimes.
Right.
And really getting that angle from down the beach really tells the story for the judges, so they can make an accurate interpretation of the ride and give the best score possible. There we go. Joao Chianca just really wanted that one. Nothing coming of it.
Yeah, he looks hungry. I mean, talking about him and, you know, his rise in surfing and level of comfortability here at Pipeline, Here we go. This is Al getting his mojo going, getting a vision, and
is that a claim?
No, I think he was maybe fixing his helmet. I don't know. Yeah, he's, you know, again, like he's probably just feeling good to get on his feet and make a wave at this stage. It looks like the ocean's kind of changing a bit. You know, it looks like we got some action out the back, so hopefully things can kind of start to catch fire here, and these guys can, you know, find some gems. But back to Chow, that heat with him and John, his man-on-man heat, I feel like that was really...
well, we will talk about that heat when we come back from commercial. Don't go away. It's Makua Kai Rothman and Dylan Graves coming up next.
Beautiful towel, man. Not only super stylish, obviously functional, but man, I work hard. Awesome. Hey Jody, are those gifts or purchases? Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. White. Oh, white. That was Joel Chianca. And Joel gets the ow. Ouch. Hopefully he's okay. It looks to me paddling with no sluggishness at all, so thankfully he's okay. Pretty nasty wipeout.
Welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters 2022. I am Makua Kai Rothman, along with Dylan Graves.
What's up? Yeah, stoked to be here. It's an honor to be in the booth with a legend such as yourself, Makua Kai Rothman, a household name here on the North Shore and out at Pipeline. Tons of experience to pull from. I've seen you get some of the gnarliest waves in person out here. Yeah, what's it like to surf a wave like this and to get well acquainted with a wave like Pipeline?
Takes a lot of good beatings to know. It's a love type of relationship. It's almost like a real relationship. At times it's very good, and at times it's like here, Joao. Whoa, that looked like he had shades of Pocahontas there.
Yeah,
poking that nose in, and he was just a little off balance on that one. But I mean, that does not defy Joao at all. He's such a great surfer. He's going to get back out there and try to get a wave under his belt.
Makana Pang on a glory one.
Oh, what? There we go. He was going to tick all the boxes there. Got off the bottom. It seemed from that angle like it was a pocket ride. Nonetheless, I seen a little Jerry Lopez-ish kind of look stand up in the barrel there. Makana Pang definitely one of the standouts out here at Pipeline, putting a lot of time and effort, getting a lot of knowledge out here at this wave is what it takes to become one of the best. I mean, off the bottom, double hand stall, didn't really get in the barrel, beautiful spit, and
definitely shades of Jerry though, and then eyeing down an air section. That's the first one I've seen that had a legit air section, so that was cool. He went for it. Looked slightly like maybe mistimed, or maybe the section wasn't quite there, but cool to see guys, you know, starting to surf towards that criteria. And I just think that's such a crazy you know, thing for surfing now. Like, that's what it's going to be from here on out. You know, you're not only looking for barrels out at Pipeline, but now you're eyeing down air sections, and guys have done that in the past, but it's definitely like a highlight moment of anyone's you know, highlight reel.
Well, here we go with Joao Chianca trying to come back from that last wave. Oh my goodness, he was paddling hard, just a little bit outside. And that's one thing about Pipeline, you have to be under it. And under it, I don't mean under the water where he's going to be in a second, but under the lip. You don't want to be at the apex where that wave starts to throw. You kind of want to take off under.
Wow.
There you go, under. But not that much under. It's
wow,
it's kind of like a body surfing
set.
move back. Body surfing move backside. As you can see on your screen, Joao Chianca just having kind of a carnival-esque experience there. You know, bobbing his head. He's enjoying himself. And one thing about, you know what I love about this shot, to explain to people, you have to relax. He's not freaking out. He's taking his time. He's bouncing his head. He's getting pounded regardless. You have to just take it for what it is. Relax and get yourself back out there and save as much energy as you can by just kind of relaxing and letting it do its thing.
Right. I explain to people a lot that surfing should almost be called paddling and duck diving, because that's what you're doing a majority of the time. Like, you actually standing up on your board, especially getting good ones, is super rare. Which is why they're rewarded. Like in an event like this, you get a one like Mason got. Like, that's a diamond in anyone's book. So most of the time you're paying your dues, just like Jiao right here. You're paddling out, you're getting waves on the head, you're breaking boards, and that's how you learn. That's how you learn what you don't want to do and where to put yourself next time to.
Well, 99% of the surf world gets this experience at Pipeline.
Right.
The other 1% gets experiences like Mason O has. So just to put it in perspective,
the tip of the iceberg.
This is not your everyday surf contest, nor is it your everyday surfers. These are the best Pipeline surfers in the world. We have 20 from abroad. We have 20 Hawaiians. They're battling it out for $100,000. And just like I said, California to your right, Hawaii to your left, Griffin Colapinto and Seth Moniz coming up in Heat 5. Oh, and not to be outdone, who's that?
That's Crosby.
Crosby, of course, launching right on his brother's head. Like, yeah, right. You're not taking all the glory, brother. Well, we have 5 minutes and 38 seconds left in Heat 4, Round 1. Up next, in red, Seth Moniz, Kaulana Apo in blue, Griffin Colapinto in black, and of course, his little brother, who would love more than anything in the world to show his brother up right now on the big stage.
Yeah, this is going to be a cool heat. Another one on paper where you're like, oh, brotherly rival. It's cool. They seem to have a good thing going on, kind of pushing each other. And that's going to be cool to see in a heat. I don't know if they've had too many heats together. And now they get to surf together at least twice. And if they both perform well, could surf another time. So it could be 3 times and them battling for a pipe master. You never know.
I mean, it could be Nathan and Ivan Florence versus Crosby and Griffin Colapinto. Or nuts. Josh and Seth Moniz versus, vice versa. So we do have some brothers out here in the lineup today. They're going to be putting on a show for you folks. But right now, it's Joao Chianca in red, Al Cleveland Jr. in black, Makana Pang in blue, and yet to open his account, one of my brothers, Shaden Picaro, and as we speak,
the devil.
Let's go, brother.
Wow. This is what he's been waiting for. Oh my gosh. See, he's one of those guys, like, he knows this lineup. He's going for the 10. He knows the criteria. He knows you got to get out there and send it and get a good one, and that's exactly what he was trying to do.
He got a little hung up on his bottom turn. When he entered that barrel, he had a very steep drop, and off the bottom, the board stuck a little, and when he got up into the barrel, looked like he lost a little bit of speed, maybe a quick pump or two. But Shado, I mean, look at that, upside down, and right there, where his board kind of went up.
Wow.
That was the difference between making that wave, was the positioning of his board right here. You see him come down, and right there, you see that little bobble?
Yeah.
Got him behind the foam ball.
Yeah, a little bit of a trap door there.
Yeah, should his board have just released right there? Nothing wrong with his surfing. It's just what Pipeline does. It is not an easy wave to surf. Shaden, one of the best in the world by far out here at Pipeline, and just goes to show you how hard it is to actually make a very good wave at Pipeline.
Yeah, definitely. And here on screen, you can see the boys. Crosby was just slapping, giving everyone high fives. There's a bit of camaraderie, and here goes Shaden again. A bit of camaraderie before the heat and just getting psyched up. I mean, that's kind of what this is at the end of the day. You get to surf Pipeline with 3 other guys out. It's unheard of nowadays. This is one of the most crowded waves in the world. And here goes Makana Pang. Wow. You see, these guys they came to play. Like, everyone out here has came to play. Like, you're not going to paddle out
unless... That was a makeable wave.
Wow. That was psycho. I mean, it's hard to say. I think Makana is one of the guys who knows this wave, really well. Wow, broken leash.
That was such a sick wave.
Wow.
But you know what I was thinking?
You think that was makeable?
I think if you had a bigger board like Mason's wave and you got in a little bit early, that wave would have been makeable. But a lot of these kids nowadays, they ride really, really small boards. And one of the things that's a positive is you can fit your board in on a steeper drop, but you have less rail line.
Yeah.
A little bit longer rail line out here at Pipeline helps you with the turbulence.
Right.
It helps you to get through that little Bucking Bronco foam ball section.
Well, just like Mason.
It's a little more stable, and you can get into the wave earlier, so you're not. I mean, Makana.
Here we go. Wow.
Wow, that thing just bottomed out, sucked back. I mean, if anybody was going to make it, it would be Makana. He did a great effort. Look at the lump he goes over right here. You see that?
Yeah, that was so steep. So I wonder if he would have fallen on a bigger board. He could have poked. That's one of those things. It's like some guys have they go for that shorter board under the lip, hoping to take off deep, and then you have guys on bigger boards that are looking to draw out their lines and come through their barrels. So
we are being invaded by
yes,
our partners
boys,
of commentary.
welcome back. Yeah, we got Salema Masekela and Dr. Cliff Capono back in the booth.
Dr. Cliff, how does it feel to be a doctor?
A real doctor, like a science doctor. I don't save people's lives.
You're just saving the planet.
I swear I just heard lately, unless I have amnesia, that science saves lives. But
listen, I don't have a voice, guys.
Doctor of Stoke.
Huh?
I've lost 20% of my voice.
Screaming for Michael
for
Faber.
Screaming for Mikey, screaming for Mason. We were just out there. We forgot that we had jobs, and we just became part of the I mean, the energy on the beach right now it's incredible. When the sun came out and those waves started happening.
Isn't that incredible? I don't know. As soon as the sun comes out, that's just a thing here in Hawaii. I've never heard of that anywhere else, but here, when the sun hits it, something happens.
I mean, sun's out, bun's out.
A lot of things happen.
Well, we have 18 seconds left. We are going to be signing out. I'm going to be turning it over to Dr. Cliff Capono and Salema Masekela for the rest of this heat and the next one.
Oh, Al getting a sneaky one there. That was solid. Just to, before we bail, double barrel? Right on the buzzer.
Air section.
Epic way to end. Bam!
Wow. Oh, get it. All the way.
That was cool. Those are the first turns I've seen all day.
Pasquales.
Yeah.
Sand dancer.
He knows what's up, running up on the sand. What a way to end the heat. All right, and on that note, we're going to run off this stage. Thanks, Makua.
Thank you, brother.
Boys, have fun.
Right. Who do you guys, before you guys break out, who you got in this next heat?
What's the next heat?
What is the next heat?
Seth Maniz, Kaulana Apo, Crosby, and Griff Colapinto.
There we go, yeah. Well, I mean, Seth is coming off of a second place. Last at the WSL pipe contest to Kelly. Yeah. He was kind of on fire. Definitely knows this wave. You kind of have to. He's kind of at the top of my list for this heat.
But Griffin, he has this ability to show up here and he just attacks. He takes whatever time he can get and maximizes it. And he's shown, obviously, especially with the digital performance last year, that he can do it. We shall see.
Well, whatever it's going to be, Seth Moniz and Kaulana Apo. Let's go, boys.
All right.
Aloha, ahui ho. Until we meet again, we'll see you guys soon.
To be continued.
All right, you guys. Enjoy.
Chew.
And there you see Seth Moniz, Kaulana Apo. Local boys against brothers Colapinto. Just imagine what that's like for Griffin and Crosby. Growing up in San Clemente, dreaming of being able to get to the level to compete at Pipeline, and now getting to do it at the Pipe Masters side by side as brothers in this unique format.
Yeah, that's like the Tepesas from Oceanside?
Yeah.
Golden and what's Golden's brother's name? I don't know if his brother was in the contest, but it was when the Hansons, the pipe pro is called the Hansons Pro or something, and yeah, you just think these people who surf T Street or whatever, will they go? But I mean, the
Yeah.
Colapintos, they're going, huh?
Not afraid, like we were talking about earlier. Obviously, CJ and Damian Hobgood coming from Florida.
The Lopez brothers.
Lopez brothers, Kelly, you know. It just makes him that much more fired up. Look at Makana Pang.
Oh, that thing look at smashes from the reef. You see his board? There's
Yeah.
holes in the tail.
The thing looked like it got thrown across the freeway.
Chumbo's little brother, little Chumbo.
Yeah.
Chimbi.
Yeah, I think it's Chimbi, Chumbanko. There's names for all three brothers. As we are somehow in Heat 5. And how about this, the way that Heat 3 and 4 lit up?
I thought you were going to go with no voice, Heat 3. Salema was out there screaming. I thought he was going to run into the water. You got to hold him back.
Listen, anyone who knows me knows that at the end of the day, I'm a fan that gets to get on the mic and talk. So when the headset's off, I'm just as fired up.
Oh yeah.
I'm a surf fan.
Yeah, but you also have the flag. You have deep roots in the South Africa contingent.
My South African heart beat was bleeding watching Mikey. I feel like the ancestors were working from the beyond in the continuum, making conditions work. I mean, I know South Africa's losing it. It fills me with so much pride to see Mikey get to, you know, we were talking about it during the break. I think the industry, you mentioned this so astutely. The surf industry likes to paint a picture of what someone's demeanor and energy might be, right? And then sort of put them in a box, right? So somebody might be, you know, just like aggressive, and you see just that one side of them, and we know that person's a charger. I think with Mikey, because of the fluidity of his style and his nimbleness and riding all these different creative boards, people forget, like, this is a kid who's got hunger and fire in his belly. He made his way grinding on the WQS to get to the championship tour as a South African, which is an incredibly difficult to do for so many reasons. Financially, I can go on. And then all anyone wanted to do is comment on was like, oh, he looks cool.
Yeah.
And they forgot that, like, this guy's got a lion's heart.
Shark vibes.
You said it best. Shark vibes, and he's not afraid to compete. He gets after it.
Yeah, Mikey. He's like you were saying, like we were talking about. The industry loves to say he's cruise, he's easy, he's good going, but if he became like celebrated as like this warrior, he could be pretty dangerous. And I don't know if the industry is really ready, maybe, for a beast from South Africa.
For the styly warrior.
Yeah, be taking people's lunch.
He said, you know, I was asking him, he came up into the tent area, and he was talking to us about what the experience was like, and he said it was surreal, but he said that Mason, in that heat, all he was doing was telling him where to be. And say, hey, no, come sit over here.
Yeah.
This is a good one.
Yeah.
And he said it was surreal to be in this position with Mason, who obviously has an incredible knowledge and relationship with Pipeline, and that he was being so generous of spirit as to say, no, go. And now he's calling everybody in the waves. And at the end, he said, of course, he knew which ones he wanted.
Yeah,
and he went on those.
He still knows his.
But he said it was just, that made it that much more of a powerful experience to have Mason acting like that, and that the energy that they had in the water, he said it would be unforgettable.
Well, you think about Mason, his whole like life, he's with Uncle Mike, Uncle Derek, all these. The story is not just of who won, the story is in the heat. Everyone's, you know, at night or talking on the story. You're listening to the uncles and the aunties talk about, oh, you remember when so-and-so did this in the heat, and no one outside of the contest knows. But those are the stories that I think as a young kid you really remember, and he's like stepping into that footstep of, oh, I'm gonna talk about what waves I get.
Yeah, it's just beautiful, and that's the all-encompassing so many definitions within that word aloha. As you see the current standings, again, this is much like, you know, what the leaderboard of watching a golf competition over days. You see Mikey February sitting there in number two position. We're taking the top two scores, but we're not averaging. We're taking the three scores from the three judges and putting those together to get the score. As you see what they're sitting on.
So everything's out of 30, right?
Yes,
So
out of 30.
Mason got one wave, and it was a 26.6.
Right.
So 26.6, or is that 28? 26.6 divided by 3.
Right.
People at home can do the math, but that's definitely probably one of the highest scores so far. It is the highest score,
right?
Highest single scoring wave.
Mikey got two scores for his 27.3, and Ivan same two scores for 29.2.
Kaulana Apo and Seth Moniz, they're definitely homegrown from town. That's something to be said. Two of really excellent pipeline riders are not from the North Shore.
And
Sethi boy, he's going on this one.
You called him into this one.
Oh, bit of Andy style here. Oh, pocket ride. Oh, he's strong.
Strong head, strong shoulders.
Son of Uncle Tony Moniz, legendary Hawaiian waterman and surf champion. And I'm interested to see how Kaulana Apo does out here. He's in the free serves. He's insane out there. But he actually was a real competitive beast when he was a kid. I think he was kind of touted as one of Hawaii's next big rising stars. And, you know, given certain circumstances in his life, he ended up kind of veering away from professional surfing for a little bit of time. But now he's back. And, you know, I don't know of a better place to get reintroduced back into the pipe or the surf industry other than pipeline, and he's been getting some crazy waves. Last year he got contender wave of the winter out at pipe.
Yeah, if you just goes to show, as you said before, you know, putting in the time. If you're out here and you're putting in the time, you can't help but get noticed.
Yeah, when the opportunity comes too. Some people, they get given the opportunity and it kind of is like, you start asking yourself if you really want it that bad. And Kaulana, you know, Kaulana in Hawaiian language, that is to be the, you know, the famous, you know, the celebrated Kaulana, and that's something cool. He represents that pretty good, you know, in his namesake. Talking to Crosby.
That's one of the things that you notice immediately in this format. Under normal circumstances, in a two-man or four-man heat, you don't see people talking to each other.
Yeah. It's I think everyone kind of knows, like, hey, be cool and it'll be cool. Don't be cool, kind of get looked at weird. Man, look at just the water now. Not as much of the backwash anymore now that the sun's out. Still doubling. I think that's when the swell comes in. You see the two swells in front of each other kind of coming close together. That's like that sign of that incoming swell. It starts stacking on itself.
You see a shot of the little big brother, Crosby Colapinto. He is Griffin's younger brother. But, you know, Griffin will tell you, like, my brother is coming for me. And his performances over the last couple of years, you know, to be able to have big brother to chase and seeing Griffin's success on the world tour, someone who we're touting as a definite future world champion, you also you can't ignore in any way, shape, or form, as you'll see in these this highlight of what young Crosby has been up to.
Yeah,
Pipeline is scary. Yeah, it scares the shit out of me. But I feel like it's more the crowd. You're always like looking around, you're looking behind you and like above you and shit. Just get ripped for the video. Just A good wave at backdoor looks like big mutant scary peak. I love that it's like a little bit all over the place almost. It's not always coming in at the same spot. Oh, look at the guy's on the one tire. That's skills. The no elimination format I think is really cool because you have like hour and a half of surfing pipe, and I think like the leaderboard is sick too because you'll have chances to get a lot of waves, and it's like each heat you can just focus on getting that one wave, and that's kind of all you got to focus on.
Some highlights of the boys for the people at home.
You have a great relationship and you know what it takes. What's it like that these two, and they're still young, you know, early 20s. What's it like that they've been able to come here and make such a statement, especially at backdoor?
Yeah, I think I think everyone kind of writes off. I mean, not everyone. There's a little bit of you have to show that you can eat at the table in order to start even getting scraps, which is kind of a weird. Even me coming from an outer island, I'm from Hilo, and I don't come here and just automatically get anything. As Kanaka Maoli, as Hawaiian person, I still watch and I see who's around, and these guys have been taking closeouts for quite a few seasons, and when people see that, I think they respect that. Like, they're gonna go if they're given a good one. I was talking with Tashi in his heat. He was kind of going on big, not really perfect ones, but I think that opened up a lot of eyes to people of how much, you know, Tosh Tudor wants to get a good wave at Pipeline and is willing to send it if given the opportunities.
Yeah, and what I love about Tosh Tudor is that he does not rely or carry around his name and the legacy associated with his father Joel. You would never know that he's Joel Tudor's son until you make the connection or someone tells you. He walks with immense humility, but you see at the same time the way he's been passed down that intimate wave knowledge and understanding of positioning and a grace. He's attacking but graceful at the same time, and you can't help but want to root for him because he walks with that humility and respect for where he is. And in turn, you see the way local people treat him. He's, like you said, if you show that energy and you're willing to take scraps, and you're going to get respect, and then one day someone from the top of the pecking order is going to tell you, go.
Mason might give you a wave.
Yeah. And when you're told go, you go.
Yeah. And that's something too. I wonder. We were at the dinner last night with the women of Surfing Pipeline, and how Keala Kennelly was saying how Andy and Bruce used to call her into like gnarly ones, and she would have to go, and they were laughing at her. And I'm like, that's kind of hectic. I don't know if I would be comfortable sending people into the death zones, but I mean, these are the kind of people that are like, oh, I'm going, okay, and it just kind of like shows how good they are. Like these are some of the best surfers on the planet. Like, given the opportunity to shine, I think they're probably stoked. You know?
Yeah, it definitely has to be earned out here. And if you're told to go, and you don't go, and you pull back, you straight back down to the bottom for you.
Oh yeah.
You have to capitalize on the opportunities to gain respect.
So I've gotten called off on waves that, you know, they're in like a critical zone, called off, and they don't go. Oh, they go so like into their shell and embarrassed, and it's just like, that's enough. Just the shame you hold of not going and calling someone off a wave. You're gonna have to just live with that. No one has to even say anything to you. I don't know. It looks like a big rip in the middle of the contest site right now.
Yeah, we've seen conditions really challenging our surfers this morning. Different directions of current either pulling them out. We saw guys getting pulled to the north and having to paddle against.
Yeah. This Makua forgot his stuff in here.
What'd you forget, Makua?
Paper.
Oh.
Makua's got Christmas theater today. Family man. He's in and out all day.
There you see our conditions. This morning was 4 to 10. Now we're looking at 8 to 12 feet. And plus water temperature, a balmy 79. I never get cold on the North Shore. In the last couple weeks, I've been wearing a vest. Yesterday was the first day where I was like, I feel like I'm in Hawaii.
Yeah. Finally the sun came out. It's been pretty gloomy. Yeah, this rip, it's like when the conditions get like this, you're like, oh, it's going to go, and in 30 minutes it's going to be good, but there's 14 minutes left of the heat, so they're probably like stressing a little bit.
And they know that at any time, that conditions can change. I mean, we walked out of the booth from 2 relatively slow heats in 1 and 2, and then watched the flip switch for heat 3 was.
I thought people were going to burn down this tent site over here. It was hectic. I was like, whoa. It's kind of like, whoa. all kind of howlies over here screaming real loud. Better be careful. don't be too loud.
I definitely embarrassed myself, but you know what? I
No,
can't,
I was screaming too.
Can't hide the froth.
Yeah.
We are fans, as we see.
Blue, Kaulana. Oh no, underneath it.
Gotta get under.
Griff. Oh, is he gonna try to do some aerials?
Looks like it. Setting up.
Uh-oh.
Remember, big scores can be had. Oh, couldn't find that little setup for a ramp.
Yeah, kind of looking at it. Kaulana. Doubling up. Maybe it's a little bit back. Seti boy. All right. There we go.
How's that drop?
Yeah, that's actually like it's not worth it. Just dive out quick before you get into a place where you're gonna actually get pushed into, like, on the reef. It's kind of like looks gnarly, but I feel it's a good choice that he did.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's technique.
Yeah.
Like where he dove and how he dove into the back of the wave. Maybe we'll get a replay of it. That's earned technique.
Yeah, you get in, okay, before it actually doubles up and slams you onto the reef, he's kicking out through the back. He already seen it drop down. He looked, he's like, oh, junk wave,
All
get
right.
out of here.
Pull the ripcord.
And really try to, like, penetrate through the water with his shoulder, like diving in. I think that's something that you got to learn quick in Hawaii growing up. Learn how to fall or you're going over.
That's one of the things about, Kelly Slater. You talk about him being a 6-time winner out here. The ability that he has to intact pull through the back of waves on his board and somehow just be paddling out when anyone else would be rolling underwater.
Dude, another one, Joel Parkinson.
Yes.
He was another one that was Mr. Smooth but I seen him at off the wall, just like closeouts somehow survive. And him, Josh Kerr, and Mick Fanning. And Dingo, of course, but like that crew of people that are like snapperish that they thought, man, they're so good at slabs, right hand slabs.
Being able to pull out the back, and if you mistime it, it's worse than actually just straightening out in the barrel.
Oh, totally.
Because now you're in the lip.
Totally, and it's that outside. If you poke too on your outside rail, that's what a lot of big injuries have happened here at the back door or even at pipe. Is that outside rail being purled and then falling over the board in the wrong direction into the lip, like happened to Dusty Payne, Mikey O'Shaughnessy. That outside rail at back door is so scary.
Because it's also just so shallow. You're getting thrown into nothing. And you mentioned Joel Parkinson, Mr. Effortless. Yesterday was the 10-year anniversary of his being a pipe master, and that was a critical pipe masters because he became world champion.
Yeah, insane. Kaulana. Man.
So we send a shout out to Joel, who is living his best life with his family.
Yeah, it looks like the waves are. You can kind of see how that backwash still is there from the aerial. The aerial footage is nice to study. I bet if more aerial footage was shot for people watching to surf that wave, it might help a lot. Oh, here's the pipe master, past champions. A lot of Andy.
A lot of Andy. We talk about 6-time Kelly, but how about 4-time Andy and those years and the battles there between 2002 2006 with Kelly and Andy.
I feel like people try to recreate that, and it's just not going to happen. Like, people got to move on a bit. Look, that was a time, and now it's about, like, elevating the culture and the sport. And maybe it'll come, but...
Yeah, those rivalries have to occur naturally.
Uncle Mike, 1982, one of the most insane pipe masters ever, won it on his cast. It was him, Hans Hedemann, Mark Richards, and shoot, who was the fourth one?
You were right there.
But yeah, that was an insane. And they asked him, what happened to your wrist? And he's like, I was at my friend's house and I fooled around and I ended up falling or something. I was like, bro, Uncle Mike, someone was acting up. Uncle Mike had to lay down the conchs. Went out there one of the pipe masters. But yeah, that's me and Dylan were watching the other night, and that's got to be probably my favorite Pipe Master competition. I wasn't alive yet, but I definitely love watching it and heard the stories.
Just the spirit, the energy of what the culture was back then. It was a lot more loose and Wild West here on the North Shore then, and they were learning in real time.
Yeah,
like the advancement was taking place so much in real time, equipment, etc.
A wave is a swell. Once it starts
Well, that's what's interesting about those old contests. The surfing was just as good pipe surfing, and now a contest like this with guys like Harry and Eitan, Joshi, they're gonna be able to. Someone just pulled in a closeout. They're gonna be able to take what Uncle Mike was doing back then and take it into a modern flavor. You know, Uncle Mike was still going and hitting the lip after pulling into the barrel. You know, but maybe now people can add to that old history. You know.
Yeah, I mean, those lines are timeless, right? You think of Dane Kiloa at Backdoor, like all of this blueprinting that's taken place from these other generations that are, like you said, still used today and being added on to possibility and possibility.
Totally. Yeah, I mean, Uncle Mike still is getting insane ones out there. I don't know if you've seen that backdoor wave.
I did.
Wow.
63 years old?
Yeah. Oh, who's this?
That looks like Crosby. Still getting a little bonus here at the end.
Maybe a little chop hop. Oh, grab a rail, kick out. Oh, golf clap. I hear it in the background.
We were watching that Mason Ho replay. At the end, he gets a little chop hop. We're like, oh, that's the air section.
Hey, yeah,
and there's an air.
He ollied. That's a move. Oh, we were watching Archie, Matt Archibald, do
off the wall.
Off the wall.
I mean, as you see Nathan Florence with Big Red jogging down. I mean, Matt Archibald, those photos and clips of him at off the wall are just timeless. How it's done.
Oh yeah, Archie, long hair Archie though. That's like looks like Brody Sale. Calling it out right now. And Harry, it's going to be real cool to see Harry. He's a beast above the lip and under the, oh, Kalani Chapman, right there. That guy is the legend. There is that one picture of him doing the pray.
Yes.
Hands. I think it was like right after Andy passed. He did that. What was that? I could be wrong, but I just remember seeing he was on a big single fin. No, there was one that was a single fin when he was on Rusty, and then there was another one where he just did the prayer hands. And it was a bomb, man. Kalani is one of the best. Sean Briley's brother.
Yes.
Sean Briley. I don't know if people know who that guy is, but that's another insane pipe surfer.
5:45 left to go here in Heat 5.
First wave Crosby, yellow possible 30, a 5.8. A 5.8 on the first side. And 5 minutes, 18 seconds remaining. Minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
You're getting a look at Nate Florence, final preparations, throwing on a little slather of wax, taking the Jamie O'Brien approach, being like, hey, I'm going to do this event is a 2-for-1.
Click and smash and subscribe and repost and tweet.
We chuckle, but you know what they've been able to do as far as engaging following, giving people a glimpse into lifestyle and what it takes to perform in these waves. People, their content is just contagious. You help but stay engaged. And they really take you into the feel of what it is. We can talk about it all day, but they show their fans.
It's the technology.
Yeah.
It's like now that they're using technology to bring people into a place where they could never been before. That's what's cool.
And where most people will never ever have an opportunity to go
or want to go.
That part.
Yeah, slow heat for these guys, but hopefully they catch it on the next heat, or maybe, I don't know, 3 minutes is actually still like good.
Plenty time.
Yeah, something could happen. Seeing off the back, nothing really breaking on the reef, but maybe they can get busy and do some of that trick that they're going to get rewarded for.
And that's again this format. You know, in any other event, it would be end of story. Like, oh, I had a shocker.
Yeah.
I flew halfway around the world, or you know, like Colapinto Brothers, and I only got to surf once, and instead 2 opportunities, so they'll get to go again, and it only takes you 2 waves to get to the final.
Yeah. I wonder if they're a little bit confused too when they're out there, like, oh, it's firing, like heat 3, oh, I need like a 6.8 or maybe a 6.10. Then they get out there the next heat and like, oh, I should have been riding like a 6.2 and just throwing crazy moves out there.
Yeah, I mean that 4 to 12 feet, which we're really what we're seeing,
Yeah.
right? 4 to 12 feet is like, well, what's the sit in the middle look like?
Yeah. Yeah, and that was interesting where Nathan was saying that he prioritizes the barrel out there always, and that seems what people are doing. I wonder if someone's going to go out there and prioritize the air and get lucky. I heard Craig Anderson's going out on a 6.2, even if it's pumping second reef. So,
well, we've seen what he can do on a 5.5. Craig Anderson, remember that legendary Kandui wave where he's on like a chip.
Yeah, I was talking with Dylan about that, and I thought it was like, is it the board? Is it him? But then that other kid, Jake Kelly, from, I think he's from Ventura, he was out at Cloudbreak and pumping ledge, surfing 10-foot waves on a 5.4 as well. So, you know, I think it's part human, part equipment, and part mental.
Remember Christian Fletcher?
Oh, yeah.
Here at Pipe?
Yeah. I mean, I don't remember it, but I remember seeing it on the magazines.
I think he came out here on a 5.8 or something. People were like, how? Christian's still posting clips into his 50s. Ripping.
Yeah, like everyone has been saying, the progression has always been there, but no one has been rewarding it. And for now, rewarding by giving someone $100,000, like that's, I think, incentive enough, huh?
Yeah. Under a minute to go. Talking about board length, I mean, Kelly rattling the world with the wizard sleeve when he's out here on a 5.9. You know, taking off onto the ledge on second reefers and redefining possibility with equipment.
Yeah, putting the shorter, thicker, short and thick. Oh, here's something. This could be the last moment. Backdoor. Kaulana. Sethi boy. Oh. Yeah, the backdoor.
That might have been the one. Also, that's a great perspective to show you how there's no time for hesitation.
No. Yeah, it's right there in the action. Who's this? Griff. Coming in. Drop in, lay drop. Stand up, maybe? Ooh. This is always looks. Oh, wow. They cut us. They barred us right when the thing was.
They'll give us the other angle. But like we said, you know.
Oh, the Brada.
Yeah, that was, I think, going to be on the horn. But we'll love to see that one from the other angle.
Yeah, that it always looks more critical when you're looking at it from the surfer going away from the viewer. So I think that's something that's always been challenged is, okay, head on.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Good wave.
Great wave. And how about the critical nature of that drop? Technique. So much technique right there.
Stand up maybe though, huh? I don't know. Too small to stand up. Nah, that's just a hater. That's a hater comment.
I'm glad that you own your hater itch there.
But I mean, I remember there's this big thing before with Reef and Bruce and all of them. Kamale, it was like, let go of your rail. Like it was safety to grab the rail. But
I don't know how you're getting, I'm just a mortal human. I don't know how you're getting into that without grabbing rail. I'm sure if Brad Gerlach was with us right now, he'd be explaining to us the technique of how you could do so.
The wave key.
Wave key.
Yeah.
I use it. It's made a difference for me. He's this is a wave that where we talk about getting into the wave is everything, and what Brad is really teaches with the wave key is that your takeoff, front side, back side, depending on the wave, that's a maneuver within itself.
Yeah.
That sets up everything. And if it's not a part of your foundation, or if you lose that, that all of the rest of your surfing starts with how you get into a wave.
Yeah, yeah. And it's from even like your ankles to your hips to like your shoulders
to your head and where it's positioned over your body.
Yeah. No, yeah. Brad's got insane perspective on all those things. And he's actually like I really think he has great surf style too. Like he's a part of a generation. I think that style was kind of prioritized, where maybe now we're kind of in a bit of the maneuver over the execution of that maneuver. So
as we move into heat 6, Nathan Florence, another Moniz, Josh Moniz, and Harry Bryant leading the bowl cut representation. And Eitan Osborne from Ventura, California.
Yeah,
four unique styles.
Four unique styles. You got the kind of like slam the air style. You got the slabby. I feel like Harry represents that Australian that could really excel at a wave like Pipeline, but they just don't want to surf it because there's too many people.
I surfed VLAN a couple of days ago, and I look over, and this guy paddles up to me with a big smile on a yellow bodyboard, and it was Harry Bryant. And he was having more fun than everyone else. Had his fins on the yellow boogie, having the time of his life.
Yeah, coming off a pretty serious injury, leg injury from an aerial. So it'll be interesting to see what his progression exclamation point maneuver is going to be at the end of his rides. Nathan YouTubing. And Josh, it's former Pipeline Pro winner.
And also coming off of a critical injury last year.
Neck injury.
With his neck injury, I believe that took place.
Super tubes?
Super tubes, yes. And so happy to see him able to make a full recovery.
Again, son of the legendary Tony Moniz, brother to Sethi, Kalia, Isaiah.
Congratulations to Kalia. She just welcomed a baby girl, I think about 8 days ago.
Lava Louise, I heard, is baby's name. And yeah, the Moniz clan is
expanding. Always expand. Infinite, like the universe.
I swear, when they were young, I was like, is that one? Is that one got long hair? Oh, that's the girl. Wait, that's the boy. Okay, wait, who's? And then Michael Boy, the biggest of all them. That's the only one I knew. The rest of them were little. But yeah, they have a great family. Auntie Tammy, the mom, Uncle Tony, raised some really amazing children, and really great to see them represent Hawaiian culture, Aloha, ambassadors of Aloha, and yeah, they're pretty top out here too.
Truly, yeah, and just every one of them special and unique.
Oh, here's something happening. Nate's gonna bring us along. Oh,
gets under.
Oh,
he gets clammed.
I don't know. We thought that too with Mason. That wave that Mason got, everyone's like, wrote him off, and I don't know. That was a crazy heat.
The way we saw him like just yank on that rail,
trimming in the barrel. Yeah,
I think that late slide for Nathan probably slowed him down by the time he actually got to get into position.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we had like on the page with what everyone's riding, because that would be interesting for even the people at home to see the boards, you know, like name and board selection, just to give people an idea. Would be interesting.
We also, you know, you've seen surfers that have been rocking up 3, 4, 5 boards in tow and making a selection kind of last minute on what they're going to ride.
Yeah.
You were talking earlier about Kalani Chapman and
Sean Briley.
You know, two examples that like it's definitely not like a physique, like a special physique that you need as much as you need like a mindset.
Yeah.
And Sean Briley,
dude, Sean Briley
built different, not just physically, but mentally. Just pulling in the closeouts and smiling at the beach, you know, like some sort of I don't even know, just the bravado that he had. I remember as a kid seeing these pictures of this guy who's looking like you're just like, who is this guy?
You know, I think about it now, Kala Grace kind of has that same style of toe, like hanging, cliff hanging, toe holding you in from the top, late drop to a closeout and spit out, kind of like Cole Rothman's wave that of the winner he got at the backdoor shootout. That it looked like a closeout, and I seen Kala do it, and Sean Briley was like one of the champions of that. I remember watching Lost films, like closeouts, and he would be blown out, and it just seemed like
kind of early styling for what you see like the Benjis and Benji Brand and characters doing. As Mahina Florence is with brothers Colapinto on the beach.
That's right. I'm lucky. I'm with both brothers. We're going to hit Griffin first. That last wave, talk to us. You got that at the very end.
Yeah, I think they're counting down with like 25 seconds to go, and it was coming straight to me. So I think Seth kind of had priority over me, but he had like paddled for the one before and was a little bit too wide, and then I was like in the perfect spot to go on that. I don't think anyone else was. So yeah, I'm glad to have came out of.
What do you see out there?
Oh, guys are going. Yeah, but yeah, it's good to like make a barrel. I mean, I don't know if that heat was super slow and there's a few rips that ran through, so it was like really hard. So like, I'm just pretty psyched to have gotten one wave, and I don't know. Hopefully our next heat we'll have a flurry.
And what is your game plan if for some reason it remains challenging out there?
Honestly, like if it's gonna be like that, I might bring my shorter board and like try airs or something, because I mean, I imagine we could have been like sitting wide and like looking for ramps, and like just because that heat there was like barely any tubes, so that could be a game plan.
Great, well, we like to hear it. Thank you, Griffin. We're gonna head over to Crosby. Crosby, you are what we call our seed because you won last year's Triple Crown. So what is your game plan? I know it's rough out there, but for this Pipe Masters?
Well, it'd be nice to like make the finals, obviously, but just like get time out there and get some good barrels. That's all I kind of want. That heat was pretty slow, but hoping for the next heat there's more waves and we're all just switching off and like claiming it for each other.
Love that. And you guys got to pick your heats. I know brothers are in one heat and friends, so was that strategic?
Yeah, we were definitely talking about it. Like we wanted it to happen, and then he picked his heat, and then I was like the last person to get drawn to go into like an international heat, and then that spot was open, so I slapped it right up there and got into each other's heat, and I wanted to smoke him, but he obviously smoked me, so.
And what is it like being brothers in a heat? We all want to know. Like, describe it to us.
Well, this is cool because it's kind of like a format where you can just like, you're kind of just cheering for each other, and it's not like you're trying to beat each other out of the heat, so, wow. So, yeah, I mean, still there's that like little brotherly like rivalry, but it's sick because I'm psyched for him that he got a wave and now he's like top 4. So.
Love that. We want to hear the same from you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a wave where Seth and I were both yelling for Crosby to go. Like it looked like a good one, but I don't think it really panned out. But we were psyched. He had been waiting the longest. We're like, go Cros, and ended up kind of going shitty, I think. But yeah, hopefully we can do that and it'll be a good one.
All right. Thank you so much, boys, for talking with us. We look forward to seeing you in your next heats. And I'm going to toss it back to the boys.
Thank you, Mahina, who is just instantly showing that she is a world-class sideline reporter getting the goods. And as pointed out, you know, extracting every second of that heat. Griffin Colapinto with that cumulative score of a 25.1. That presently has him in that top 4 overall, just on top of Jamie O'Brien. Good point, though. You were talking about before about boards, and Griffin right there saying if it stays like this.
It's crazy too how Crosby is like did all the these are like point competitors. This is a new point format, and like Crosby's like, oh, now he's like top 4, and he like did all the math, and we're like looking back at the like, wait, is he? Like, oh man, he was in the heat and he knew where everyone's at. Crazy. Top 4, Ivan Florence. Number 2, Mikey February. Number 3, Mason Hull.
Still some heavy hitters to go. We got Eli Olsen, Billy Kemper, Noah Beshin, Imai, Kauli Vast, Barron, Cor Rothman, Balstock. I mean,
Emil.
I mean, there's
Equal time.
Yeah, there's just the possibilities of shakeup in these standings, which makes it so exciting. You know, these names could get bumped down into seven down into 20.
I think everyone out here in these heats could ride their airboard out in these conditions, and it might be hard to get into the nuts one, but everyone in these heats, I think they can do it if they want to try it. You know,
I want to see Billy Kemper do some airs.
Yeah, Billy will throw it down.
Yeah, he'll chuck it. But he was like, please let it just be 10 foot.
25,000 feet.
25,000 feet. Like, I want to see he's like, I want to see people scared to go.
Oh, I know. That's what I think every person in the wild card and the trials from Hawaii, that's what they really want, is let's just go full on, full bore out here. But Eli Olsen, he's going to be going in with a fractured wrist or arm.
What happened?
Eli's been doing a lot of stunt work on the side. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm allowed to say the inner workings of what he's working on, but he's working on a pretty big production with a really famous Aquaman. And word on the streets is Aquaman threw him onto the lava field.
Oh no!
Instead of the mat where he was supposed to throw him. So,
oh, Aquaman!
Yeah, not cool. Big apologies, I guess, after. But yeah, Eli came in with a broken arm and some stitches, and that was like a few days ago, maybe last week. And he's like, I'm if I get selected to be in the Pipe Masters, I'm going. So that's just Uncle Mike status.
Yeah, I was gonna say. we have the precedent.
Yeah, but he's going no cast. Who's this? Blue, Joshi.
Oh, he's going no cast.
He refused to put the cast on so he could do this. So
that sounds like Eli, though.
His arm's broken. Eli is surfing this thing with a broken arm. It's pretty full on.
It looks like Nathan's going to be able to get into this one.
Oh yeah, corn and milk. This guy is. What's this? Gallon
of milk.
Gallon of milk and a can of corn.
I don't know where that came from, but I'm into it.
Harry.
Make the merch. Come on, Harry.
Oh, yeah. Man, he was ripping. He got a nuts one at Log Cabins yesterday morning. I think you can see it on like the surf line or whatever the social media thing is. But, yeah, Harry, he's so cool. And, like...
He's just a pleasant human being.
He's cool. You would think he'd be one of... Because, like, I think, again, the narrative that the industry has to put, like, he's just like, F this and F that and party and stuff. And I'm sure Harry can have a good time, but he also is, out the back door, or bottom door, side door.
Yeah, he got... someone snatched him from below.
But, yeah, I think he's just a cool dude. And I think it's maybe the industry can open up and see all the different sides of the surfers. They can be intense, but they also can be kind of like caring. Like, you know, it's funny to say, but...
Many sides. As we just see what makes this place a destination. You know, there's a place that, like, a bucket list. Like, I tell people all the time, you want to have your life changed? You know, spend a few days on the North Shore and really get to experience and feel the magic of this island in connection with the Hawaiian Islands.
And hopefully the competitors, like as surfers, like, the waves is not that good or whatever, but hopefully they're like, they just look, and a point. That point is a very sacred point in the Hawaiian culture. And to see that it's like, I don't know, what would be like the Golden Gate Bridge. That's our like Golden Gate Bridge over there that you can just look and see. And we're able to just, if you're not catching a wave, just to take a moment to look and see what goes on that side of the island. I think it's something that hopefully the competitors are feeling too. And it's not just about the contest, but it's also about being able to experience some of our home as waves are coming in off the wall. It's going to happen down this side.
Yeah, it's magic. I mean, this 7-mile stretch of the North Shore, you know, once you come around to Waimea Bay, and you start exploring, you can walk, you know, 1,000 yards from one spot to another and feel like you're in someplace else entirely.
Yeah.
And then walk around another corner and be like, where am I? Because that's not what's happening a quarter mile down the road.
Totally. And you can escape. You can escape all of this, like, noise that happens. Like, of course, we have the competition, but, I mean, these folks, they're on their own beach right now. Like, look at Rada and his baby they got their own beachfront view of just the ocean. Like, man, people would pay their life salary to have a moment with their child like this on the beach, you know? It's, man, we got to take it for what it is. Waves aren't the greatest, but it's a great place to have mediocre waves, you know?
Air quotes, mediocre.
Yeah. What they were saying, I guess what Mikey Wright maybe is thinking over here.
There's a weapon.
Yeah, backdoor specialists. Oh, Eli. Yep, Billy, Mikey, and Miko time. Emil from Tahiti. Taupo'o. That's going to be an interesting... he can do aerials, too. Like, I mean, I think he's a good pick for this Pipe Master draw.
Mikey Wright, of course, coming from a legacy family of high-performance surfers. His sister, Tyler Wright, competing in the women's draw. We've seen what he's capable of on the world stage, in video parts, etc.
Interesting.
Look forward to seeing him. Saw a glimpse there in that commercial of one of the North Shore's most famous lifeguards.
What's that? Eitan coming in.
Eitan having a glimpse.
Yeah, feel the drop. That's how.
Oh!
That's what.
Aloha!
Yeah.
It's gonna have to put that tape, move that tape back a few feet.
They didn't watch the Hawaiian Airlines commercial coming in.
I hate to laugh, but it is one of my favorite things to watch. Is when the surge, not in a deadly way, but just in a friendly way, the surge says hello, and
you get too close, you're gonna get in on the action.
Yeah, people want to. You know, that's the thing about this place too, right? Like, you almost feel like you can reach out and touch the surfers in a lineup. You see this perspective of how close it really is, and so folks want to get as close as possible.
Yeah.
And they find out.
There you go.
All the sand that we just get a shot of won't be here for very long.
Yeah, it's moving. It's already. You can start to see the rocks as the tide's dropping. This morning, Dylan and I were looking for that, like in the dark, that rock to where we line up. Like, hey, at least we know where we can paddle out and get sucked down. and it was completely covered. And now you can see that that rock's starting to emerge in the water, the jump out rock. But yeah, this sand's gonna move. It's gonna get better and better. Who's this? Eitan? Wow, these are insane. I love these kind of shots of the sand and the white water, and then
I see your science brain just going into overdrive right now.
Looking for the crack. Where's the crack?
What is your mind seeing about the lineup there that we can give some insight into how pipeline works for those who are watching?
Yeah, you can't really see too much of the reef right now because the sand is all there, and like we were talking about before, when we're finding through science that the wave is affected by the reef itself, the structure of the reef. So if the caves and everything that talks about those caves and ravines, and we call them spur and grooves in coral research, we're starting to believe they're dictating the way the wave is barreling. And now that those aren't being allowed to perform,
flourish, yeah,
or function, now the wave is suffering.
Right.
So it's, we lose our reefs. We have climate change. We have all these that are affecting our reef. It's going to affect the way we're seeing it right now just by sand. But the sand will leave, so it's okay. And this is actually a cycle that happens every winter, so it's not a big deal. But imagine if the sand stayed here.
Right.
And pipeline was forever lost, or look like this. What if this becomes the new pipeline?
Right.
It's a real thing. We should think about it, how we affect our environment and how the environment affects us. Oh, the scramble. Oh, sets out the back. Yeah, this is just a lot of sand on the reef. Because typically when you look from the top and you look down, you just see all the cracks, and it looks like, there's even that wave in the Maldives, tiger stripes, and it looks like a tiger. Look at all that sand coming out of the holes, like those plumes of sand that are coming out of the reef. The reef is just filled right now.
And a lot of surfers use those grooves that they see in the reef for where they paddle and how they paddle for waves. You see it at Cloudbreak. Yeah. There's certain waves where you see the way the water funnels that will give you like a special entrance into certain types of waves by channeling the channels within the reef.
Oh, photographers too. So many of the photographers here at Pipeline know the crack where they sit. And there's a big crack in the reef that it's right on the shoulder side of where the wave goes flat and throws that really iconic wide barrel. And that crack we're believing and we're hypothesizing is actually helping to make the wave be that iconic. We see the same type of features at Cloudbreak. We're believing that we might even see the same as we explore other hollow barreling lefts around the world. So the spur and groove, the cracks in the caves, I think there's something to say about them helping to make barrels for us.
To be here. Oh, and Lee is
Lifeguards.
down here with some VANS hats. So if you
Super
would like
important.
a hat,
I seen a clip of somewhere on the internet of someone saying, "Dude, I'm out there," and Kamu, the lifeguard, was saying, "Hey, you guys aren't going out. You guys need to stay in." But they didn't want to listen, and he had to get a little bit loud,
verbal,
stern. But yeah, listen to the lifeguards. They know. Nathan again, closeouts. Yeah, shucks. It's kind of just getting busy, I guess. Yeah, potentially send it on a big end section.
Got to do what you got to do. I mean, seeing Nathan, pull in on a repetitive closeout just lets you know how challenging these conditions are.
But he's smart too. He might be like, you know what? This is not really helping me right now. I'm gonna get some reps in for my YouTube. Show people, okay, this is what it's like surfing empty pipe when it's not the greatest. I'm just gonna keep going. Keep the content flowing.
Remember, $100,000 on the line, first prize for the men and the women at this 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. For context in professional surfing, that is more than most professional surfers make in a year these days. That's life-changing money. You look at the incentives that many of these surfers have in their contracts for winning big major events. For some surfers, in our lineup, that could be a $250,000 paycheck after all incentives are added up. That literally change the scope of the rest of their lives.
Totally. And to see where it came from with, like, you know, Uncle Mike guys getting like way less when they were becoming pipe masters, I think it's it's pretty lucky.
I mean, even the pipe event, as we see, nice little backdoor wave for Nathan Fletcher.
Florence.
Excuse me. Florence, thanks. Nate Fletcher said that he gave up his invite to be the contest director.
Yeah.
He said, I sacrificed it to be the director.
Oh, good.
Also careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
But he easily could be doing his thing out here.
Pulling in Nathan Garcia.
Very progressive union.
You know, in the in a lot of the older marriages or unions in Hawaiian culture, the higher lineage, you took their name. So
you took them, so that you could take the matriarchal name.
Yeah, I mean, if that's where you wanted to establish higher connection, spiritual power.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue too much with
upgrade.
Hey, upgrade.
Name upgrade.
Yeah. Not saying a Florence versus a Garcia, but, you know, Garcia's got some lineage, too.
Yeah.
I didn't know Mahina's dad was Kai Borg.
You didn't?
No. I was at the airport one time, and I met Mahina's mom, and we're talking about serving. She's like, oh, my husband serves, and really nice. I was like, oh, that's nice, Hawaiian auntie. Everything was all, and then I just, oh, this is my husband. And I just like, oh, okay. How's it? And he's like, right on, where are you going? I was like, oh, home. Goodbye, thank you.
Listen. Kai Borg is visually imposing, but teddy bear heart of a. He got a teddy bear heart. I wouldn't want to see the lion side. Yeah. I'm very happy to call him friend and brother. But yeah, he's a special dude.
I mean, a nickname like Kai Borg.
It says a lot.
Like,
it says tread lightly.
Bruh, what? Kai Borg. Oh man, that's just Eli right here. Eli is going Eli Borg right now with his broken arm.
Cast free. Eli Borg.
Oh man, I can't believe Eli is out there, but not surprising actually to know just Eli. I first met Eli in Tahiti a long time ago when he still had braces, and I don't think he ever been down there before. And just, you know, thin little silver chain. He didn't even have the gold chain yet. It was still silver. Sterling silver chain around the neck, braces, blonde frosty tips.
Yeah, the single thin chain. As we take a look at the highlights of waves from today, while the conditions have been challenging, there have been some incredible waves ridden. Here's Ivan Florence.
That was insane. That reminded me of Joe Centeo's backdoor wave that he fell. And everyone was like, oh, that would have been a 10 if he didn't fall. But
Mikey February said he was on the shoulder watching this one. He said that thing was so giant and round.
Psycho. Mikey right here. This thing was insane, too. He went like through 3 sections. 1, 2, and then another one, 3. And he's 4, 5, I don't know.
And then shows you the nimble knees. That has him in second place. He's another angle.
He's got what they call the composure, I think so. Like, act all cool, but he knows. That's for the boys and girls in South Africa.
And then Mason Ho, who had been the guiding light, shouting everybody else into the waves. This was insane. When he pulls in right here, you're like, oh no, maybe not. But he grabs that rail. Pumping, and
yeah. The air at the end, or the ollie that he did at the end, that's the one. Look, the move.
Yeah, this was the highest part of the score, right here.
Bingo.
Boom. Another 3 points.
Criteria. Check.
That has him in third. And then here's Griven Colapinto.
Biggest spit of the morning.
With just a few seconds left in that heat.
Yeah. Sitting and parked it. Looking like a young Reef McIntosh with a Quicksilver sticker.
Technique. So much confidence.
Yeah.
In his surfing. As we welcome in Makuakai Rothman.
Aloha.
And Dylan Graves.
Aton.
First air.
Straight air.
Oh! Had a look at it.
Yeah, that was exciting coming into that highlight reel.
Yeah.
We just wanted to set you
It's
guys up with
pumping.
some buoyancy.
Where's
some-
Rasta Rob? Is
some
Rasta Rob
energy.
in this contest?
Yeah, Rasta was the first heat.
First heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a wave.
I'm used to seeing him fly way high above the lip. He's not.
Second round. Second round, we'll see it.
It was pre-sun as well. Like, it was before the sun came out. The ocean was, you know, still finding itself. So I'm definitely excited to see him get back out there and see what he can do.
Yeah, well, I think it's almost time for us to.
Take over? Are we at it?
Makoko.
Okay, yeah, Makoko.
Wow. I don't know what that means, but it felt like beat it. I don't speak the language, but I speak the language, and with that, we're gone.
Get ready. Ahui ho.
Ahui ho.
Yeah, boys, good job.
Later, boys.
Aloha, bro.
Enjoy.
Epic. All right, I'm going to scoot up to Makua here. I'm going to swap headsets. Give me a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the VANS Pipeline Masters, North Shore, Oahu, Hawaii. And in this heat, we have Eli Olsen, Billy Kemper, Mikey Wright, and Emil Zermak from French Polynesia. This boy, Emil, is something to be watched. He has stepped up his game exponentially. His level of backside, tube riding in general. He trained with us for a long time here with Kahea Hart, with Billy Kemper, and this boy has stepped it up in his barrel riding, I think, more than anyone in surfing, maybe besides Nathan Flores.
Yeah, he's definitely no stranger to heavy barreling waves. I mean, he definitely sessions and tames Chopu like very, you know, few people can stand out in a wave like that. I mean, that's definitely why he's invited to this event, and why, you know, I'm really excited to watch him in this event. It's cool to see guys like Emeo get recognition and have their opportunity in an event as prestigious and rad as the Pipe Masters.
Oh, yes. I mean, this is the Super Bowl. This is the Mecca. This is the center of surfing. This is where you make or break your name. Even the greatest, even the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater, once upon a time was doubted out here, and he had to come and show up during some of the most localized, terrorized times out here at Pipeline. A boy from Sebastian Inlet, Cocoa Beach, Florida, something like that, came here and absolutely dominated.
He was kind of somewhat like slightly sort of North Shore Rick Kane, but you know, from Florida, obviously there's good waves. That's where my dad's from, East Coaster. My father, Lewis Graves, was actually one of Kelly's first sponsors, fun fact. And yeah, I mean, you know, as having that in my heritage and seeing someone like Kelly come here and do what he's done is truly incredible.
I swear the boys are looking at him more like Candy Cane than Rick Kane, but you know.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, Kelly, what he's done here, you know, I think this criteria in this contest is largely based off, you know, some of the surfing Kelly and, you know, guys like Mike Ho, Sonny Garcia, you know, Tom Carroll, past champions of, you know, of pipe, like some of the surfing they've done, you know, is why this event is what it is today, and why, you know, all this stuff's in the criteria. But here we go, taking off. We have Eli Olsen getting his feet in the wax.
It looks like he's been doing a lot of stunts lately with that jump off, and
I heard
know
about that.
Eli has just been on a show with Jason Momoa over here and actually broke his hand and his part of his hand and his arm or wrist, and he's out there. I mean, there's email and up and down, but you know, funny you bring up Sonny Garcia and Kelly Slater, because when I was a kid, there was a crazy heat once upon a time here at Pipeline between Kelly and Sonny. And Sonny ended up going to the hospital with a concussion, and his shoulder was blown, and I was standing on the beach. There's a picture of Sonny coming out of the water holding his head, and there's me in my little hui short standing there. I must have been about 8 years old, but it was when Kelly got his title over Sonny, and it was 3 waves, and he needed a certain score, and it was one of those very controversial heats out here at Pipeline, which really changed the way competition is surfed out here at Pipeline. It was one of those heats, Kelly Slater and Sonny Garcia.
Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing a photo of Sonny like holding his head. I mean, that had to have just been such a heavy moment. Like Sonny going for the title, Kelly going for the title, and those guys going head to head. Sonny, obviously, you know, being from Oahu and wanting to like, you know, clinch that. You know, that just wild times. I mean, anything can happen out here. It just goes to show, like, you know, a true master like Sonny can still, you know, catch cracks.
Oh my God, did
you
he
guys
ever?
say.
He definitely got cracks, and then, but I don't know. It was a very close heat. Of course, you know, I wanted Sonny to win.
Yeah.
And God bless Sonny and his family and everybody out there that's watching. Sonny, we love you and miss you and wish you all the best in health. And nothing but love and aloha from everybody down here at the Pipe Masters. But back to this heat, we have one of those lackluster heats. There's been flurries,
yeah,
and then there's been, I guess, nothing. But
yeah, strikes and gutters, ups and downs.
What seems like when we get in the booth, the waves get good. We start calling a bunch of scores, and then Sal and Cliff get back in here and they get 1 or 2 waves.
Are you saying we're the good luck charms?
Well, right now we have our current standings. In first, you see Ivan Florence with 29.20. In second place, right behind him, Michael February with 27.30. Mason Ho on a one-wave score, ladies and gentlemen. That 26.60 is a one-wave score. The other 2 scores above him are a combination of 2 waves. In fourth, Griffin Colapinto, and rounding out 5 through 10 are some of the best pipeline surfers in the world, Dylan.
Yeah, this is such an amazing roster, and these guys are going hard. It's tricky conditions. There's, you know, like we just said, some heats that are good and some heats that are a little more lackluster, but that's going to happen. You know, free surf's out here. You know, it goes through waves and windows of it being good and being bad. So you kind of just have to, you know, keep your head down and stay positive and hope for the best.
That's right. Speaking of keeping our head down, let's get our head up with one of our surfers out there, Mahina Florence. What do you have for us on the beach?
I'm with local Hawaiian boy Josh Moniz. Josh, explain to us what went down out there in your heat.
My heat was pretty slow. I think you're going to see that for most of the day. It's pretty tricky when the swell's rising and there's not north in it, but there's going to be heat with amazing waves. I wouldn't be surprised in like the next couple heats. I feel like we're pretty due for some crazy waves to come in, so you're just kind of hoping you're in that heat that has that flurry.
And with that said, how are you liking our new format where there is no elimination rounds and you get to surf twice?
Honestly, I personally don't like the I like the elimination more so for like this window of dates we have. I feel like the waves are kind of like not really the best this time of year. It's kind of tricky like you see today. So I like I'm pretty competitive, so I like the elimination style. But if the waves are pumping, then this is like doesn't really get better than knowing you're going to get another chance.
We love to hear you're competitive, and with that said, how do you like the no priority?
If this was a normal style heat, I would like the no priority, but with the fact that we're surfing like multiple rounds and it's tricky when it's like this, priority is pretty nice just because everyone, like, you're not going to not go if you're a little too deep. So I feel like for the most part, we're always going to be a little behind it and just like, I'm not going to let someone else go if I can get into it. Same thing as everyone in the heat, but it's fun. It makes it competitive, keeps you like on edge the whole time. You're like not too sure what to do or where to position yourself, but it's fun, yeah.
All right, well, we'd like to hear from you, and we're going to pray that the next heat goes a little more action style for you. Throw it back to the boys in the booth.
Thank you, Mahina. And Dylan, that was great insight. Talking about holding people off when you have no priority and you know you are a little bit too deep. A lot of the times the people will go knowing that they can get back out there quick, knowing that just that little separation of, 2-3 feet can make the difference of making that wave. And the priority really helps that. This style of surfing, there's no elimination. So right now, new format, new style. We're seeing how it works out. And right now, we're not seeing too much of dogging going on. But I'm sure as it gets later in the rounds towards the final, people are going to start turning up the heat on each other.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's kind of open to interpretation to each heat and the vibe you bring into that, the people that are going to be in the heat. So I think it is exciting as a spectator, kind of watching how these heats play out and how going out on your second round, like how that's going to change your mindset and sort of plan for that specific heat. But yeah, here on screen we have our competitors waiting for what looks like some action. Looks like we got some guys paddling for position here.
We have Billy Kemper. Looks like he's looking at the right here. Decides not to go. As you could see on your screen on that last shot, a lot of waves coming down in that off-the-wall rock pile area due to that more northerly direction. That being said, there will be a few crazy backdoor waves.
Yeah.
Should it shape up, we just need one to come together. I'm just a little bit hesitant on the sand on the reef there. It looks like it's moving pretty quickly there. You can see all that sand up in that shore break right there. That's just really ripping it down. That's exactly what we need. We need that sand to move like it's doing. We need it to take its time, but can you please hurry up, Mr. Sandman?
Yeah, well, speaking of backdoor, we saw Nathan Florence in that last heat get the first completed ride at backdoor. I think that's definitely going to come into play here as the day kind of rolls on, and curious to see how people, if there's going to be more people kind of looking at backdoor. Obviously, we know the scores can go way into the excellent range pretty easily. You spoke about the angle that the judge's tower is on earlier and how that sort of makes it look like you're deeper. Now there's camera angles from both angles, and everyone's, the judges are looking at both, but it's still, like, what do you think the consequences are between, pipe and backdoor? Both really heavy. What do you think scarier?
Scarier? I'm not sure scarier is the word. Maybe, I think, backdoor, I think, is a little more violent because there's no channel and the reef is very shallow there. As soon as that sand moves out, like you can see on your screen, here's this backdoor ride right here. Beautiful, dragging his arm to maximize his tube time. And just a little doggy door there. I don't think that's going to be too consequential of a score. Nonetheless, it was a beautiful backdoor ride. But as I was saying, like Mason's wave here, you're going to see it come out into a channel where the sand is. You can paddle out. It's where the jet skis are. Backdoor, you don't have the luxury of a channel. It's dry reef. It's hard to get in and out. It sticks you in one position and just absolutely hammers you. And I think Pipeline's a lot more user-friendly. Should there be a comparison, I would say Pipeline is definitely more friendly.
Definitely. I'm personally more scared of backdoor because of that reason. Paddling back out, is definitely, like, super scary. Falling on either, if you eat it on the drop, you're going to get pounded. You're going to hit the reef on either, going either way. But I think having that in the back of your mind, here we go. Wow, Imeo with an air attempt. That was cool. Yeah, I think either way, there's definitely consequences, but paddling back out at pipe does have that, in the back of your mind, like, oh, that's nice. Like, I'm going to be able to get back out and the current's going to help me.
I mean, yeah, that's nice. And sometimes that sandbar just absolutely flexes you. But
that's true.
I've broken boards out there. I've broken my neck paddling out there.
Yeah, either way, this wave is gnarly. It's, one of the most dangerous waves in the world. Does it have the highest, death count?
I'm not going to comment on that, but
okay.
I don't want to find out either.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what. As for Pipeline, it's deemed the deadliest wave in the world. I mean, there's been crazy amount of carnage out there. I mean, I've broken my kneecap, holes through my shin, knocked out, everything you can imagine. Pretty much scraped 50% of my skin's on that reef. Somewhere out there, and those signs. For those of you that are just tuning in and may come down to the beach, please pay attention to the signs. Obey the signs, the posted signs on the beach. And if you don't know, ask somebody. Don't feel like you're ignorant or whatever it may be. Education is key here. This wave does take people from the beach as well. Go to the lifeguard tower. Anybody that visits the beach here in Hawaii, we can't stress the importance of safety and educating yourself, and the lifeguards, the Honolulu and City County lifeguards are the absolute best and so amazing at educating and keeping people safe.
Right. I mean, that's a huge goal. We want everyone to come down and have fun, but definitely, do it safely.
Well, they need to remember that the ocean demands respect, and the goal is to come visit, and go back home safely to your family. You know, it's the holiday season. People, you know, tend to get a little more lax during this part of the year, and this is when the waves are at their most dangerous, their most deadly. And as you can see there, city and county lifeguards always right there on call, ready to go. I mean, seasoned veterans. I mean,
huge shout out to those guys and what they do for this area.
The North Shore Lifeguard Association, especially right now, and all lifeguards across the state of Hawaii and lifeguards around the world. Thank you guys very much for your sacrifice and dedication. All water, safety, you know, men and women around this world. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they've saved lots of lives. Here we go, Emeo. Wow, threading the needle on that one. And trying an air. Now we're talking. That's, you know, we spoke about, you know, his background at Chopu. We're seeing it there. Here's Billy on a gem. Wow.
Back-to-back rides.
There it is. You know, it just tends to happen. It seems like there's just mojo. And when someone gets a good one, like, it seems like pretty soon after there's another one. So I think competitors should start cluing into that, you know, paying attention that, like, you know, when the strike while the iron's hot.
Well, pipeline usually gives 1, 2, 3 waves in a set, and usually there's good waves in the set. And here you go, Dylan. You can run us through this wave.
Yeah, so this was a really, really deep one from Billy. That was pretty sick. The way he negotiated the exit of that was super skillful, showing his experience here at Pipe. I mean, Billy's a world-renowned surfer around the world, and you're seeing why.
Yeah, he definitely positioned himself right for this wave, and I see that wave comparable maybe to Ivan Florence's waves. Maybe not as heavy of a wave, but surfing-wise, barrel time-wise, exit-wise, it's pretty comparable to the wave that we've seen from Ivan Florence. Emeo's wave was a little smaller wave.
Yeah.
Maybe a little more barrel time, but just a smaller wave. And I think right now the judges are really looking to score that beautiful pipeline, picture-perfect wave.
This is a hard event to judge. They got their work cut out because you're judging across, you know, an entire day. So it's totally different from normal competition where it's sort of heat by heat. There's a scale. This is a scale throughout a day, you know, an entire day and multiple rounds, 2 rounds. So, you know, scoring these waves and sort of, they must be looking at waves like this of Emeo and comparing them to, you know.
Yeah, I don't see that going into the excellent range by any means. That was a smaller wave on the inside foaming.
Kind of probably mid-range score, but there's Mikey, wow, with a powerful turn. That was sick. Wow, that was a unique ride.
Well, it's about time we see somebody try and go out there and smash one of those licks. I mean, he's trying to tick all the boxes, barrels, turns, and airs. Mikey Wright is definitely one of the most innovative, creative surfers, powerful surfers there is. And I wouldn't doubt if he tried a little Johnny Boy Gomes-ish hack maybe in this heat sometime. Somebody should try one because...
Yeah, he kind of, you know, he's warming up to it right there. That turn was sick.
Well, it's definitely a good idea to warm up to those turns at pipeline and just try and, you know, it'll give you a little spanking, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, here goes a replay off the bottom. That JS board looking sick.
Wow.
Just
that was
positioned.
Actually, yeah, that was really well timed. From the other angle, it didn't look that heavy, but that was pretty nuts.
It was more of a perfectly positioned and timed turn than a real powerful, super critical. I mean, beautiful off the bottom. See how he just kind of sets it up and just kind of just places it right there. Comes off the bottom. I mean, this boy.
That would have been, I think that could have gone huge if he would have stuck that air. I think that would have been a real test to the judges right now with where the scale's at, what they're looking to see. But still, I think that's something for his, you know, campaign so far. That's his best wave he's had.
That was ticking all the boxes right there. You know, critical turns, barrels, airs. I mean, that was one of the first attempts we've seen at a complete formatted ride, which is the new format that we're trying to implement here at the Pipe Masters.
Yeah, right. And yeah, so now also the tide is, wow, someone on a right, Emeo, he looks like he's having fun. I'm backing that. Like he's building house and kind of like, you know, trying to just get some mojo flowing. And there's something to be said there. Here we go, paddle out. This is classic. This is how I feel every time I paddle out at backdoor. Should I go out or should I go in?
That's what I'm talking about. That's why backdoor is kind of like, you either got it or you don't. You
Yeah.
know, and it's a really
Oh, look.
definitive line. If
He turned around.
there's some sets coming out the back, so we'll see if this pays off for young Emil.
Oh my God.
I mean, he's used to a dry reef
Godspeed, my
lagoon right
friend.
there.
Godspeed.
He's got it. He's got it. It's pretty lully and north. So those sets, if they
Seen
do
some
come
lines.
through, yeah.
Yeah, damn. Get there.
Maybe he'll get one on the way back out. Go
Yeah,
left.
you never know. Oh, he's right
in
there. He's
already,
good.
yeah.
He's good.
And he'll be in position, pole position for the left.
True. Yeah, that's definitely like, I feel like when backdoor and pipeline are both in play, it kind of just mixes up like where it's possible to sit and how to like, you know, I guess if you're gonna not jockey people, but that is gonna like come into play, and you're gonna want to be on the best wave. So if you're deepest, you know, coming paddling back out from backdoor and looking at pipe, boom, you're in pole position.
Well, I'll tell you right
Like,
now, priority or not, I don't think Eli's just going to hand over a wave.
Definitely not.
He's up to bat. There's a set coming, and Emil sniffing around on the inside. It looks like a kind of crazy looking double up coming here.
Yeah, wow.
From the drone shot, from the beach angle, this wave must look insane.
Yeah, this is a beautiful looking set rolling in. Looks like
wow,
kind of some options. Wow, that was a good one.
Double barrel maybe this one. Yep.
He knows his stuff. This guy knows what he's talking about. Makuakai Rothman, no stranger to the North Shore. Yeah, as you said, has left a lot of skin on this reef.
I mean, look at that wave. Well, nothing wrong with that one. That was best. That was the
Wow.
wave of the day.
That
was the wave of the day.
That could have been a 10 if someone was able to negotiate that one properly.
It just goes to show you got some of the best pipe surfers in the world in the water, and still Mother Nature provides.
Well,
and
the ocean's always number one. You know, she's always going to outperform everyone, no matter what. Doesn't matter who it is, Kelly Slater, like anyone. Like, you know, Pipeline is the queen, the king, all of it. So it's cool, you know, to test these guys. All these guys are just being tested every day. It doesn't matter how many good waves you've had out there. You know, Pipeline's gonna always growl.
That was actually a good judging by the our judging panel on Billy Kemper's wave. It was really close to Griffin Colapinto's wave. Same kind of style. Griff stalled a little bit. Billy's ran a little bit, same kind of style wave, and I really think the comparisons, the judges really spot on with those scores.
Yeah, what's cool about taking the sum of all those scores is there is room, there's more room in the scale. So it's not out of 10, it's out of 30. And I think that's why they've kind of moved it to that, because they can have a lot of similar rides, but have, you know, just give an edge to a wave that was just, you know, a little more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to come down to your second wave. You know, one wave is not going to cut it in this event. You are not going to make the finals. And you know what's the most beautiful thing about this format? Regardless of airs and turns and all the hype behind all this format, the one thing that stands out is the barrel at Pipeline. And it will always be the crowning jewel. It will always be the meat and potatoes. It will always be the cream at the top. That barrel is, I would say, the creme de la creme of the world when it comes to professional competitive surfing.
100%. I mean, this is the bar. You know, you're seeing the bar of the world in tube riding, and now, you know, getting competitors to think about airs and bringing that into the equation. So it's crazy. You know, the progression of this sport has been wild to watch over the years, and seeing what guys are doing. You know, seeing,
Eli.
well, yeah, Eli taking off deep, steep and deep. Wow. Yeah, you know, it's you know, guys like Baron Mamiya, John, you know, there's some crazy, Noah Beshin has some crazy rides with combos of, you know, getting super deep and getting that classic tube and then coming out and chucking in air and landing and riding away. It's like,
I can't wait to see
nuts.
Baron Mamiya. I mean, he's still up to, you know, he's still got to surf. Noah Beshin still up. You know, Eli Hanneman, who had that big backside barrel to, you know, massive air, and you know, still a lot of surfing to be done right now, a lot of scores to be had. But right now in this heat, in the lead, Emil with a 32.10, Billy Kemper in second with a 23.90. Mikey Wright in third, 11.40, and Eli Olsen really looking at bettering those, you know, minimal scores he has right now.
Yeah, wow. So Emeo went into the lead with his two scores put together. So seeing, you know, how it sort of stacks up against some of the other heats. He has 2 rides that he's gotten in this one heat. They're not quite to the scale of the other guys, but that's what's, I think, crazy about this leaderboard is, you know, especially at this stage in the contest, you know, you can apply pressure. That's definitely going to be a factor later on in the second round when you're going out. Say you didn't get any scores. Someone like Emeo, you know, he's got 2 scores, and he's in the lead.
I mean, anything can happen. You've seen people with 10-point rides not make a regular heat.
Right.
And it just comes down to positioning, you know, being one with the ocean at the time, being at the right place at the right time, and actually being in that flow and that rotation. Because there's no priority, being in the flow, being in that rotation of the ocean, when those quality waves come in, and being in that right spot, that's going to have a big factor in who gets that backup score or that very excellent score and uses that higher excellent score that they got the first time as a backup, because we're going to see waves in this event above the 9-point range, I believe. And some of these waves are going to be backup waves that are now, you know, people's highest counting score.
Well, if it comes down to it too, and people are tied, it's going to come down to your third wave. So here we go. We got a recap of this heat. It looks like Emeo's first scoring ride. Yeah, he's just done a really good job to kind of stay busy and keep finding his rhythm in this heat. Looking really in tune with his equipment, his board. He's looking super comfortable out here.
Almost looked like he was going goofy foot, switch foot regular. I mean, this boy is so... The way his positioning on his board is, and Billy Kemper up and riding, I mean, just a beautiful wave right there. And
yeah, that was the wave of the heat,
you know,
for sure.
Easy days here for Billy on this one.
He just doesn't. He's just still looking for a backup score. But I think that's something to think about too, as you know, this event rolls on. Is you know, if you're focusing on one wave in a heat, that's definitely a cool way to look at it. And then we saw Emeo's backdoor ride right there. Yeah, I mean, well negotiated. Perfectly timed. He was deep. Both, you know, yeah, mid-range scores, but he's on the top of the leaderboard for the entire event right now, so he's doing well.
The criteria is to get 2 counting scores, and right now, Emeo has done that. He's in the lead for the time being. 3 minutes and 33 seconds left. Round 1, Heat 7 between Emeo, Zermatt, Billy Kemper, Mikey Wright, and Eli, the stuntman Olsen. Let's see if Eli and Mikey can put some pressure on the other 2 competitors in this heat with 3 minutes left in it.
Yeah, I think these guys have done a really good job at just negotiating the conditions right now, adapting to what needs to happen. It was cool to see Mikey take his line on that wave. You know, like that was probably the most unique line I've seen today. You know, the turn to the barrel to then try the air. That was kind of a statement wave for the rest of the day, you know, like.
With the lull in the action, we will be taking you to a break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the VANS Pipe Masters.
It's about 11:30 right now, approaching midday. We transition from morning into the midday hour, and for Hawaiian language, we say aloha kakahiaka for the morning, but aloha amakea for our midday. And we've got a time check. Time check, swimmers, 2 minutes remaining, 2 minutes counting down. Billy, your last scoring wave out of the possible 30 is 23.9. Neil, you are in the lead overall of the contest at a 16.7 and a 15.4. All wave scores out of a possible 30, with 3 judges not dropping any scores, added up to the highest possible count of 30.
Aloha Friday, everyone. Welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters 2022, live from the North Shore of Oahu. And we have in studio a guest with us, Mr. Harry. How are you?
Great,
Harry
thanks,
Bryant.
Nicola. Thank you.
Well done out there, sir.
Oh, man, I had a bit of one of those slow heats, which was a little bit unfortunate, but it was just crazy to be out in the water, dead glass, like 3 other guys out. It was a pretty special experience for sure.
I feel like that's what this event is, you know, it should be looked at that way. It's super, you know, like it's truly a privilege to ride pipeline with 3 other people. And I thought you did well. That was epic. I saw you pack a crazy one. Like, I think it was your first or second wave?
Maybe, yeah.
Well, it was just like a thick double up one.
Yeah.
Talk us through that one, like, as you're dropping in.
For sure. It was kind of like, I guess this morning there's been those 2, like there's been a few second reefers from early this morning, and then there's been just those ones that really stand up on the boil there. And I kind of rode a board in between where I could maybe dart out and get a roll in, or I could kind of then push back in and get one of those ones that stood up on the first reef.
Is this your first Pipe Masters?
It is.
How does it feel being in such a prestigious event like the Pipe Masters, knowing the history, the winners, and what this event means to surfing as a community?
It's huge. I mean, literally just to have the opportunity to paddle out and have just the chance to share the lineup with such iconic and experienced surfers. I'm really grateful for the opportunity and just stoked to be able to do my country proud and put some smiles on people's faces for sure.
Well, you just heard the horn of Heat 7. We are now into Heat 8. We have in the water in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heat is on. Heat 8. In red, Noah Beshin. In blue, Imai Kalani Devolt. In white, Craig Anderson. And in black, another young man from Tahiti, Kauli Vast. Harry, how do you see this heat playing out? And could you, if you were to surf another heat out there, like the conditions we have on hand, would you change your heat strategy, or how would you go about the heat knowing how slow it is?
Yeah, it's literally just the luck of the draw right now. It's been changing all morning. There's been slow heats and then there's been epic heats. Like Heat 3 to me was a huge highlight. I was at home watching it on the screen, and it just, as soon as that sun popped out, the waves turned on. I think you've just really got to be ready for anything really, and just be in the lineup and just position yourself in the spot where you think those waves are going to come through, and just hope for the best. But
I'm going to pull us way out here, like broad perspective, pipeline. If an alien landed in this booth with us right here, and you were to explain what it's like to surf pipe, what would you say to him, or her, or them?
Oh man, I've never surfed out there without like 50 to 80 to 100 people in the lineup. It's like a different wave. Like, I was just kind of paddling around, and you see it's just these big TP wedges everywhere, and because of those second and third reef, there's this indication when you know where the wave's going to come to you. Whereas a lot of the waves and stuff that I surf at home, they just kind of jackknife up on a reef and they just pop up in front of you. But here you can kind of position yourself around the reef, and you can play a smart game out there for sure. And you see some of the best guys like Billy Kemper in that last heat. He got that screamer, and that's basically just because he just knows the reef like the back of his hand.
So did you learn some cues as you were out there in that heat that you're going to take into round 2?
For sure. Just seeing where Nathan Florence was sitting as well, and how they kind of play the cat and mouse thing, how they kind of like paddle out, and then when the sets come, they move in on the reef. And it's interesting. You learn so much. Even just watching all the heats, you're constantly learning.
Yeah, well, there's definitely lineups out here that you learn once you put your time in enough and you sit by the right guys. You kind of start looking at the beach.
That's it.
Picking off trees. You know,
I want to talk to this man.
Watching boils. You know, you might just, you're just gonna put your time in out here.
That's
and nothing. I mean, obviously invited, one of the best surfers in the world. I mean, such a pleasure to watch you surf all around the world. Your video clips and everything are amazing, and you got one more chance to get out there, change that formula up a little bit, and I mean, you know how to get 2 waves.
For sure.
Right?
That's it, hey. Can't think about it too much.
I mean, the guys who think about it aren't the guys on the podium. The guys that are doing it, getting them, are the guys out there. So I really think that you guys have an amazing opportunity on hand with only 3 other guys out at Pipeline. I mean, when do you get that opportunity?
Never. It's a double up.
Oh
wow, that was
my
crazy.
gosh.
There's been some mutant things coming through.
There was one in that last heat that was absolutely insane.
That pushed down a bit.
It just started small and just absolutely, it grew into a gem.
Yeah, Pipeline just had to show who was truly boss. But yeah, I mean, as far as, you know, this event, this format, you know, you have surfed your first round heat, what are some, you know, going in knowing you need 2 waves, what does that do to your mindset for later today?
Yeah, I guess basically you just got to pick the eyes out of it, and like Makua was saying, just make sure you've got all your little lineups dialed, and just be confident that you're sitting in the right spot. And I think it's one of those things that's up to Mother Nature, and if you're in that spot and you're on the boil and a wave comes, then it's meant to be for sure.
Well, you got guys like Mason Ho who seem pretty tuned in, and just mojo very high. So definitely, I mean, even Emeo, who's at the top of the list right now, he stayed busy in his last heat. He didn't get the craziest waves, but he's on the top of the leaderboard.
Right now, speaking of Emeo, Mahina Florence is with Emeo. How are we going on the beach, Mahina?
Okay, I'm here with Emeo. Emeo, you are currently in the lead overall. How are you feeling?
I'm like super happy right now because I'm on the lead, of course, but I was not like super stoked about my heat because I feel like there was like a couple options that I could have done better. Like I saw one wave was like crazy, a big barrel, and no one catched it, and I think that was like that could have been a 10, but definitely stoked to be on the lead though.
And when you got to pick your heats, and I know a lot of people are kind of avoiding Billy's heat, but you just went right up there and put your name on there. Why?
I mean, Billy is an inspiration for me, and you know, like it's like a dream to compete against him, and to beat him is like, it's great, you know. I mean, the job is not done, of course, but like it's still, I'm happy.
And you come from one of the heaviest waves, Chopes. Does that give you confidence when you come out here, or do you think it's different?
I mean, yeah, definitely. Chops is like, for me, it's the gnarliest wave in the world. So like, when I come here, it's like another version of Chops, but like a little softer and a little better because there's a right and there's an air section. So, I mean, there's everything we want on that wave. I mean, both of those waves are my favorite wave in the world. Chopo and Pipeline are like my best. I love those waves.
The dream waves.
Yeah, the dream waves.
All right, thank you so much, Emio. We're going to throw it back to the boys in the booth, and we'll see you again.
Boys, back in the booth. We have 23 minutes and 56 seconds here. Round 1, Heat 8. Noah Beshin still waiting to open his account along with Imai Kalani DeVault, Craig Anderson, and Kauli Vaz. Boys, the swell is coming up. It's really going to be about wave selection. What do you guys think?
Yeah, definitely. Is that swell? Have you been keeping an eye on is it still coming up, do you think, or do you feel like it's...
I haven't checked the buoys.
I've been seeing the third reef break. It wasn't breaking earlier, so it must be coming up.
The rock pile zone too is huge. There's been some massive waves coming through.
I saw people were surfing it. I saw someone get pretty gnarly like donuts down there.
Oh, that wave is definitely on right now with that northerly swell. It's going to be pushing down right into logs. I mean, there could be some crazy waves down there as well, but all the action and what you want to be watching is right here out front at the VANS Pipe Masters.
Right. Well, actually, you know, yesterday, Harry, you kind of got a sweet one in front of the house.
Yeah, that was kind of, we're staying just at log cabins, just down the way, and just kind of ducked out for a little morning rinse off and kind of lucked into a nice right tube, which was a good warm-up for today. And yeah, I wonder if maybe throughout the day we start, I feel like there's been a few more of those backdoor kind of big evil looking wedgie ones, and yeah, I'm sure a lot of the natural footers are definitely keeping their eyes peeled for those.
Being goofy, are you thinking backdoor at all? Is that kind of...
If one arose, and I feel like you just have to go. You kind of, that 30 minutes goes quick out there as well. You know, you just kind of got to take, you just got to take what you can get. And, just kind of get into it. But yeah, I feel like the last 2 heats in particular, there's been a few more backdoor waves being surfed, and with that north swell, Makua, you might be able to explain a bit better, but you kind of end up seeing a bit more backdoor waves in that north swell.
It does tend to have a little more backdoor waves in the north swell, but it has to have a little bit of west to peak it up.
Yeah.
Because if it's too long and too much north, it's going to run off and probably going to give you a little rat trap at the end. Here we see Craig Anderson with a quick in and out. Conditions looking like they're deteriorating a little bit.
Just looks like one of those off heats right now.
Well, it looks like maybe somebody might be able to go and just do one huge punt on a smaller wave.
Yeah.
And try and see where the judging scale is right now with
I'd love to
just
see
one
that.
big air, because we haven't seen too many air attempts. And with this wind and the way that, you know, slow heat, a good heat strategy for an aerialist, maybe move over on the sandbar a little bit, look for a air section, look for one of those wedges, and try and hunt something, you know, that is heard around the world, and we'll see where that matches up to the actual barrels, so we can see the sliding scale.
Yeah. Just adapting to the conditions. They're changing quick, and yeah, I feel like even too, that was when I came down to paddle out before my heat, I had like 4 boards there, because I didn't know if it was all going to move to the second reef, and that swell was going to jack up real quick, so I had kind of some big guns down there, or some kind of like air boards in case that wind just started huffing into it and there was ramps out there. But
yeah, damn.
Well, nowadays it seems everybody's so like, the waves are going to be 25 feet every time the waves get big, and it's like, man, the forecasting made it like a little, you know,
yeah, well,
a little hyped for how big the waves get nowadays. I haven't really seen, you know, buoys over, you know, 25 seconds. Before there used to be 28-second readings, 30-second readings, you know, 30 at 30, 25, 28. I mean, I haven't seen that in a lot of years, and
you said something really interesting that I've never heard before, but since, you know, just polar ice caps kind of melting and the barometric pressure being less, that kind of blew my mind the other day. Could we talk about that a little bit? Because I feel like that's some next level just forecasting and thinking right there.
I just been watching waves my whole life, and my career path that I chose was for bigger waves, you know, and I had to make sure we were at the biggest spot possible wherever it was. And it seems to me that the storms stay up north and down south more. And I was wondering, why is that? And I started looking into, you know, I guess, you know, polar ice caps and, you know, whatever's going on at the top of the world. It doesn't seem that in the wintertime, it doesn't get as cold at the top of the world anymore. So those storms seem to be able to drift up, to where before it was much colder during the wintertime. The storms had to take a more southerly track, and it was perfect for Hawaii because it came right down to us. But now it seems that since it's warmer up there, the storms just kind of tend to gravitate to that warmer water that's closer to it. Because I guess they say the bigger storm, the warmer the water, the bigger the storm can get.
Yeah.
And I think that the water's getting warmer up there, and the storms are just gravitating more towards that higher part of our Earth.
That is tech.
So tech. I know. Well, that's like, I feel like most surfers, you know, we all geek out on you know, charts and storms, and we're looking at forecasts and everything and reading buoys, but like that was like a world analysis right there, you know, like, and that's, you know, that's why you've caught some of the biggest waves in the world right there. You're thinking outside the box.
No, I wasn't thinking. That's why I caught the biggest waves in the world. If I was thinking, I probably
a lot and
went.
then not thinking at all. Yeah.
But I mean, if you think about it, the pressure that you know, that coldness puts on the Earth kind of balances us out, and I just feel that whether you believe the Earth is round, flat, square, or triangle, the waves are definitely changing, and the swells are either very big or a lot of La Nina type weather patterns.
Definitely.
Ooh, La Nina. Yeah, I mean, it just seems so crazy. You know, surfing as a sport to me is pretty wild. Like, I think there's no other sport like it. You know, you look at the court we got. This is Mother Nature. These are like death-defying waves. I think that's the coolest thing, you know, sitting on the beach, like whether you're a surfer or a spectator, like especially here at Pipeline, you can come down to the beach and feel that, see that, and you're like, wow, this is why surfing is so rad.
In Hawaii, it's just called mana. And with that, we want to say thank you very much. Our mana to you. Thank you for calling this heat with us. We will see you in the heat later on today. Good luck. And we are going to throw it back to you folks.
Think so.
and a commercial. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. VANS Pipe Masters.
Huge. There's these big gullies, and the sand has these dunes that if you get caught in between, the water can force you out into the ocean very quickly. Here we go, blue. Hey, Eva, Hawaii, come on. One of our standout VANS premier team riders, Eva. Doing a little pop shove it at the end, just for good measure. A nice tight barrel for Eva's backhand attack. I love the speed he had on that day, Rocky. I like that he got into the barrel. Yeah, it was definitely part of the criteria. That was white. That was Frank Anderson from Australia. He was really deep on that way. Way on the takeoff. Let's watch this next set. The 16 minutes counting down here in the heat of the race. And here goes Frank Anderson. The Aussie on the bottom, close out, so no room to negotiate. Right there.
Welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters 2022. We are in round 1, Heat 8. Craig Anderson in white, Noah Beshin in red, Imai Kalani DeVault in blue, and Kauli Vass still looking to open his account in black. How is this heat shaping up, Dylan, and what are the conditions that we have on hand for those that have just tuned in?
Yeah, unfortunately, this heat hasn't produced much. It's been one of those slower heats. We saw Craig Anderson just kind of stand up and kick out. There hasn't been a lot on offer. Haven't seen too many waves, go under any of the boys either. So hopefully it starts picking up soon. I think the tide is getting pretty close to low, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe, maybe that.
You know how you know it's low or high tide? Low tide is when the reef stays sticking out. But during that break,
check for rocks.
During that break, I heard some screams. We may have had a ride during the break, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow,
we have
okay.
a replay. Imai Kalani in blue.
Wow.
Beautiful positioning on a smaller
Sick.
inside wave, but I mean absolutely perfect positioning, and you can't get too much of a better. And the futuristic shove it at the end.
I mean, this guy has it all. Like, I'm so impressed with Imai surfing. I mean, from barrel riding to turns to tech to style, he's got it all. I think he's one of those guys that, the format's sort of geared towards. So it's cool to see him doing his thing right there, showing why he's here and showing up for the day.
And guess what? We have a special guest with our contest director, Nathan Fletcher. What do you have for us?
3, 2, and 1. You're allowed.
Hi, guys. So I'm Nathan Fletcher, and I'm here with Craig Al Chapman and also my dad, Herbie Fletcher. And the first question's going to go to Mr. Al over here. How'd we get the name for the Bonsai Pipeline?
It was on the side of the road. It was a sign that had things said pipeline. And it was the movie I saw was Surfing Hollow Days with the late, great Bruce Brown. And he had Phil Edwards surf the Bonsai Pipeline, the very first photograph ever taken. Well, after they took the photographs, they needed what they would call necessity is the mother of invention. We need a name for the place. So there was a sign over on the road that said pipeline. And apparently that's how this story goes, how the pipeline was named. But it really doesn't become the Bonsai Pipeline until it's about 10 and 12 feet, and then it's a death-defying Bonsai Pipeline.
It's the Bonsai.
And my friend Herbie Fletcher here, I grew up with, he's experienced it many times, and maybe he'll tell you a word or two about taking the drop, Herbie. The one that goes straight down into the hole.
The drop. The drop. That was all about the drop and pulling in. And in 67, 68, there was a brother to Owl called Gary Chapman, and him and I moved in it off the wall and saw these waves coming down the beach, and we called it pipeline rides.
First guys to go right.
We were the first guys to go right because everybody else, all the big wave riders, they all checked it out from the park or the right-of-way, and it looked small, mushy lefts, but then there was like 6-foot barrels right barrels coming down the
Excuse
beach.
me, Herbie. The fact is, the generation before us had these terrible surfboards. They were the Hobies and the Hansons, and it was the California hang 10, hang 5, do spinners, walk backwards. Well, the shortboard came into evolution right then and there when the moment he's talking about in that era, that year, and when that came in, new maneuvers came into surfing like the rollout fade, all the way into the bottom, all the way into the hole. Both hands on the face, coming around the corner, straight up under the lip, back down the blink of an eye, which we call today pivot and rotate, right?
Down in the pit.
What happened with these guys did when they developed the short board, a whole nother terminology came into surfing. And then there was new words for surfing. You understand? Like locked in, back door, off the top. Things that didn't exist before because there was no terminology for it. But first, you have to invent the board to do the maneuver to name the terminology. And Herbie and my brother and that generation were the guys who did it.
Well, Dick Brewer and Gary, his brother, were working on the minigun, and I was working by myself. I had my own shaping spot, and what we do, we didn't have blanks, so we strip blanks, strip boards, and then we cut a piece off and put it on the nose, which we called a scab. We put a scab on it, so it gave it rocker. So what Al's talking about, dropping into the pit, we could drop in the pit and really pull off a big turn and come back in.
Herbie, let me talk to you. And excuse me, I'm sorry to get a little over the top, but the fact was, when this happened, you understand, surfing changed as a whole.
You guys are cut.
The light. Maybe we should try it again.
You did good, Al. They went back to the action. Jack.
We are back in the studio with looks like what we have. I thought it was a broken board. Imai Kalani went on a crazy looking right that they were talking about, pipeline rights. And I think his board was just suited for this wave. It just had a little bit too much of what would we call that?
That was
chandelier.
Yeah, it was a little chandelier-y, that one. But that was a huge backdoor one. Best one of the day. For the record, that was insane. Al Chapman and Herbie Fletcher, legends, absolute legends of the sport. I think we should get those guys in here. I could have listened to them all day. That was amazing. I didn't want them to stop.
But you know, one of the cool things they said is about shaping boards here on the North Shore. And right now, guys like Kaimana Henry, shaping boards right here in the house next door. Kalani Chapman, Al's nephew, I just seen him up in the shaping bay. I mean, a lot of the local kids and Daniel Jones, the boys are getting in there, shaping their own boards. And it's been a generational thing. Living on the North Shore, people just tend to want to, create, their own equipment. And right now, Kaimana is really, really stepping it up with his Kaimana boards, and a lot of people are riding them. And just to see from Al Chapman to this next generation of surfboard shapers, and actually having Al's nephew Kalani is amazing.
Well, all those guys are incredible surfers. They know waves like this. They know just Hawaiian power and how to harness it the right way. And so them getting their hands dirty and shaping boards that will sort of lend do some of this Hawaiian juice, some favors, makes so much sense. I love seeing that. I love seeing guys experiment with equipment. That's what surfing's about. It's one big experiment.
Well, I mean, it's crazy. You see some of the best board shapers, JS, Wade Tokoro, they all rip. You know what I mean? Chuck Andrus. I mean, some of the greatest shapers around are some of the best surfers too. Those guys absolutely rip. And to know what the equipment needs to do and how it needs to function, by being able to ride it and then shape it for others, I mean, you can't get rid of that experience.
No, definitely not. I mean, that feedback, that direct feedback is so important. Here we go, carnage. Yeah, surges are going to happen all through the day. So if you're tuning in and thinking of coming down, just be ready. you know, have your...
And please pick up your rubbish. That guy watching the rubbish go right into the ocean and just be like, yeah, no worries. And he's probably going to leave the other one too. Watch. Let's see.
Oh, no.
Well, this is going to be a good one. Let's see. Oh, it's a shoe. They're going to
There's
get
one
it.
not
That's
to
why.
do. No.
There's a shoe.
Yeah, well, he also could have put himself in danger as well. That's another factor. You know, there's just a lot of water moving, rising swell, bottoming out tide. You know, things could get dicey on the beach and in the water. They can change in a flash as well, which hopefully happens in this heat. I hope the boys get more action. Imai's been keeping busy. He's got a pretty good score under his belt of a 14.4 and a 0.7. But you know, he's up there. He's in the top 10 right now of overall standings, obviously winning this heat. I'm really excited to see Noah Beshin stand up on a few. Ando, Kawili, like this is a stacked heat. I mean, all the heats are stacked.
I mean, to see like Shaden Pacaro, guys like that, Kalana Po, Kauli Vast, Noah Beshin, you know, not catching waves, just it's a kind of a testament to how the waves are today.
Yeah,
and how tricky it is. But Ando up and riding, smooth style. And that was like an endo instead of an ando.
Yeah, a little bit of an endo there, but cool to see him get his campaign started, and
Here we
probably,
go.
yeah, here it goes. You know what we said before, like once it seems like the iron gets hot and all the competitors kind of jump on it. So hopefully that happens. Hopefully Ando just busted open the door there for everyone to start kind of heating this.
Well, there's a reason we call it sets. The waves, for those of you who may not know that may be tuning in for the first time, the waves come in sets of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 even sometimes, depends where you surf. And usually the first or second one are the bigger ones, third and fourth, you know, it starts to decline. And so that's why when you see one surfer get a good wave, especially on a pipeline, there's a good chance that behind it, you know, on 2 or 3, someone else is going to get an opportunity as well. And I hope right now we see, as we have competitor paddling, this wave start lighting up.
Yeah, this looks like a decent one. Definitely more action than there's been all heat. That was a sweet little vision right there. That's going to feel good for Kawili, and he's going for a... Wow! My gosh!
Almost like a broken ankle on that one.
Damn, that's... I mean, aerials are gnarly in general, but trying them at pipe is just so, like, on another level.
Pipeline doesn't have that soft landing unless you have, like, that perfect wave, like you see in Kauli, just into the flats, a side wave hitting them. It's just... it's almost like you're just kind of, you know, going bonsai pipeline in a whole nother perspective with the air.
There's a whole new level to the bonsai now, that's for sure. Yeah, tall order for these competitors. You know, the criteria is asking a lot of them, so a lot out of them. So hats off to these guys for, you know, rising to the challenge and accepting it, being like, yeah, cool, I'm ready to do airs at pipe now. In a heat.
I'm going to say hats off to people at VANS and everybody that made this event possible, bringing back the Pipe Masters. What's such an amazing historical event, excuse me. But yeah, nonetheless, thank you to all the hands that prepared this event, the security, the food, everybody that's involved, our judges. And here's our judging criteria once again: commitment and degree of difficulty. Combination of major maneuvers, style, creative self-expression, wave selection, and progressive, innovative maneuvers. And like you've seen on that last wave, a barrel from Kauli, leaving it all in the ocean, going for that big rotation and almost sticking it.
Man, I would have loved to just see him right out of that. You know, one, it was a crazy air. The barrel was not the craziest thing, but I'm sure that, you know, like for him in this heat so far, this probably felt amazing. And just knowing that his board's working good and everything's feeling good and coming out and eyeing up this section, like, that's a huge confidence boost. And I would have loved to have known where the judges would have gone with something like that, because that was definitely impactful.
I think before this event is over, the judges will show us, you know, what these scores are going to entail should you land a move like that. I mean,
that was lofty.
That was lofty, and that was, you know, landed in a pretty critical part of that sandbar.
Yeah, I mean, barrels and airs are, you know, some of the most extreme maneuvers you can do in surfing, because you're putting yourself close to some pretty high impact places on on the wave. So asking him to do both here at a wave like Pipeline, massive. Rad to see.
All of these surfers are up to that tall order.
Yeah.
Right now, you know, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Emil in first, Ivan in second, Mikey February in third, Mason Ho in fourth. As it currently stands, up and riding for the first wave, Mr. Beshin himself.
Wow, yeah. I mean, he had a crazy year. Wow, that was an amazing wave. I like that one. He was. What do you think of that one?
It looks like he's riding a bigger, thicker board, and I like it compared to what he's normally rode. And
Wow.
how's that bobble? Almost put him in the perfect position for a closeout.
Yeah, the imperfections sometimes can be perfect here at the Bonsai.
Yeah, sometimes you bobble, you catch a rail or something, it puts you in a better spot, and sometimes it doesn't. But you know, it's like sometimes you get that answer like, oh, okay, everybody's good with it. But I mean, what about our counterparts here on the broadcast? Salema Masakela and Dr. Cliff Capono. Coming up next to bring you round 1, heat 9. We have 1 minute left in this heat.
Yeah, what an awesome team. It's been so cool. I'm actually staying with Cliff. I've been to the Big Island, to Cliff's house on the Big Island, and he showed me some of his waves over there, and yeah, just has such a cool family and such a good vibe, and he's coming at the surf world at such a cool angle, you know, from a science background. It's cool to see, you know, someone like that getting involved, as well as Salema. But here we go, Kawili Vast on another one, eyeing another section.
Kauli.
Kauli.
Kauli Vast.
Okay.
Not Kawili.
Okay, my bad. Kauli.
Kauli, that's, yeah. Kauli Vast.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we do have Salema Masakela putting on his warrior helmet.
Man,
for the next heat.
Salema, I gotta say, man, this is you make this look so easy, like the talking. Do you have any advice for us?
He's professional. I mean,
man,
my
true
whole
professional.
life watching action sports, this is the voice that I've always looked up to right here.
First of all, it's very humbling to hear that from you guys, who I look up to and respect immensely. And you know, for me, this is 25 years that I've been commentating. I started off beach announcing events, you know, at little contests in Carlsbad, and so to be able to be here, you know, decades later at the Pipe Masters, I woke up this morning and I was like, oh, this is what I get to do for a living, and get to do it with the voices who live it and help share your experiences with the audiences. Man, we're lucky. We're so lucky.
Yeah.
And the energy, like, you know, Cliff and I were just outside in the tent, you know, Mikey February and a few other athletes, and just the Harry Bryant, the vibes collectively, huh?
Oh, totally.
Like, just people are stoked to be here.
Oh, I mean, the Pipe Masters
And
is
just
back.
rooting for each other.
There's no elimination. Everybody can, you know, want everybody to do good.
It's a different energy. Not like you don't feel that angst energy. Everyone's just like, no, they're like, send it, go, and
cheering
rooting for each other.
Yeah.
It's different.
I have a question for you. Me and Dylan were talking earlier about the polarized caps. It's not as cold as it was, and how the storms move. Since you're a scientist, I was wondering if that has anything to do with how the swells come across, because it doesn't seem like the big swells are dropping down right now.
Yeah,
it
we
seems
kinda
like
got
they're
deep.
staying up there because the water's warmer and it's attracting them, or how does that work?
Yeah, I'm definitely not a climate change scientist or a climatologist. I don't really specialize that. My specialty is more analytical chemistry. So I look at molecules. Like, that's big system thoughts and processes. I look more at like bacteria and like chemicals and like within your body and outside. But if I had to speculate, I would say that's a great observation.
We're gonna have to raise some money for some research on the theory that you just postulated.
Yeah. Maybe you should collab with Cliff at the Mega Lab and make something happen.
Yeah, we'll go out to the caps. Maybe follow the storm.
Cliff, I know you have some colleagues in the space for sure.
Oh, brother, but you know what? We are going to leave you guys to announce, to broadcast, to bring live to everyone at home, the VANS Pipe Masters, round 1, heat 9. We're going to say aloha and a hui ho until we see you guys again in a little while.
Yeah,
Take
looks
over.
like an exciting heat.
You
bro.
guys are the captains
I'm
of the
actually
ship.
jealous. This
Aloha.
is going to be a cool one to commentate. But we'll see you guys in a few heats. Good vibes.
Graves,
Thanks for having us.
There's some really good pulled pork out there. Get them.
All right. Well, hopefully, I don't want to say it. I don't want to jinx it, but it seems like every time we leave this room, the waves fire.
Listen, I'm gonna say it. We've been getting skunked. Mother Nature has been. I don't know what we did, but as soon as we leave the booth, it starts pumping.
We're gonna be talking about more previous names in 1991. It's like, come on now.
No, I feel like we're gonna get it right now. I mean, look at this heat. Young Eli Hanneman, Jackson Bunch, Balaram Stack, who's basically virtual Hawaiian at this point. The time that he's put in out here at Pipeline, he's got one of the big rooms in the Volcom House. Big crowd that came together to support him for his documentary that was playing this week. And my favorite of the Brazilian Storm, Iago Dora, who can do it all. Yeah. This is as far as like a high performance stacked heat is concerned, this is about as even playing field as we've had in a heat.
Yeah, I think you look at it, you would think back before, maybe like 10 years ago, you think Balaram, yeah, aerial guy from New York, type East Coast progression. And then you look at people like Jackson, Hawaiian from Maui, Eli Hanneman from Maui, and Iago. I mean, they're all aerialists in their own right. But Iago, his style he's really, really one of the most stylish competitive surfers I believe out there.
A true joy to watch. And when we talk about the progression or the judging possibilities between that combination of a perfect barrel and airs, Eli Hanneman's one of those surfers who's shown us possibility here at Pipe, and maybe he'll show us
Iago.
here at the Pipe Masters. Here's Iago.
Oh, trying to punch through. Yeah, the end section kind of crumbled on him. But yeah, Eli, you look at it, you're like, okay, what is the style? Because Eli seems pretty like machine-like in his approach. Just get the maneuver and blow your mind. And then you have someone like Jackson, who I believe is like kind of like a next generation like Mayola aerialist.
A little looser.
Yeah, and competitive. Yeah, I would say competitively familiar with winning, but he does the flips, back flips, full rotations. Here he goes.
You called him in.
Pulled into this. Oh, couldn't really find it out because it's just the conditions are. Sorry, boys, we're in the room. That's why.
The conditions are us.
All around.
This one's gonna be. Yeah. Stackman breaking the jinx for us.
Oh yeah.
He could have made that.
He's riding. It looked like he was riding a small board when he was riding out on the sand this morning. Might be the same board, or. I really wish we had a bit more information on the boards everyone's choosing to ride and what that looks like.
We just got some information on the choice of exit there. As Balaram saw that a duck dive was not a possibility. Decided to go swim with the fishes.
Balaram stock.
This guy, Waterman, out there spearing fish in cold water on the East Coast. Look at this thing. How is that drop?
It's, a lot of the East Coast tube riders, the barrels are so technically difficult to get into because they're so shallow on sand, and I think maybe they feel there's a little less consequence, so they get a lot of practice.
You talked about outside rail and injuries. That was a wave where easily you saw the way he got caught on his inside. He could have gotten thrown to that outside rail in the worst place to fall, but right there in that drop. But so light-footed. This kid has got such incredible technique, and he's just put in the time and earned the respect of everyone here on the North Shore.
Yeah, and having a support crew in the industry with having two houses right there at this wave, and some of the best to ever do it being his teammates. I think that also has something to say with his progression, is being able to get called in by people like Kaimana, Ty,
Kaimana Henry, Ty Van Dyke.
Those
you want them on your side.
Totally.
Balaram's mother flew in from the east coast of the mainland, and she's here. I know that's contributing to the smile on his face in being able to compete here in this Pipe Masters. As we see, every time the sun pokes out, it just
cleans it up.
Science takes over.
Science takes over. I know, Makul hitting me with the hard stuff over here about polar ice caps. I'm like,
wow, we have lanes. That lane is not mine.
Yeah, I'm like, I can tell.
Science is exact.
Yeah.
I cannot over speculate in a space that's not mine.
According to the data, I don't know if I can say that.
And again, for folks at home, speak again about the areas that you focus that have the doctor in front of your name.
Yeah, I mean, I have what they say a PhD. It's a doctorate of philosophy. So my expertise is in thought processes of something, and the thought process I specialize in is molecular connections between humans and nature. So I'm on a very microscopic level, and I don't do too much on the bigger scales, and if I am, I'm hoping to be in the ocean when it's happening.
Great score for Balaram Stack, 25.8. And when you see that number again, just think of dividing by 3 as you see Judge 1, 2, and 3 pretty much all right there within 0.2 points of each other.
They put him on. That puts him at number 5 overall in the rankings, right under Mason.
Yeah, and the second best score of the day, single score.
Yeah. Wow, right under Mason's. And then number 3, Mikey Febs, 2, Ivan Florence, and number 1, Imio.
Yeah.
The new leader.
The new leader. That backdoor wave that he got was a difference maker.
Representing Tahiti, local boy from Tiahupo'o, sending out, I'm sure there's a bunch of people rooting for him, all the Tahitian contingent. Matahi, Tikanui, Terewa, Lorenzo, Mihi, Michelle. I mean, I'm sure all the Tahitians are backing Mako Time right now. And Kauli.
How is that air that Kauli chucked?
Oh, yeah. Eli's going to try to do some aerial action, I feel. Oh, he got a small board. Oh.
Yeah. You could see right when he went high, he was looking for a ramp, but one did not exist. Eli Hanneman, this kid, since he was 10, 11 years old, started posting these 4 or 5 minute edits that would just arrest the surfing community. Everyone just had to stop and be like, who's this young man-child from Maui?
Yeah.
Still growing, still yet to come anywhere near his potential.
Totally. I think he had a really insane wave last year out here and did a full rotation on the end section.
Yeah, crazy barrel straight into that big backside full rotation, what snowboarders and skateboarders would call a proper backside 540.
I know there's big debate by some of the surfing community on what is a spin, what is the degrees.
Don't get skateboarders and snowboarders started on the laziness of surfers when it comes to math and airs. They're just like, just count the rotations. We set the tone. And listen, there are some within the surfing community that say, hey, well, sometimes when a person takes off, they're not perpendicular to the wave and they're going straight, so it's more of a 360, etc., etc. That argument is there, but sometimes for me, who's used to calling those tricks from that place, I can't not call a 540, and then people are like, what are you doing?
Wait, is it when you leave the water, the direction of your nose from when you land on the water?
Yes.
Okay, let's see what he's going to do here. Let me see if I can... Oh, no. Is this live? I'm going to try to see what the degrees is with that perspective now. So, okay, there. 5 degrees? Was that 10-degree rotation?
And when you're watching a pipe contest or even a vert ramp contest, they're not necessarily always perpendicular when they're taking off, but it's just known that the full rotation backside, front side is a 540, an alley-oop going front side is basically a backside 180. And so then when you get into double spins and surfing, that's when I think, especially now that we're starting to get into double spins, that's where, you know, is it a 720, is it a 900? It's all open to interpretation. But I think that's why surfing just went, okay, we're going to go full rotation. We'll call them full rotes.
Yeah.
Or, you know, a 360 revert. Todd Richards, snowboarder who also has a passion for surfing, legendary snowboarder. He's one of the loudest people online when he sees a really great trick in surfing that's progressive get called a full rotation. He's like, we gotta count the spins. As we see our current standings, Emo Zermatt came through with the strongest two-wave combination in a single heat that has him in the lead, followed by Ivan Florence. Mikey February, South Africa, has something to say, and young Mason Ho, of course, Mikey and Mason in that same heat, followed by presently already, Balaram Stack could easily jump into that before the 16 minutes and change are over.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about, you know, as you commentate and you're trying to give these people personality and things like that. I remember a few years ago, Noah Dean first came to the Pipeline Pro for a Volcom contest, and they were calling him Newport Noah. And they thought he was from Newport Beach. Jackson, barrel. Is he going to finish it with something progressive? He looks like he's not riding a very big board either. Oh, wrap around.
Nice turn. Well, it might be a little ramp. No.
Zero rotation.
Yeah, we could easily count that one.
Yeah, I think Jackson, I'm a huge fan of this Hawaiian boy from Maui. He's got a lot of growing to do, but his technicality is in the air is pretty crazy. I don't think people know enough about young Jackson Bunch. He's got the air game down.
Yeah. Just watching him here at the beach park on the lay days when it was pedestrian, general population pipeline, you'd call it, you could see that. I mean, his feel and knowledge on a surfboard is that natural feel is cool to watch, and then you see the way he can step it up in waves of consequence. As we'll take a look at this last wave, if this person gets in, ball around, going deep, going down, and we'll use this opportunity to check in with Mahina Garcia, who is with one Mr. William Kemper.
I am with the Kemper Ohana. We're missing a few. First off, we want to know, Tahiti, is it more nerve-wracking to watch Billy surf out there by himself in a heat or watch him surf with your son on his back?
I think surfing with Lion on his back, probably, because, I mean, I trust his surfing skills, but you never know, you know, at the ocean, and Lion's so small.
100%. Well, this is one of the most bad-to-the-bone mamas. Now, Billy, break down the conditions today. What's going on, and how was your heat?
I mean, this is Pipeline at its finest. It's all of 10-foot Hawaiian with bigger sets. It's close to maxing out, but not there yet. So we're going to continue running. And my heat was slow. You know, the way the swell is coming in, it's a bit on the north side. We'd like it a little more west, but we can't be picky. You know, the back end of the holding period, I'm happy the conditions are the way they are. It could be a lot worse. And there was a few opportunities that we missed in that heat. I had one nice little warm-up wave, and then there was a wave that kind of slid under that I think was the one that I was probably looking for. But I'm happy, I'm healthy, and I got them with me, so just taking it one wave, one heat at a time.
And how are you liking the format with the no elimination and the no priority?
I mean, this format, I would personally want to thank Uncle Eddie for creating the backdoor shootout. I've been watching that event since I actually competed in it when I was 9 years old when I was at Honolulu Bay. Same format. The last 10 years of being on the North Shore, competing in that like non-elimination free surfing, it really brings out your performance. It brings out the best of every competitor. And, you know, it's just like the best waves of the whole event are the ones that end up shining. And I feel like that's what makes these events prestigious. So I'm super stoked they brought that to the Pipe Masters, to this event. So thank you to VANS for doing that. And yeah, I'm psyched. I'm really stoked. I hope I get another opportunity with some big waves and get up into that top four.
And we know that health and fitness is huge for you and your wife and your Ohana. Are you on a program right now?
Always on a program, you know.
Always on a program.
Yeah, you know, you make sacrifices and adjustments through life, and it became like training has become my lifestyle, and I think it's the same for you and your husband. You know, it's like it starts off as work, and then all of a sudden it's like it's a hobby, it's a routine, and your program becomes your life, and your life becomes your career, and that's kind of where we're at. And I'm just so grateful for being healthy, for being happy. I have my beautiful family down here cheering me on. Can't be more confident than when they're here with me.
So well said. And how was the poke?
Good.
What did you have? What kind of poke was it? All right. And that's all we have with the Kemper Ohana. And we're going to send it back to you boys in the booth.
Thank you, Mahina Florence. My humble apologies.
Ball.
Ooh.
Ball's on one, huh?
Oh, tucking under.
Still going?
Oh.
But, you know, I don't think he's going to get penalized for that because they might have scored the barrel and then he went for another one.
Yeah, a little bonus. Mahina Florence and Nathan Florence married last year, but we've known her as Mahina Garcia for so long, it's easy sometimes for me to forget. But that was a great interview and such great perspective from Billy about what it takes. If you really, he talks about it with the kids that he mentors. If you want to go next level, it's not just about what you do in the water. You have to make it a lifestyle on land and really treat your body like it's always prepared to go next level in conditions like this, with the training, with the gym. Him and his wife have an incredible gym up at their house in Pupukea, and you see the get back that he gets from that style of training.
Yago.
Oh, Yagodora!
Oh. Let's go finish it, bro. Coming to a bottom turn. Big hack, bro. Yago's style.
It's gorgeous.
He's good style, and I feel like there's this big thing like Brazilians don't have good style. And then Yago came onto the scene. Is like, I don't know, that Brazilian, he's pretty stylish. Like,
That, I mean, Yago, Felipe,
that kid Victor.
I mean, it's endless. That whole old myth about quote-unquote Brazilians not having style does not exist anymore. How's this negotiating this drop with big old warbles?
That one was not his best style, but, I mean, that was a good style.
It's gorgeous. I give it points because that wave was doing weird things.
Yeah.
With those little riblets coming up.
Yeah, he winded down those windows. This hack.
Whoosh.
Yeah, Yago. Sick. Yeah, getting with Billy, that interview, I mean, I remember seeing Billy. People can hate on Billy's intensity sometimes, and it's understandable because he can be very intense, but you cannot knock that guy's hustle. He was there before the sponsors, before the Jaws, before his HIC pros. I seen him with sweaters, double sweaters, running by VLAN and working out with Kahea Hart, and just like, and it's easy for some people to be like, look at this guy, where does he think he's gonna go? He thinks he's gonna win Jaws or something.
Yes.
And then he did.
And then he did, right? And he big wave champion, qualifies and performs super well in the Triple Crown, get some wild cards onto the tour last year. That's all a result of choosing to do the extra work. Billy does not pretend to know that, like, oh, I'm the most naturally gifted surfer that's here. And so he's like, okay, what do what I know that I can do is outwork everyone in a way that will frustrate them but bring performance. Not to mention, this is a guy who suffered, as we take a look at this Balaram.
Well, he came out and then he went back in here. Back inside down.
Yeah, that would have been if he would have gotten a double on that, judges would have loved it. But, you know, you say all that, and then we can't forget the crazy injury that he experienced in Morocco with his knee and his pelvis, an injury that would have been very difficult for the average surfer to come back from, and he came back and performed within the same season from that. It did work that just, again, having that mindset of like, okay, I know what to do, and I'm going to do that, and then some.
And I think his mentorship, the style, you know, he's coming in as an age group who is looking like these contests are a form of work, and the income provides for a family. So it has another level of intensity. Not to say it's good or bad, but maybe, I mean, could throw it out there, Billy Kemper could be one of the least understood professional surfers out there right now.
Yeah, I've gotten to know him and spend a lot of time with him in the last few years, and his wisdom is to the point where I call him my little big brother. And watching him as you mentioned, as a father, it is motivating for him to have his 4 children, you know, and his family. He's like, I'm out here doing it for different reasons than everyone else. 7 minutes and 25 seconds to go here in Heat 9 of round 1. We're having fun.
Coming out, 25 points, and that was the decision right there. Yeah, we're going all day. Yeah. So round 2 of the men's no run, same order as round 1, first 5 heats. So half of it will complete round 1 and round 2 by days in. So that'll be for tomorrow, women's round 1 and 2, and the second half of this round 2. Yep, which should fit nicely into our time frame. And possibly Sunday, a third day, if conditions are upward. Now remember, ultimately, you want to be in the top 4 of the men and women in the ultimate final. Right now, all around stack, man in white from New York City is number 1. Behind him is Dale Zermatt-Contini, Ivan Flores from the North Shore, and Michael February from South Africa. Yeah, and you know, our
Well, welcome back to the VANS Pipeline Pro. We got ourselves a new, VANS Pipe Masters. We got ourselves a new leader, and he's from New York City, Balaram Stack.
Stacking points.
Yes, stacking points. And that opening wave was the second highest of the day, and then that double barrel backing it up, the double barrel attempt, has him with a total point score of 40.4.
Balaram. He's another one that's easy to hate on, coming from New York, you know, and rubbing shoulders with some of the greatest, you know, out here at Pipeline. But even in the backdoor shootouts, the Pipe Pros, I mean, he kind of shows how it's done. Eli, what's going to happen? Barrel into an aerial?
Oh, you got to make it out first.
Yeah. Well, almost.
Almost. You saw him do that same kind of grab rail that we saw from Mason Ho, where he anticipated that second section coming, gave it that extra pull. You saw the board come out, but his body unable to join him. But, you know, Balaram is another example of I'm just going to outwork you. And you can't judge the book by the cover. Like you said, you could easily be like, oh, this kid's just from New York, whatever, air guy. But the work that he's put in here has him in the lead at the Pipe Masters.
Yeah, number 1. Number 1, New York. Number 2, Tahiti. Number 3, North Shore.
Number 4, South Africa.
South Africa.
Stand up.
And not too far behind, we have Mason Ho, number 5. Griff Colapinto, number 6. Billy Kemper, number 7. Nathan Florence, number 8. Imai Kalani Devol from Maui, number 9. And rounding out right now, Yago Dora, number 10.
And we still got, how about the fact that all that can change with Cole Rothman, Baron Mamiya, Noah Dean, and Shane Sykes.
Oh, totally.
Another South African coming up as we see
again.
Ball, and he's hunting.
Back foot on the tail pad, he's launching.
Oh!
You could even tell he was going for it. When he put that foot back on that, he was like, I'm going to launch him. Oh, Noah, right there. Teammate, Noah Dean, Newport Noah, actually from Australia. Nas, he put out an insane edit a couple weeks ago. No, a week ago?
Yeah.
A couple days ago?
And Noah Dean's, it's been really cool to see his overall maturity as he stepped up and learned about what it means to come here to North Shore, have respect.
Aerials. Tricks. Tricky. Yeah.
That was makeable. You saw his foot, that front foot.
Yeah, right here. He's like, what am I going to do? Oh, I'm going to. Then right here, he steps back again. That's the new thing, the air pad. I guess, yeah. Or not the new thing, but I guess Astrodeck was doing it, you know, back in the 80s, 90s?
Yeah, Christian Fletcher. As you see the criteria, Degree of difficulty, commitment, throwing yourself over the ledge, combination of major maneuvers. Nathan Fletcher saying the future of professional surfing is combination maneuvers. Style, which is not judged on the World Championship Tour, but is judged here at the Pipe Masters. Creative self-expression. How are you showing your personal language on the wave? Wave selection, very important. Progressive, innovative maneuvers, such as we saw attempted at the end of that last wave by Balaram Stack.
Jackson, here he goes. Let's get sexual expression. Maybe he got some creative self-expression on the kick out.
Creative self-expression ejection.
Oh, my dad, he would always tell me, like, the kick out, that's the, back in the day, you know, the kick out was the thing, but I guess maybe they're rewarding. We'll see. We'll see what they're rewarding on the kick out with Jackson the last night.
They keep be paddling back out. People like, sick kick out.
Yeah, no, my dad would say that.
No way.
Oh, that kick out. They would like throw the board one way and kick out the other way, and that was like a move. Like, you don't even need to do an air with your board. You just detach. But that was back before they thought about landing it, I guess.
All part of the air progression. We thank your dad and his generation for their contribution.
I think one after, Larry Bertelman with his cover of Surfer Magazine, was that 80?
Right. Yes.
80 something. He did the quad. He was on a quad. He was doing an air. I don't even know where that is. At VLAN or maybe off the wall, but actually I don't even know where it is. But yeah. Uncle Larry throwing down the airs on the quads in the early 80s.
I remember that photo. Those old Surfer magazines now are collectibles intact online, especially the oversized issues. I saw people selling them for $20, $25 fully intact. The magazine, Surf magazine generation that we grew up with no longer existed, and everything being immediate, but the ability to sit and study pages and really have to figure out how someone got in that position and then going out and trying to attempt that when you got in the water, it was just a different mindset.
That was the original textbooks for me.
Yeah. When I first started surfing, I was 17, and I came to the party late, and so I would go to the library in school during lunch and just read back issues of Surfing Magazine to learn the culture and learn the history, and I just voraciously studied, and that's how I realized what I had come in contact with by learning to surf. Like, oh, this is a whole world.
Totally.
As this heat 9 comes to an end, Balaram Stack making a big statement for New York City as we see our top 4 performers of the day. Our current leader, what a negotiation on that takeoff, and then just triple threading this barrel.
Here he goes. Yeah, he almost caught this rail right there. We were talking about dangerous. I think more impressive from the wave, he avoided getting pounded onto the reef and then throwing the big air at the end. Falling though. But Emil Mako time, number 2 in the leaderboard right now. I think he got a solid one that's left. And the attempt, this is what I think why they're rewarding, is they're attempting the air after a good barrel, which, you know, talking with everyone, no one got rewarded.
How about the technique of going high, low, getting bounced around in that barrel? He also got a great backdoor wave. Ivan Florence earlier this morning just came into a bus station. This thing could have filled a city bus in that barrel. It came around this section and it just went round and square at the same time.
Wow. After the spin. Hectic. Mikey showing us how to navigate multiple chandeliers and sections. This is technical, you know, from pushing through all those chandeliers. Bebs.
He said that Mason Ho literally screamed him into that wave, so he just had no choice. But there, like you said before, look at that technique, showing that if you think that he's just a style pony, guess again.
Yeah, people forgot he was on the tour. Next heat, 10, Koa Rothman, North Shore's own, Baron Mamiya, Noah Dean from Australia, and Shane Sykes, South Africa. This is going to be a real interesting. Is this the last heat of round 1?
This is. We blew through round 1.
And it didn't blow out the waves.
Yeah, the wind was like, no, we're good. And that was a big speculation over the last week or so. The winds models kept changing back and forth, where it looked like this could have been a swell arrival and also completely blown out. You were saying earlier, from the looks of things, that it's stayed, the wind has stayed this way. It could stay cheesy like this for the rest of the day.
Yeah, the sea breeze hasn't come into full effect, which everyone, I think, is really pumped about. And I guess we're going to run round 2 soon after this.
Well, the goal is to get through half of round 2. From what I've been told, look at this perspective of just how beautiful this place is as we see the mountains dancing up into the blue. I mean, the North Shore it's unrivaled. You haven't experienced life until you've come and got to sit in this place. As you see the kids, the young keikis, out,
Sand Angels.
They're Sand Angels, and then they're coming in and they're getting autographs.
I see one kid drinking the water. Hey, don't eating the sand. Hey, grab your kid. Jokes. Oh, good. Grind 'em. Wow, that was a great last action heat. Wow. Okay, our skunk curse might be broken.
Yeah, finally. Let's see if we can keep it rolling here as we end round 1. I mean, Cole Rothman. What a great story. You know, obviously comes from big legacy. Someone paddling them for this inside double up.
Whoa, that's a
dangerous,
heavy. At least he reconnected on the drop. Shane.
Yeah, you
South
saw.
Africa.
And when you see drops like that, or you see the tail fins come free and come loose, it makes you appreciate the technique needed, especially backhand pulling into barrels.
Oh yeah, I mean, probably the best late drop like this that, I mean, it's probably ingrained in people's idea is the Andy Irons, Bruce Irons special. 2 of the best to ever disconnect, reconnect on their backhand. Shane Sykes trying to make it happen, I guess, but next time.
And then, as you mentioned, Baron Mamiya, Australian Noah Dean.
Baron is hectic. He's the kind of person that will wake up, and we have another.
Speaking of hectic, we're about to get joined by a hectic individual who's about to come on the headset.
Eli Borg.
Eli Borg Olsen.
Yeah. Oh. Joining us, the one and only Eli Olsen.
We love it.
Oh yeah, bro. Thank you for coming in and speaking with us about your current situation. What you gotta let us know. You were
welcome, bud.
What heat were you in? Heat 7?
Hold on, we'll get your mic turned on.
It was a hectic heat. You and everyone out there, it was pumping, and I don't think people noticed. I think your first wave, you didn't even grab rail. You kind of just. Do we got you on the mic?
We're gonna get that mic on for you. Stand by. Technical difficulties. We'll get Eli Olsen's mic on.
Yeah, we got the scores here, huh?
Yep, there we go.
There it is. Welcome.
Yeah. All right. Eli, walk us through. So you're in Heat 7. How did your heat go first? And then maybe we'll talk about your bodily condition on what's going on.
Heat 7 was cool. We had Billy, Mikey, Emio. Everybody was super cool. Good vibes. It was kind of like currenty, not ideal pipe, but the conditions, there was so much potential, and I was just like, okay, just get one good one. That was the goal. And I was kind of a little too anxious. I went on a bad one, and then I felt like we're playing like kind of gentleman's priority. And then Billy got a fun one, and then I think Emio got a fun one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then that was kind of all the heat offered, and I was like, well, hopefully the next one provides.
But what's up with your arms?
What's going on?
I have 9 stitches. We got 4 internal, 5 external. I got a fracture on I don't know if it's a tibia or fibia, one of them fractured, and then fractured pinky bone, whatever. I don't know the name of anything. But
this guy's messed up.
I was like, first time in the Pipe Masters, I'd have to be on a wheelchair I would still go out in a wheelchair.
Right.
I'd be like, somebody push me. I'll just.
And this didn't happen surfing. This happened in your other job as
extracurricular activity.
Yeah, the side job. I started doing stunt work about 5 years ago, and it started taking off in the last year or two. And in 5 years, it was my first accident. You know, we do a lot of hard stuff on the body, but we're usually pretty like safe and professional. And it was just a kind of a freak accident. Got tossed, came up short of the pads, landed on straight lava rocks, and.
Can we say who tossed you?
Aquaman?
It was Aquaman.
Jason Momoa. So he's supposed to throw you on a pad?
Yeah.
And he threw you to the rocks instead by accident.
We came up a little short, and it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't blaming him. We're dance partners when you do fight choreography, and we danced a little too deep. So when I got thrown backwards, we were just shy of the pads. Yeah.
Wow.
So it wasn't really his fault. It was just we just happened to just go about this much deeper than our last take, and then this was like pad here. I landed right here.
Pad, lava rock, 2 different compounds.
Yes.
You can tell the surfer is stuntman. We went too deep and we missed the pad, and I got like smashed on the reef of the land.
And I don't know him, but he strikes me as the type of person who would have been so heartbroken that happened to you.
Oh yeah, he was just like before. What's crazy is before the take, he had a. I don't know how much I can talk about without getting in trouble.
Be careful! Don't give away the plot. I don't want them coming for us.
Yeah, no. But he was super bummed because he really cares about everybody, and he's so passionate about the project. And he called me after, and I was just like, dude, it happens. Like I wasn't worried. I went to work the next day. I was just busted up, but I was just like, we're good.
Yeah, you and Baron are made of the same compounds, I think.
Yeah.
Is Baron injured?
No, we were just talking about toughness earlier.
Oh, okay.
All right, well, we're going to check in right now with Mahina Florence, who is with our new leader. Someone's trying to saran wrap on the back door. She's with Balaram Stack, and thanks for stopping by.
Dude, thank you guys for having me.
We'll see you in the next round. Good to see you, brother.
I'll jump back in whenever. I'll see you guys.
Epic.
Take care.
All right.
Am I live? We're live. I'm with Balaram Stack, stacking his way to the top. Sorry, my earpiece just went out. You're now the new heat leader. How do you do it?
Paddle out and hope for the best. I don't know. There's a lot you can bring into it, from where you're sitting to what the conditions are doing and all your experiences on those things. And so you kind of just formulate a plan off that. But more so luck. You just put yourself in the spot.
And what are your thoughts on the current conditions? I know we had a couple words before we went live. Can you share that, please?
It's this wind has been like so generous as to not come on shore all day until about now, it looks like. And once I think it starts blowing, that sea breeze kind of just keeps going. So I think we got really lucky to get that last heat with some glassiness. Yeah.
And if it continues in this way, what is your game plan moving forward?
On the next round, if it's continued to run, I don't know. I mean, I rode a smaller board in the hopes of getting a section, and I think that'll be the plan if it comes on more on shore and keep hunting more sections, less barrels. So.
And for you, do you feel that backdoor or pipe has a better aerial section per se?
They're both really good airwaves in their right conditions, I think. But with this wind coming, I think it's going to be more into the right. So I think the rights will be having some giant air sections.
All right. Well, you're making New York or New York proud?
New York.
Yeah. Okay.
New York.
Yeah. New York. We're making New York proud. Thank you so much, Balaram.
Yeah. Just Steph. I mean, I want to say what up to whoever's back home on Long Island in New York and on the East Coast, really. So hopefully you guys catch it, and hopefully we get another chance. And thanks, you guys.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Mahina. New York stand up. The whole Eastern Seaboard stoked whenever one of theirs is able to perform on the world stage like that. And you hear Balaram talking about luck, but luck is that arrival of a bunch of hard work, and he is definitely the definition of that. As Wakuakai Rothman has decided to jump in and say hello to us here in Heat 10. I think you have a personal interest in this heat.
I just wanted to give a shout out to my brother, Koa Rothman. It's his birthday today. Ha'oli lahanau. Happy birthday, brother. I love you. I don't let these guys get back to their heat, but I just wanted to jump in and say happy birthday to my little brother.
What number is he coming up on here?
If I'm not mistaken, 29.
Oh.
Yeah. So he's getting He's 9 years younger than me, so I'm 38. He's 29 now.
Wow.
So
They grew up so fast.
happy birthday, bro. I love you. There he is on screen, the one, the only, my hero, Cole Rothman. Love you, bro.
Wow. That's how you know the love is real. Despite the, you know, the fun jokes and pokes, you know, Makua coming in and making sure he gives the shout out. And I feel it's kind of like in Hawaii too. You get the call the radio. It's someone's birthday. Hey, it's my little brother's birthday.
He should have made a song dedication while he was here.
Or sing one.
Yeah, he should have brought the ukulele and given us a song for his brother.
And then he'd be like, brah, I gave you the birthday shout out. Don't drop in on me.
Oh yeah, you know, for sure Mokuoka is gonna hold that against Koa in the future. He's gonna use that at some point.
Too good. How was that air that Noah did on the right? I don't even know what kind of air, what rotations were that thing that was going
I
on?
would call that, I only caught a little glimpse of it. It looked like he was attempting a saran wrap, like vertically flipping his board over his front foot. I've never seen someone try it on a surfboard before. Certainly not at backdoor.
Yeah, he's like stalling for the section.
See if I was right here. Yeah,
Whoa.
that was pretty saran wrappy.
That's was saran wrappy, like a musubi.
Yeah. Spicy. He tried a spicy musubi.
I was thinking I wasn't gonna bring in those kind like Hawaii.
Bring them all in.
No, because you know, like
I had a great one yesterday, but on the beach after I'd surfed for 3 hours. I came to the beach and Tahiti Kemper, she had a cooler and she's like, "Oh, you need a musubi."
Oh, you're talking about the musubi. I thought you were talking about the. I didn't want to be like the. You know, they say the bingo, bango, lihimoi, rango. I was like, I cannot be bringing in Hawaii stuff.
That's what Makua does all day.
I know.
He's the bingo bango champion. Don't you watch the contest?
I cannot be taking his lines. You know what I mean? Or Uncle Dave Wassel, he's got the goodies too.
Oh, Wassel's got he's got great ones.
Drop in. That's the mayonnaise jar explosion. And then Alex Gray had some ones
He had
too.
some great ones. Wassel, the times that I got to sit next to him doing the Vulcan Pipe Pro were some of the best of my life. Where I'm literally like, we have a cough button usually on our monitors where I have to press it because I'm dying laughing and I'm losing my ability to be professional. Yeah, shout out to Dave Wassel, who's probably working right now. Arguably one of the most famous North Shore lifeguards. He told me a story the other day. I was asking him, like, "Oh, how's it going?" He's like, "You know, it's crazy now because of the internet. People feel like they can just come to Pipeline and they want to show up and blow up and say, like, I surf pipe, so it's overcrowded, etc." He said, I was there at the station and some kids rocked up, you know, kind of broy, puka shell necklaces, and like, "Hey, can we rent boards from you guys?"
Oh no.
It's like 6 foot pipe, and they're asking if they can rent boards from the lifeguards.
From Dave Wassel.
From Wassel, needless to say.
You didn't see him with the knife in that Tahiti with the boogie boarder? You don't be asking him for... But his wife, Nanea Armstrong, she is a really treasure to a lot of the Hawaiian community because she has so much information about our Hawaiian history and our culture. And I think you could find even her perspective on social media, Nanea Armstrong, Wassel maybe now. But yeah, Dave's wife is very knowledgeable, and I think that rubs off with Dave. Dave knows so much about the Hawaiian culture, being from here, but also having a deep connection through his
deep
wife.
connection, deep respect, and he loves to share it and give people perspective of where you're here, and then it's also understanding where you really are in the context of time and the history of this amazing place that goes back centuries.
Yeah,
and that's
90 generations.
90?
90, yeah, it's estimated 90. And then before we came to Hawaii as Hawaiian people say as much as 900 generations from places like Tahiti. Cleanup sets. Here we go.
And still looks like there's these winds, light and variable. So you heard earlier Balaram saying, oh, a little bit onshore. We see some water still blowing out the back of these things, so still some light offshores.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting tomorrow when we're able to see the reef. Hopefully, as the sand moves out, maybe we'll see more of these cracks and crevices. I'm starting to see a little bit more, if you can see in the screen there, you're starting to see a little bit more shadows in the reef, and those are those cracks and spur and grooves that we say that really are the reason why pipe looks like the way it looks.
Yeah. A big thanks to Vans for stepping up to the plate with this 3-year sponsorship of the Pipe Masters. This prize purse, $460,000 total. Again, $100,000 equal pay for the men and women. Fat Tire coming on board as a sponsor as well. GoPro, throw me one of those Hero 11s.
Jackson Hole. Where are you going to be using that thing?
Jackson Hole, Baldface. Got a few big trips coming up. Need to document. We'll be doing so with that new 11, and as well as the WSL for sanctioning this event, and that getting that stamp, allowing this to be an invitational that allows some of the world's best to also participate. We are grateful to them as well. And this is my favorite shot, man, where you get to pull up off a pipe and just rise up into the hills, and then cue the clouds, cue the blue skies, and you're like, I mean, it's a life dream right there.
Yeah, I mean, this when we look at our districts, they're from the top of the mountain to the edge of the reef. And this is a great perspective of it. These Ahupua'a watershed districts of this one, Pupukea here, the white shell.
Pupukea, the white shell, that's what it means.
Yeah, the Pupukea. And there's this stretch of beach is known as Ehukai, which is that water spray that goes into the air after the wave breaks. So it's known to be this kind of misty area because of the turbulent surf. And there's so much in the names, but there's also so much in the visuals that it's hand in hand. You see this place, you hear the story, and you can't help but be mesmerized, no matter if you're Hawaiian or you're visiting.
That's one of my favorite things here. You know, there's a lot of beautiful places in the world where people don't realize where they live, and they easily take for granted how beautiful it is and how powerful it is where they live. The North Shore of Oahu is not one of those places.
No, people know. Who's this? Koa. Baron or Shane? It looked like Shane, I think so.
I think that was Shane.
Yeah.
And I think right there we saw a little bit of that onshore crumble.
Yeah. But all of these folks, I don't know if Cole was going to air camp, but
he's got it in him.
He's got some.
I don't know if he's graduated from air camp, but he's a
student.
He's a student. You know, he may not have completed his courses, but he's definitely he can throw it.
Here we go, Baron. Oh, kicking out. Yeah, I see these. It's Koa and Nate and all those boys. They got their fun corn and milk. I think Koa's like the bread man or something. He's got to get his bread. Noah. Oh, he's into the stall launch. He can launch him.
Oh, looking for a little Rizzy.
Oh! Wow. Yeah. Noah's going for the big.
He's my favorite person to watch do airs because of his dedication to style. Like he's one of those people who's like, if I'm gonna do an air, it has to look the part. He tries to tweak it out like he has bindings or grip tape on his feet.
Totally. Koa
scratching in his
the bread man.
Little airdrop to come in. He's gonna try and set up and drive.
Oh, didn't quite stick the ending, but
that head clip, he needed to go a little more crouching tiger on that one.
But it's good, like this way of judging. There's not a zero for something like that. It's they want people to try to go to those sections that they can't normally or they don't normally want because you're going to get rewarded. So I mean that saved them a bit in the score world. Yeah, Koa is like another like tiptoe drop person. Disconnect.
He made that look way easier than it was.
Yeah, I think the drop should be the highest score of that whole wave.
I think you're right. And then
disconnect. Like what?
You saw that lip just clip him in the head right there. And Norden for you.
Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday.
Yeah, big happy birthday. 29.
Yee.
I think he heard us.
Yeah.
How about did you see when Noah Dean went to grab his board, the water that he was standing in was like waist deep.
Hard cement. Noah sends a big, I was talking with Noah and he's like, Lee Wilson was the one that gave him a bunch of these thoughts about how to do airs and to really like start tweaking out rail or tweaking out grabs and boning them out and, you know, starting to place the top of your foot on the board to really make the board seem like exaggerated, like a skateboarder, like a snowboarder. And yeah, him shouting out his older generation for helping him, that just speaks like, Noah's a cool kid. He throws down the respect to a lot of people.
You got to study the historical documents to choose to do airs the way he does. And if you put a bunch of skateboarders in a room and had them critique surfers doing airs, you'll hear skaters just like ruin a lot of surfers just because they're like, yeah, they're doing an air, but like here's what they're missing. A group full of skateboarders will look at Noah Dean and tell you all the magical things about why it's eye-pleasing to see the nuances that he's willing to put in to not just doing an air, but doing it with respect to the possibility of what the trick is.
Which is so interesting because before it was people like Buttons, Kaluhio Kalani, Larry Bertelman that were like the skaters in the Dogtown were trying to emulate the surf. And now we fast forward, we have kind of a reverse roles. Baron. Yeah, that chop up the face is kind of like making those weird ribs and
changes everything.
Yeah, you think you're going down the line and no, I'm going straight. No. Here we go. Who's this now? Shane. Shane's getting a lot of reps in. That's sick. Oh, double up?
Double up, get out of town.
Is this Larry Haynes on the water angle off the ski?
I think so.
That water angle adds a whole nother...
You just get to see the gravity of like, there's nothing casual about that wave, and you respect the fact that Shane was like, you know what? I'm going to live to see another wave.
Yeah. And see how intense it is. It's a really tall wave. When you look head on or even looking down, everyone at home is probably like, oh, you should have done this or, you know, whatever. But
yeah, look at it from the side.
Yeah, then you're like, whoa, it's kind of hectic out there right now.
It just speaks to the ability it takes. You got to put in the time. There's a really great documentary that I saw on Stab yesterday. I took a half hour to watch yesterday morning about Moana Jones-Wong, who obviously the last few years, incredible performances at Pipeline, has really established herself as the leader for women surfing here at Pipeline. But really talking about, and a lot of the other greats talking about, like, you have to build a relationship, and in order to do so at Pipeline, you got to do so brick by brick over time to really, really get to know it and have the ability to perform in whatever conditions.
Totally. Koa, someone who's got a lot of relationship at this wave. Wow.
Ooh!
How's he gonna finish this thing? Come on, Breadman. Is it Breadman?
Chuck it. Chuck it. Air camp. Let's go.
Yeah.
Breaks his back on his board.
Good job. That was a sick one.
Sick barrel.
Let's see the replay.
Because you can get cocky, right?
Yeah. Oh,
and think like, oh, I've got. And whenever you think you know Pipeline,
that's their spot behind that boil. This is like the new generation of people sitting over there. That's like kind of deep, you know. You see that boil on the takeoff? Like, yeah, him, Eli, Nate, Benji, Makana, Ryder, Guess is another surfer from Kauai. Yeah, they're finding new parts on it, but maybe because they, you know, older brother is not giving him a wave, you know, on the King Peak.
That looked like it would hurt.
Yeah.
There wasn't even a ramp there anymore.
Yeah, at least he sent it.
That was a fun chuck.
Yeah.
Benji Brand, you mentioned. I mean,
Benji Brand, another South African transplant, now living over here at Gas Chamber.
Not afraid.
Not really sane. Yeah, it's really great to see. Benji out in the water. And he's another just humble warrior, always saying how afraid he is, but somehow doesn't look like it when he's out there.
Yeah, that was something that Moana was talking about, like being afraid until she goes.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's fear, and then put your head down, go, and then that kind of leaving your body. As we see some donations being made.
Yeah. Pick up your rubbish.
Pick up your trash. You see how many sandals just end up in the reef?
Oh, in Indonesia, there's islands that Rizal, Tanjung, and myself went to the Komodo Islands in the eastern archipelago, and it was mounds of sandals, just mounds. It was, yeah, hopefully we can figure out the technology, VANS and other shoe products, you know, to try to make sure that we're doing our part and at least taking the right steps. And it's important. It's good things to think about. We don't have to be the best, but if we can try little by little, I think we all will appreciate that tremendously.
One of the steps here is getting to higher ground. Everyone wants to pull up and be as close as they can here in the arena. And, you know, the beach announcer, they could say it till they're blue in the face. Hey, pull back, it's coming. And people are like, no, we're fine. We're here. And then you see what happens.
Yeah, they're like, what, White Shell Beach? Let's go.
We're out here counting shells. Cor Hoffman, 19.7.
Not getting him in the top 10, though. But great ride nonetheless. And maybe he didn't get, did he get scored for that? No, he didn't get his good wave scored yet.
I don't think so.
I think that's going to bring him in.
We'll see.
Yeah, number 6. He's now.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, his good wave.
Yeah, he just jumped to number 6 with a 19.7 on his last wave, combined from 3 judges.
And again, remember, these in your next heat, it's basically a new event. You know, if you're someone like Billy Kemper who's sitting on one great score,
Mason,
etc. Like, okay, now how do you get the opportunity to back up that score, or just get 2 total new ones?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's only going to be 2 waves that move you forward into that final.
And tomorrow could be a whole, I mean, round 2, the conditions could change, but also tomorrow, could be anybody's game when the waves turn on and give you that 1 or 2. Literally, like, you just need 2 waves. Like, 1 heat could happen. And we've seen it with Balaram and Emil.
We have here with 30 seconds to go. Koa definitely showing the local knowledge paying off big time for him.
Oh yeah, that was an insane drop. Behind the bull.
And Barron having a bit of a shocker.
Yeah, he just got unlucky with some of those ribs up the face. He's looking at this one, but yeah, who's gonna take the last one of the heat? Anyone? Yeah, it's probably gonna close it out. The boys are back. Dylan,
welcome back, Dylan and Makua. But right now we're going to get a report from Mahina Florence, who is with our contest director, Nathan Fletcher.
I'm with Nathan Fletcher. We have officially completed 1 full round of competition. That's 10 full heats. Now we're going to get the update from Nate as to what the conditions are like.
So right now we're at the end of heat 10, and before we go into the second round, condition bearing, we are going to put it on hold. We are going to make a call in 45 minutes for roughly an hour start. But we're going to be on top of it, checking the waves, making sure it's good for the surfers and the spectators as well. And so right now we're on hold, and we'll be holding for about an hour if we restart. But we're not sure if we're going to restart because we're going to watch the free surf. So tune into that, and we're going to see what happens. And if it's available and it looks good, we're going to get back out there. If not, we're going to call it off for the day, but hopefully it goes back on.
There we go. Athletes, spectators, stay tuned across all of VANS channels, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Mahina, and thank you, Nathan Fletcher. Reactions, Dylan and Mokuokai, that we're going to go on hold and have a watch.
I think it's a good idea. The waves are turning pretty crappy. It's pretty onshore. I mean,
yeah,
you don't want
to
to put these athletes in subpar conditions going for $100,000. With a new format type, you want to keep it, you know, all on a level playing field.
Yeah, you want competitors to be stoked. You want them performing. You want to watch guys get the wave of their lives. So that's not really on offer right now. It seems like a little bit of onshore breeze, kind of, you know, affecting the conditions. And I think they made a good call. I think it's cool to wait it out and see if that, you know, magic hour afternoon power turns on.
Good idea. Usually after the little onshore, everybody goes home and it starts pumping.
Yeah, and I mean it's the Pipe Masters, right? And as much as possible, you don't want to have to see the surfers having to manufacture scores.
Right.
That's not entertaining, especially not at the highest level.
Well, with this criteria, like you need to be throwing up bangers. You know, like the mid-range scores aren't going to get you in that top 4. You know, you're competing against the entire field of super incredibly talented humans. So, yeah, I think it's great to wait it out and hopefully get the boys back out there when it's pumping.
Your overall impressions? We all came into this sort of curious to see how this modified format of the shootout would play. Your thoughts so far on what we've seen?
Well, I
Doctor?
mean, first time for me here, so I'm
Doctor,
like...
science. Let's hear the science behind this one.
No, look, it's good for me. I don't know if it's good for you guys. I don't know. So, yeah, no, I think it's exciting to see, and it's more exciting to know what can happen now that we've seen everyone kind of go out and do something, and to see what they're going to bring to the next.
That's what Johnny Boy said. Do something.
Do something. Do
Yeah,
something.
The bar's been set. Like, there's definitely, I mean, Ball always, you know, it's been a standout here for a while. That was pretty impressive to see him do his thing. Yeah, and Mayo, you know, like, I wouldn't say like necessarily like a standout with all the waves you've seen, but he has the top, you know, he's in second place and he has like 2 solid scores. So, yeah, it's definitely interesting. There's some different ways to, you know, slice the pie out there.
For sure. We will take a look at some of the highlight waves, talk more strategy as we head into round 2. We'll be right back with more from the VANS Pipe Pro live, Van Pipe Masters live from Pipeline.
Here it comes, guys. In second with a 32.2. And all around stock number 1 with a 41.9. I like the folks down there in their beach chairs just lifting up their feet. That was pretty classic. Right on, you guys. They just got to chase down their slippers, but they went towards the land, not out to sea, fortunately. But we are seeing the incoming swell. We saw it rising all day today, and seeing some of the peaking of this swell happening as we speak. Paul Ruffman getting some PR work done down there, public relations, signing autographs, picking up a nice score out of that last heat, and right there.
Wow, Nathan Florence sure makes being a professional surfer look pretty easy, huh? Sign me up. Welcome back. As you are aware, or if you're just joining us, we are on a 45-minute hold here at the Pipe Masters. Nathan Fletcher saying, hey, conditions deteriorating. We're going to have a look and a reset. I think there's also confidence in the forecast, which we didn't have a few days ago, that I think has Nathan and Marty Thomas able to be like, let's try. You of course got to be careful, can't get too greedy. We've seen that go wrong before, but they're definitely trying to make the best opportunity for, as we talked about before, best performances possible.
Well, talk about manufacturing scores. We can't manufacture the weather, and there are little windows coming, just like maybe this evening it could glass off, but we got to be careful. We got a few days. We got some storm on the way, so I think we got to take what we can get, make the most of it, and I think the surfers are up for the challenge.
Yeah, I think it's a worthy pivot. You know, it's cool having Nate, you know, contest director. He knows this wave really well. It's cool to see, you know, him come in as that role. Like, everyone respects him. So when he kind of says, hey, like, it's not looking fun, everyone's like, Yeah.
What, who's going to be like, really, Nathan Fletcher?
No, we can't do that.
That's not what's going down.
Yeah, I'm just going to be wondering what people are going to be riding. I know that's something that I'm hoping we can get a little more information on what the boards are riding, and smaller, shorter on the conditions, or maybe just trying to get big barrels on big boards. But
yeah, definitely. I mean, we had Harry in here join us in the booth, and he was talking about he brought down 4 different boards because he didn't know what it was going to be like with the, the winds were kind of seeming like they were turning on. He didn't know if it was going to go more like airs or barrels or, what. So he had like his entire quiver down here on the beach, like ready to paddle out on whatever.
As you see, Cole Rothman having a great birthday.
Yeah, tubed at Pipe Master's birthday. Man.
Number 6 on the leaderboard.
Yeah, he did really well. Like, that was not easy to get a wave like that out there. I was watching that one outside the booth live, and it was really impressive.
Well, he definitely took his time. He waited and finally got a wave. I was like, come on, Brock, stand up on one. It's your birthday. Let's go. And I was kind of trying to summon a birthday wave for him. And Cole is just so great out there. He's put in his time over the years. It just goes to show him walking away the birthday boy with the highest score.
How about if you're the Heat 1 and you guys, you're all suited up and ready to go, and you're like, oh, okay, we're going to be on hold.
Oh, yeah, that was Jamie,
right, reset.
He was over there.
You could see the salt in Jamie's face, like,
No, I actually think he might have been pumped because the conditions aren't that good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, put it on hold, wait for a few more open barrels, and nothing worse than going backside at pipe with a chandelier, trying to duck your head under that and get under the lip. It's hard enough already. That chandelier makes it a lot harder.
I think Robbie was ready to go. Look, he's all suited up.
Is that Rasta Rob?
That's Rasta Rob.
There we go.
That's the cleanest Rasta I've seen.
How about we have a look at some highlight waves from today, shall we?
Sure.
Let's see it.
Yeah,
balls.
Yeah, wow. This drop from Balaram, and then just little triple bang section.
Yeah.
I think that was the most critical wave of the event so far. I mean, the drop into one barrel, into another one, clean exit, and
yeah, he kind of went for it here too.
Oh, it was a sick wave.
Yeah. Hey, Mayo. Yeah, get it, Cliff.
What, 3 days? We were at we were eating dinner, and he came up like, get some waves. Like, I didn't surf in 3 days.
Yeah.
I'm saving all my energy for
All
pipe.
his mojo.
He saved all of it for this heat, and it
There you
paid
go.
off.
Yeah, paid
Yeah, he's holding down second spot, so
If it
that's
ends,
gotta feel good.
If it ends, he's in the final so far.
Yeah, I thought this was a really impactful ride as well.
This was when it first started turning on.
This was psycho. I almost thought this should have been the wave of the day so far, because just the way he came out of that, like, that's so skillful to be able to know like where you are on the wave, to lay it back right here.
And those
crazy.
Those 2 pumps to set up for that next section, that's no joke.
Yeah,
Mikey was on the shoulder. He said, dude, that thing was nuts to watch.
Talking about Mikey,
Cue
here he is. I mean,
Number
his
4.
positioning on his board, the way he holds his rail backside, I mean, we know how beautiful his frontside surfing is, and look at that. I mean, tuck knee, perfect positioning. Brother is on fire right now.
I really liked his wave that he didn't make too, that he just dropped in and just stood straight up, and I don't know, that was amazing. I think that's in his score line, and I think he got rewarded decently for it.
He did,
considering he didn't make it. But
and that was his first wave that showed that he let everyone know, like, I'm not here to spectate.
Yeah.
At all, and he's not spectating presently in that top 4 spot, right behind Mason Ho, who, again, Mason was the one calling Mikey into that wave, calling everybody in the waves.
Yeah, that must have been insane heat.
In that heat. He said, Mikey said that energetically, like, just having Mason, who was just like, no, come sit over here, right over here. Okay, you're good. Okay, go, Mikey, go, Mikey. He's like, dude, I had no choice.
He's definitely got some energy for sure.
I'm surprised Tosh is so low down the thing after packing those bombs in Heat 3.
Yeah, he had a sick one too. He didn't make it, but probably a pretty cool photo of him just like standing there, steezed out.
I don't think they're gonna reward the not make
For sure.
that much.
Yeah,
It's
Mikey,
a completion of ride.
Yeah, I would say Mikey Wright too for me was kind of a standout. That like testing the format and the criteria with that turn to barrel to come out and do like a rotation. I think if he would have rode out of that, he would have been rewarded.
Yeah, and I think if you're in that top, the top 4 seeds or even top 10, you're not safe. You look at like Noah, you look at Jamie and a few others who you could expect a lot more from. Billy just needs a backup.
I mean, this is
Noah
pipeline
Beshin, too.
Yeah, Noah Beshin.
Look what Kelly Slater did under Tim Reyes the one year. 9 and a 9 something in like.
Or what he did,
a minute something.
What he did to John the one year with 2 minutes left, where John was ahead, and he was like,
exactly.
Okay,
No one's safe.
let me sew this thing up. So yeah, if
John did that to Jamie too in the pipe, Vulcan pipe.
Yep.
Yeah, in 5 minutes. I think it was 4 minutes.
Well, if you get a good one, it doesn't take you long to get back out there.
Well, striking while the iron's hot, we've talked about that a lot today. When pipeline turns on and there's a lot of waves going, it seems like you can just, get after that energy, like be clued into that and just be like, yep.
When those sets come and they come good, there's multiple good waves in one set, so you're gonna have most times one after another. Guys gonna be trading scores, and hopefully the conditions clean up. We see a lot more of that back-to-back waves.
Who do we like in round 2? If you were starting to build your final, you see who's there. We got Stack, Zermatt, Florence, Mikey February. My first question is this. I'm going to put you guys on the hot seat. Who from that top 4 is not going to be in the final?
Wow, this is nuts.
Who's getting voted off the island?
Well, I guess whatever. I'm just going to say it. I think he has the talent to do it, but Emeo's 2 scores right now I don't think are going to hold up. I mean, you got Mason Ho, who's in 5th place off of 1 ride. So he's got a 26.6. That's the highest score of the day. You got to think that he's going to back that up and get into that top 4, no problem. Then you have Ball with, I don't know, the 2nd highest score of the day and a pretty good backup already. Like, he's going to be feeling really confident, going into round 2. So those 2 guys for me, I think are sitting pretty damn good. And everyone else, I think there are some high scores, but nothing, someone couldn't get on a roll and kind of party.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, Mason doesn't need much. He's sitting on a 26.6, right, with one wave. I got, there was some sub money involved in round 1. I've just been given the list of who won some money. Mason Ho.
Bonus bucks?
Yeah, bonus.
Give away some cash.
Yeah,
huh? I like that.
Some bonus
Perfect.
bucks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, some master bucks. We've got Mason Ho, $500 for his tube.
Cool.
Mikey February at 500.
Awesome.
Ivan got a 500 for his tube. Billy.
Cash for tubes.
Cash for tubes.
How's a pit of death?
Tosh, yeah. There he is. Tosh got $250 for packing the pit of death. Ethan, $500 for his first punt being fully committed.
There
I
we
love
go.
this.
That's rad. That's
there-
cool.
is
It's
that-
like,
is
hey,
that
Is there any
round?
bonus bucks for the booth?
where's this money coming from? What's happening here?
I had 2 muffins.
It's going to start raining cash
It's
on
like,
us.
you get a car. You get a car.
Yeah, Mikey Wright.
Is it Oprah?
Mikey Wright, first turn, an air attempt on a single wave, $500. Who's the committee? Where's the cash committee? EMI committing and packing on a giant backdoor bomb.
Dude, we need some background here. What was the criteria behind this? It's just
The best part about this whole thing
bonus bucks.
is it says right here, they can't see it, we can, come and collect your cash.
Yeah.
So if you hear your name on this list, get over here
If you
and come
don't, I
collect
will.
your cash. Remember, it's cash now. Don't take a check.
Yeah, you got to
Come
pick it
get
up by
cash.
5 or it goes to the commentating booth.
That's right.
Balaram
mind.
Stack.
Or the bar tab.
Stackman getting $500 for one of the best waves of the morning with tube air commitment. Griffin, $500 for his. Kali Vast, $500 for that tube and trying the rotor. Emai, $250. Yeah, so look at that. I didn't even know this was a thing.
That's awesome.
Little secret
Standout
cash.
moments, cash.
Kind of reminds me of the Vulcan
Cash is
Pipe
king.
Pro. They would give 10 cash for 10s. So if you got a 10, you'd get like a bonus.
$1,000.
It was $1,000.
Every 10, $1,000. Yep.
I've been told to read the top of the paper.
Here we go. Oh, my.
Today, we wanted to celebrate progression by awarding some of the standout moments and commitments made in the water during men's round 1. A surprise and delight. Somebody obviously took a lot of time to structure that sentence, and we want them to be honored for it. So there you go, Kelly. I read.
We definitely forgot to read the directions, right?
Yeah.
Read the
Rule number
directions.
1. We went straight for the highlights.
Yeah, read the
bonus
it's right
box.
there. It's on the top of the paper.
What was your
Salema.
folks' favorite moments out of the first round?
Listen, I'm
Salema,
biased. I'm
let's go
biased.
first.
I'm super biased. You know, Mikey February, just his whole presence in it is huge for me as a South African, and I think people have seen him in a very singular dimension as someone who just rides 20s and mid lane set right points, and did 1 year on the tour, and now is out just doing his lifestyle dance. And we talked about it in the broadcast. Like, this dude is a lion. People forget about how hard he slogged on the qualifying series to even get to make the tour and how difficult it is. He has that competitive fire and is not afraid, clearly, to go for it at Pipe. And I think a lot of people wrote him off when they saw him get the invite. So I'm just that way for me. I almost lost my voice.
I don't think
was screaming
anybody's
so loud.
writing him off anymore, if they were. Cliff, and you?
Salema's reaction during that wave was probably my highlight of the morning. No joke. Like,
he even came in the booth.
Oh, it was so, it shook everyone, or everyone just had to just be like, yeah, like everyone morphed into Salema on the beach, just like,
he has that about him.
It was great. It was really great. I think that was probably my highlight, is just, again, that camaraderie, everyone there in the booth, on the beach.
Yeah, I think
up.
that's just the coolest thing about the whole event. It seems like there is a lot of camaraderie. Everyone's very supportive and wants to see people get good ones, and they want to see someone, surf to the criteria. So that's, I don't know, definitely rad. A rad time for everyone to have out here, and at a wave like this is just incredible.
Yeah, you hear that music? We're being played off. We're being played off the set.
I'm used to that.
Are going to make a call here at 1:45 to
I get
see
that a
if
lot.
we will run the rest of the day. Stay with us, and we'll let you know.
Aloha, guys.
This is the Pipe Masters live from Pipeline. A view that never gets old. The magic of pipeline here at the 2022 Pipe Masters. Just take it in, breathe it in. We are all pleasantly exhausted after a truly exciting round one of surfing coming into the day. We were curious how it was going to work out. Mokuakai Rothman, Mahina Florence, welcome into the booth.
Wow, I'm loving this.
We love
Got
to
some
have
AC
you.
up in here. The booth.
Yeah, we needed you to break it up, break up the energy. Dr. Cliff, Dylan Graves, what a crazy round one. You know, we came into this wondering how the application of the shootout style format would affect this competition in the no priority, you know, leaderboard, and the athletes responded, and the energy is like, the consensus is like, this works.
I mean, anything that furthers the progression of a sport, especially a format that we started off with heats that never had a wave ridden until 7 minutes left in the heat. That doesn't defy the surfer or their capabilities. This format allows them to surf multiple times, showcasing their talents, taking their best waves of the day, and getting into a final, which is a special twist. A little bit different, shootout style, but with VANS' own twist at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting that extra side prize money, too.
Yeah.
That was cool, that
The
cash.
bonus cash.
Yeah.
Where's Mahina's $500 for, you know, insane interviews all
I
day?
wish Nathan wants some, so I
Best
can just
interview.
snatch that out of his
That's
hand,
what we
take his
need.
bag out there.
Those Oprah vibes.
He's gonna get a
Oprah vibes.
he's gonna get a talking to tonight. Like, step your game up. We need the bonus cash.
The only guy that's paying taxes on cash is Nate. Oh, I love it.
Well, we talked about some of our highlights. Mahina, we didn't get. What was you had a unique perspective getting to interact with everyone. So what were some of the highlights of this round one for you?
I did. It was super special to be there right when they come out of the water and just hear them. I know the common theme was, whew, that was challenging out there. You know, that was a lot of work. And then you heard from some of them like, I think I missed a couple of waves, so that's something that I'll pay attention to on my next heat. So it was really, really cool to see everyone's input. And I will say, because it was a non-elimination round, there was something a little bit more relaxed to everyone. And that was something special to witness.
Yeah. Let's take a look at some of our favorite waves before we let you know how we will be proceeding.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Late drop. Didn't catch his rail, came right through it. Like Mokuakai said, critical.
Deep and critical. I thought this
Look
was
at this little toe dance.
most technical wave right here. I mean, getting up high, getting that speed coming through, and just cruising.
And that
all
style,
around.
the body language, and that second section to be like,
Check
I
the
got
box.
I
check
got
the
this.
Box, check the box.
I didn't realize how close he got to eating it on that one. Then there was a Mayo who just, you know, he definitely was the workhorse. Like he took those 3 lay days and put them to good use here. You know?
And we can
Save
talk
his
about his
mojo.
Tahitian pearls staying on through the entire heat.
I saw that. He had black pearls. Man,
Bold.
iconic.
Very bold.
Arguably one of the waves.
Walla head king.
Yeah, this was also, again, one of my favorites of the day.
Lucky he didn't have hair right there. Would have caught him in the lip. Came
Serious,
right
I think the
through.
bald head like really played a factor in that. Like no drag. He needed every inch or every
that was
little
amazing.
bit.
This kid's got style beyond as well.
Style, and he's a skater and a surfer. Does that play into it?
Style
Here
guy.
we go, style
Sal.
guy.
Salema.
All right, Salema. I mean, look at the South African dream weather right here. You know, you thought he was just a Jeffreys Bay guy, and he said, watch this. I mean, look at this.
Oh,
Critical.
that style. Look at that style.
Style, technique.
I
Yeah.
want to
Dude,
surf
he's
like
a master.
Ivan and him combined.
The modern day
You
buttons.
get Nate.
Yeah.
Get Ivan and him combined. You get Nate.
Our leaderboard, Balaram Stack in first place, Emo, Ivan Florence in third, and Mikey February rounding it out in fourth. How long that will all stay, I mean, with Mason Ho only needing a whisper of a second wave, Billy Kemper the same. This second round is going to
Griff.
Interesting. Griffin as well.
Dimai Kalani DeVault, I think he's kind of showing a real highlight performance, I guess, packing that backdoor bomb. Well, it was supposed to be a left. I don't know if
Yeah, that was a full flex. Yeah, it was like a chandeliering monster, and he just packed it. Was like, yeah, no big deal.
Wow. We are officially off for the rest of the day. Nathan Fletcher looking at these wins and saying, you know what, we got a lot chunked off today. We will regroup tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning. Who are you looking forward to seeing perform in round 2? For me, I think Noah Beshin is one of those ones that I think, you know, if he could have himself a day in round 2, Tosh Tudor could be a surprise. It's kind of endless. It's kind of a reset.
I want to see Baron Mamiya do what he does out here. It's a shame that heat was kind of slow and onshore, but I'm waiting to see Baron go above and beyond the lip.
Yeah.
After a super deep barrel, I think he's going to come out and do something special.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Zhao also, Chianca, like, didn't really have too exciting of a heat, but I feel like he could kind of come out tomorrow swinging. He's someone I'm excited to see, just based off past performances and everything. Mahina, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm leaving it open. I think there's still so much more room to grow. I mean, I kind of want to see Jamie.
Okay.
No, I mean, yeah, Nathan, obviously, but I also want to see Jamie bring back, like we were saying, I want him to bust out those rodeo flips and aerials. He was doing them years ago.
Good point.
So I just want to see if he can bring them back.
Good call.
That's a big call out.
I'm waiting to see the women get out there.
Yes.
Yep. That'll be exciting.
Them, no matter what
it's stacked. I mean, you got Betty Lucicora Johnson, young Katie Simmers, obviously Tyler Wright, Moana Jones-Wong. If you haven't watched the Moana Jones-Wong documentary on Stab, it's the best 30 minutes that you can spend with your day. Give you chicken skin, get you fired up.
Really good.
Vahine will be interesting to see. Vahine from Tahiti.
I want to see Sierra Kerr after watching that Stab High Air event. I mean, that blew my mind. So I would love to see her barrel knowledge into Boston Air. Let's go.
I just want to see some good conditions so the girls get to compete and really put on a show for us.
I think this is the year we're going to see progression for women, hopefully, if they get some good conditions. And
yeah,
I'm
I think
excited.
100%. Yeah, Moana definitely, like, I saw that documentary. She's, I feel like, gonna, set the tone, and I feel like there is that energy there for everyone to grab onto, as we saw in the men. So I'm excited to see the women get amongst that.
Yeah, Laura Enever as well. She's really...
she charges.
How does her body handle? I don't even understand.
She's fired up.
Nathan's quads are double her size, and she can handle the same beating.
All right, we will see you tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. for the call. Thank you for hanging out with us for round 1. Round 2 tomorrow. The Pipe Masters. See you tomorrow.